10.5 hours. That's how long this mega compilation is of nothing but scary stories that happened in the deep woods. So long you can't even sleep through it, unless you're a sleep genius. In that case, teach me your ways. Anyway, enjoy everyone, and I'll be back again soon with more and new terrors. In the meantime, you can support me by becoming a premium member over at Eerie.fm. That is, if you love getting tons of bonus narrations only for members. That's Eerie.fm. Now, let's begin. What happens when you're sent to hunt the unhuntable? Something that toys with you the entire time and could quickly end your life at any moment it pleases. According to this story, sent to me by Stay Out of the Woods, titled My Most Disturbing Experience in Predator Control, you will hear one of the most chilling and close-up accounts of a creature that should not exist that I might have ever heard. Allegedly, almost 3 years ago in Utah, a retired wildlife control officer is hired to hunt a creature tormenting ranchers and slaughtering their cattle. But he instead stumbles upon something that should not exist. And it's still out there. At the tail end of 2023, Harlan Durfee called me about something killing his cattle. I hadn't spoken to Harlan in 15 years. His father and mine had worked cattle together, back when that part of Utah still had cattle worth working, and Harlan had taken over the family operation outside Farron after the old man died. By all accounts, he'd kept it running through drought and recession and everything else that kills a ranch. He was not a man who asked for help.
3 in 2 weeks,
he said.
I need someone who knows what they're looking at.
Well, call Fish and Game.
I'm calling you.
Harlan, I haven't worked a case in over a year. I'm retired. I'm 60 miles away and I've got no authority to…
Fish and Game means paperwork. Permits means some 25-year-old with a degree telling me I can't run cattle on my own lease because there's a protected species in the area.
He paused, and I could hear him breathing on the other end of the line. I could tell just from the sound of him he'd been working since dawn.
I need this handled quiet, and I need someone who won't call me crazy when I show them what I found.
Knowing what I know now, I probably should have said no. Whatever was killing his cattle was the state's problem now anyway, not mine. But Harlan Durfee was not a man who spooked easily. I had known his type my whole career with wildlife services. Ranchers who had seen everything the land could offer, and dealt with it the same their fathers and grandfathers had. If Harlan was calling me instead of the state, something had rattled him badly enough to swallow his pride. All right, Harlan, I'll be there tomorrow, I told him. Don't touch anything else until I get a good look. I left Grand Junction at 5 in the morning, and I pulled into Harlan's driveway a little after 8. The sun was up, but the air still had that high desert bite to it. A cold that settles into your very bones and doesn't let go till noon. His place sat at the end of a dirt road that ran east from town toward the San Rafael Swell. It was a wide clapboard house with a green roof. He had a barn and corrals behind it, open pasture stretching out toward the hills. Beyond the pasture, maybe 2 miles distant, the land rose into a maze of red rock and scrub juniper. The edge of the swell. BLM land that went on for 70 miles in every direction. Most of it never surveyed, never mapped, never touched by anything but wind and weather, and whatever lived out there that didn't want to be found. Harlan was waiting on his porch. He looked older than I remembered, but then I probably did too. He had a leathered look to him, from decades of sun and wind, deep creases around his eyes and mouth. Wade, he shook my hand, his grip as strong as ever. Appreciate you coming. Show me what you've got. We took a mud-caked ATV out across the pasture, following a track worn into the grass by years of use. The cattle were clustered near the eastern fence, maybe 200 head, and they watched us pass with that dull bovine stare that never tells you anything useful. First one was 3 weeks ago, Harlan said over the engine noise. "Found her in the lower pasture near the creek. I figured coyotes at first. They'll take a calf if they're hungry enough, and we'd had a dry summer. But then I got a closer look. And? You'll see." We drove for another 10 minutes, past the main herd, through a gate, and into rougher country, where the grass thinned out and gave way to sage and rabbit brush. Ahead I could see a stand of cottonwoods, and beyond that, the first red shoulders of the swell rising against the morning sky. Harlan stopped the ATV near the cottonwoods and cut the engine. The silence that followed was immediate and total. Apparently, the birds and even the insects were absent or did not like it here. I heard only the wind moving through the brush and nothing else. "This way." He led me down into the drainage, following a path between the trees. The smell hit me before I saw anything. That copper and rot smell of meat left out. I'd encountered it hundreds of times over my career, and it never got easier to stomach. The cow was lying in a clearing near the creek bed. Or what was left of her, that is. I stopped at the edge of the clearing and made myself study the scene the way I'd been trained to, methodically, section by section. In 31 years with Wildlife Services, I'd seen every kind of predator kill the American West has to offer. I'd seen wolves take down elk and leave the carcass scattered across a quarter-mile of forest. I'd seen mountain lions cache their kills in trees, coming back night after night to feed. I'd seen bears tear open campsites and coolers and anything else that smelled of food. Every predator has a signature, a way of killing and a way of eating, and you learn to read them if you want to stay in this line of work. This didn't match anything in my experience. This cow had been opened from throat to pelvis in one long incision that curved slightly along the line of the ribcage. The cut was clean, not torn or ragged, but precise enough to suggest a blade rather than teeth or claws. The edges of the hide had been separated and laid flat against the ground on either side of the body, almost as if whoever did this wanted clear access to what was inside. The organs were gone. They weren't scattered about the clearing or dragged off and cached somewhere nearby. They were gone entirely, removed from the body cavity, with what appeared to be deliberate selection. I could see the empty space where the liver should have been, where the heart should have been. The intestines had been pulled out and coiled beside the carcass in a neat pile, untouched, as if whatever did this knew exactly what it wanted, and had no interest in the rest. I crouched down to examine the ribcage. The bones were intact. No gnaw marks or cracking. There was no sign that anything had needed to be broken through to get to the organs. Whatever had taken them had simply reached in and removed them. "You said 3 kills," I said. "Do they all look like this?" "The first 2 are older. Scavengers got to them before I could get anyone out here. But yeah, same basic situation. Opened up clean, organs taken, the rest left behind like garbage." I stood and walked a slow circle around the carcass, studying the ground. The dirt here was soft from recent rain, good for holding tracks. I found boot prints that were probably Harlan's and hoof prints from cattle. I found the small, delicate tracks of a fox or possibly a coyote, something that had investigated but had not fed. But I did find something else. A particular track was pressed into the mud about 6 feet from the carcass. I almost walked past it because my brain kept trying to interpret it as something familiar. A bird track maybe, something from an emu or an ostrich. Except there weren't any emus in Utah and the shape was wrong for either of those anyway. There were 3 toes pointing forward. Long toes, maybe 8 or 9 inches from base to tip, spread wide for balance. The impressions were deep in the mud, suggesting considerable weight behind them. And behind the middle toe, set back about 2 inches and pressed even deeper than the rest. was a curved gouge that didn't fit with any bird I'd ever tracked. A fourth toe, possibly, or some kind of spur, held off the ground at an angle and dragging slightly with each step. I crouched there, staring at that track for a while, running through every possibility I could think of and rejecting each one in turn. "You see what I'm seeing?" Harlan said. He'd come up beside me and was looking down at the same print, his face grim. "I've been ranching this land for 40 years. I've seen every animal track there is to see out here. That's not anything I recognize." "There's got to be an explanation." I tried to sound confident. "There's more. Follow me." We walked along the creek bed, heading upstream toward the swell. The cottonwoods thinned out and the terrain got rougher. Sandstone ledges and dry washes cutting through the red earth. Everything angled and broken and old. Harlan moved carefully, watching where he stepped, and I did the same. The tracks continued upstream. They were spaced about 4 feet apart, following a nearly straight line up the drainage. Bipedal, clearly. Whatever made them was walking on 2 legs rather than 4. The stride was long and steady with no sign of galloping or running, or any change of pace. Whatever this thing was, it had walked out of this canyon after feeding, unhurried, confident. It had no reason to fear anything it might encounter, not even humans. We followed the tracks for maybe a quarter mile before Harlan stopped at the mouth of a slot canyon. "I quit here," he said. "Didn't want to go any further without backup." The slot was narrow, maybe 10 feet across at the opening, with red sandstone walls rising 15 or 20 feet on either side. The floor was choked with boulders and debris from old flash floods, and shadows pulled between the rocks, even in the mid-morning light. The tracks led directly into it and disappeared around a bend. "Have you told anyone about this?" I asked. "Anyone besides me?" "Just Maggie Seavey. She's got the spread north of mine. Runs about 300 head up against the swell. Lost more cattle than I have. She's the one who first noticed the tracks and brought them to my attention." "Anyone else?" Harlan shook his head. "Like I said, I wanted it handled quiet. Last thing I need is some reporter getting wind of this and turning my ranch into a tourist attraction." I stood there looking at the slot canyon, at the shadows between the walls, at the tracks vanishing into the dark. The sensible thing to do was to walk away, call Fish and Game, and hand this off to someone with official standing. Let the bureaucracy sort it out. Whatever was living out there in the swell was their problem, not mine. But I'd spent 31 years tracking predators through terrain worse than this. I had dealt with animals that didn't match any field guide, crossbreeds and anomalies, things that should not have existed but did anyway. Whatever made these tracks was just another animal. Strange, yes. Unfamiliar, yeah. But still, an animal. Animals can be tracked. Animals can be understood. Animals follow rules, even when those rules don't match anything you learned in training. "I want to talk to Maggie Seavey," I said. "And I want to see her kills, if there's anything left to examine, that is." "I figured you would. She's expecting us this afternoon." We drove back to Harlan's place and took his truck north along the county road. The land out here was empty, and it's hard to describe to someone who's never seen the interior of Utah. Imagine no houses, no fences, no power lines. Erase all evidence of human presence in your head, beyond maybe some cracked asphalt. Just sage, red rock, and sky, mile after mile, the swell rising to the east in a wall of eroded sandstone that looked like something from a different planet. Maggie Seavey was waiting in her driveway when we pulled up. She was younger than Harlan, maybe mid-40s, with dark hair pulled back from a face that had seen its share of weather and hard seasons. There was something about her expression that I noticed right away. I could have called it guarded exhaustion, like she hadn't slept well in weeks. "So you're Wade," she said when I got out of the truck. "Yes, ma'am." "Harlan says you know what you're doing when it comes to predators." "Well, I've been tracking them most of my adult life. I don't know everything, of course, but I know enough to recognize when I'm looking at something new." She studied me for a moment, taking my measure in silence, and I had the sense of being evaluated by someone who didn't give out her trust cheaply. Whatever conclusion she reached about me, she kept it to herself. "I'll show you what I've got," she said, "but I want something in return." "Name it." "When you figure out what that thing is, you tell me straight. No sugarcoating it, no protecting me from information you think I can't handle. No treating me like some hysterical woman who needs to be managed." Her eyes held mine steadily. "I've lost 8 head in 3 weeks. I've found tracks on my property that don't match anything in any book I own. I've heard sounds at night coming from those canyons, sounds I can't explain, and don't ever want to hear again. Whatever's out there, it's hunting on my land, and I have a right to know what I'm dealing with." "Fair enough, Miss Seavey," I said. "I'll tell you what I find." She nodded once, apparently satisfied, then turned and led us around the side of her house toward the back pasture, where her cattle were grazing. Her kills were older than Harlan's, decomposed enough that scavengers and weather had obscured most of the useful details. But the tracks were there, in the mud, near each carcass. The same 3-toed pattern and curved gouge behind the middle toe, the 4-foot stride and unhurried gait. I photographed everything, measuring the depth and spacing of the prints, sketching the pattern in a notebook I'd brought with me. The data confirmed what I already suspected, but did not want to admit. The tracks came from the swell. They went back to the swell. Whatever was making them had established a territory out there in the maze of canyons and mesas and empty red stone, and it was coming down onto the ranches to feed. "I'm gonna need a few days," I said when we were back at Harlan's place, the sun dropping toward the western hills and the shadows lengthening across the pasture. "I'm gonna want to follow those tracks back to wherever they came from, see if I can locate where this thing is denning. I'll need camping gear, food, and water for at least 3 days, and someone who knows the terrain well enough to keep me from getting lost in the canyons." Harlan and Maggie exchanged a look that carried a whole conversation I wasn't part of. "I'll go with you," Maggie said. "Ma'am, I appreciate the offer, but it's not an offer and it's not up for debate." She cut me off with a sharpness that made it clear she'd been anticipating my objection. "Those tracks crossed my land. This thing killed my animals on my property, and I'm losing my money every day it stays out there. I've been riding these canyons since I was 12. I know the water sources, the game trails. I know where the flash floods come through in monsoon season. You need a guide, I need answers. We can help each other." There was no use debating it. Taking a civilian into rough country to track an unknown predator was not good or standard protocol. But I could see in her face that I wasn't going to change her mind. She made her decision, and she wasn't going to be talked out of it. "All right then, we'll leave at first light. Bring a rifle, and make sure it's something with stopping power. I don't know what we're dealing with yet, but whatever it is, it's big enough to take down a full-grown cow without any sign of a struggle or fear." "I'll be ready." That night I sat in Harlan's kitchen drinking coffee, while he spread a topographic map of the swell across the table. The maze of contour lines showed a landscape folded and broken into 1,000 box canyons and dry washes, most of them unnamed, many of them unmapped below the level of detail the USGS bothered with. The slot canyon where we'd lost the tracks was marked with a small pencil X. "Nobody goes back in there much," Harlan said, tracing a line along one of the deeper canyon systems with his finger. "Used to be some uranium mining in the 50s, back before they knew what the stuff did to you. You can still find the old test shafts if you know where to look, but that terrain's too rough for cattle, too dry for much of anything else. It's empty country." I looked at the map, at all that blank space between the topographic lines, and I thought about the tracks, 4-foot stride, the calmness, the precise and surgical way the cattle had been opened up, organs removed. Whatever was living out there had the whole swell to itself. 70 miles, no roads or trails, no human presence to speak of. It could have stayed hidden forever if it wanted to, but it was coming down onto the ranches, killing cattle within sight of people's homes, leaving tracks that anyone with eyes could follow. This thing had become so unafraid, so comfortable. It was no longer hiding. And that bothered me more than anything else I'd seen that day. We left Harlan's place just after sunrise, the sky banded with orange and pink above the eastern ridgeline. Maggie drove her own truck, and I rode with her, my pack and rifle in the bed alongside her gear. Harlan stood on his porch watching us go, and I could tell from the set of his shoulders that he wanted to come along, but knew better than to ask. Someone had to stay behind and keep an eye on the cattle, and he was too old for the terrain we were heading into anyway. The road turned to dirt after the first few miles, then to something that barely qualified as a track at all. Maggie navigated it without hesitation, steering around washouts and rocks with the casual confidence of someone who'd driven this route 100 times. The swell rose up ahead of us, banded in shades of rust and bone, the layers of sandstone stacked on top of each other like pages in a book that recorded 200 million years of geological history. We parked where the track dead-ended against a wall of rock and continued there on foot. Maggie led the way, following a route that wound between house-sized boulders and up a series of natural ledges into the canyon system above. I stayed close behind her, watching where she put her feet, trying to memorize landmarks in case I needed to find my way back home. The tracks picked up about a mile in, pressed into a patch of dried mud at the bottom of a narrow wash. Same pattern as before, 3 forward-facing toes in the curved gouge in the 4-foot stride. They headed deeper into the canyon, following the wash upstream toward a junction where 2 larger drainages came together. "This is further than I've gone before," Maggie said, pausing at the junction to drink from her canteen. "The tracks on my property were closer to the ranch. I didn't realize they went back this far." "It's establishing a territory." I crouched to examine a particularly clear point, noting the depth and the angle of the toes. "Coming down to hunt, then retreating back here where no one's going to follow. Smart behavior for a large predator." "What kind of predator moves on 2 legs?" I didn't have an answer for that, so I didn't say. We kept on moving. The canyon system was a labyrinth. Every few hundred yards, another side drainage would branch off from the main wash, each one twisting away into shadow between high sandstone walls. The track stayed consistent, following what appeared to be a regular route through the maze. I started noticing other signs of passage as we went, like scrapes on the rock where something had brushed against it, or disturbed patches of sand where something heavy had rested, and some strange-looking feathers. They were brown and gray, about 8 inches long, with a structure that reminded me of ostrich plumes. I could not identify the bird they belonged to. Around midday, we found the first cache. The alcove was set into the canyon wall about 15 feet up, accessible by a natural ramp of fallen rock. I smelled it before I saw the entrance, that rotten meat smell I mentioned earlier. But this was concentrated and heavy in the still air. Maggie stopped at the base of the ramp. Her face looked tight. "I'll go up," I said. "You don't need to see this." "Oh yes, I do." She climbed the ramp ahead of me, and I heard her breath catch when she reached the top. By the time I got there and looked into the alcove, she had backed away to the far edge of the ledge and was standing there with her hand pressed over her mouth. The alcove was maybe 30 feet deep and 10 feet high, carved into sandstone by centuries of wind and water. The ceiling was stained dark with old moisture, and the floor was covered in a layer of sand that had blown in over the years. Filling that space, arranged with a precision that made my stomach turn, were the remains of cattle. Pieces of cattle, to be more accurate. Hindquarters, rib cages, skulls, dozens of them, wedged into cracks in the rock and piled on natural shelves along the walls. Some were fresh enough that flies still crawled on the exposed meat. Others had mummified in the dry desert air. The flesh turned to leather, the bones bleached pale by time. The oldest ones looked like they had been there for years. I made myself step inside and examine the arrangement. The fresher pieces were stored higher up, jammed into crevices near the ceiling where they'd be harder for scavengers to catch. The older remains had been pushed toward the back and sides, making room for new additions. Everything faced outward, eye sockets pointing toward the entrance, and I realized with a crawling sensation along my spine that the skulls had been deliberately positioned that way. Arranged. Displayed. This was not a food cache. It was something else. Something that implied a level of intention I did not want to think about. How many? Maggie's voice came from behind me, barely above a whisper. I counted skulls. Gave up after 30. A lot. From multiple ranches, probably. Some of these have been here for years. Nobody reported this many missing. Not that I ever heard about. Range cattle go missing all the time. Drought, disease, getting stuck in a wash during a flash flood. You don't always find the bodies. I backed out of the alcove, suddenly desperate to be back in open air. This thing has been hunting here for a while, building up a supply. Maggie was staring at the entrance, her face pale beneath her tan. Why would it store them like that? Wolves don't do that. Mountain lions don't do that. I don't know. You just keep saying that. Because it's true, Maggie. I started down the ramp, moving faster than I should have on that loose rock. Let's keep moving. I want to find where it's bedding down. We pressed on through the afternoon, following the tracks deeper into the canyon system. The terrain got rougher as we went, more climbing and more scrambling over boulder fields, and more sections where we had to lower our packs on rope, then climb down after them. Maggie kept up without complaint, though I could see the discovery of that cache had shaken her in a way that the dead cattle on her ranch had not. There's a difference, I suppose, between finding an animal that's been killed and finding evidence of something that plans ahead, that stockpiles, and arranges skulls of its prey in neat rows facing the entrance, like a hunter mounting trophies to a wall. By late afternoon, the canyon we were following opened up into a wider valley, maybe a quarter-mile across, with a dry creek bed running down the center, and stands of cottonwood growing along the banks. The tracks led across the valley floor and disappeared into another slot canyon on the far side. We should camp here, Maggie said, surveying the valley with a practiced eye. There's water if we dig for it, and we'll have better sightlines than anywhere else we've been. I don't want to be boxed in when it gets dark. I agreed. We set up our tents near the creek bed, about 50 yards from the canyon wall, with clear views in every direction. Maggie dug a sea-pole while I gathered dead cottonwood branches for a fire. By the time the sun dropped behind the western rim of the valley, we had water filtering through a bandana and a small fire crackling between us. We ate dinner in near silence, both of us watching the shadows lengthen across the valley floor. The entrance to the far canyon was a dark slash in the red rock, and I found my eyes returning to it every few minutes, expecting to see movement, dreading what that movement might look like. My husband would have loved this, Maggie said, breaking the silence. The mystery of it, I mean. He was always reading about cryptids and unexplained sightings. Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster and all that. Used to drive me crazy, to be honest, the books he'd bring home. Used to? Heart attack 3 years ago. Went out to check the fence. Dropped dead before he hit the ground. She poked at the fire with a stick, sending up a spiral of sparks. The doctor said it was quick, that he probably didn't feel anything. I don't know if that's supposed to make a person feel better. Didn't know you were married, or used to be, till just now. I'm sorry to hear that, Maggie. Don't be, it's not your fault, and I've had time to make my peace with it. She looked up at me from across the fire, her face half in shadow. I just keep thinking about what he'd say if he could see those tracks, if he could have seen what we found in that alcove. He spent his whole life wanting proof that there was something out there that science couldn't explain. And here I am, looking at it. And all I want is for it to be a wolf or a bear or something with a name I can put in a report. I understood what she meant. There's comfort in the known, even when the known is dangerous. A wolf you can track and trap and kill. A mountain lion you can tree with dogs. But this thing, whatever it was, didn't fit into any category I had a protocol for. It was new, and new is terrifying in ways that familiar danger can never be. We let the fire burn down to coals and turned in early. I lay in my tent with my rifle beside me, listening to the sounds of the desert settling into night. Wind moved through the cottonwoods, and somewhere out in the flats, a coyote called to its pack. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. I don't remember when, because the next thing I knew, I was awake, and the world outside my tent had fallen silent in the most unnatural way. Even the wind had stopped, and the coyotes were now absent. Hell, I didn't even hear rocks settling. The silence was so full that I could hear my own heartbeat thudding against my ribs. And then I heard breathing. It came from right outside my tent, maybe 2 feet from where I lay. Heavy breathing, with a faint clicking undertone that I couldn't identify. Something large, something alive, was standing directly over me. My every instinct screamed at me to grab my rifle, to move, to do something. Instead, I lay absolutely still, my eyes cracked open just enough to see through my lashes, my body rigid under the thin fabric of my sleeping bag. Some deep, primal part of my brain was telling me that movement now meant death, and that my only chance was to play dead, hoping this thing would lose interest. The breathing continued. I heard something shift on the ground outside, the soft scrape of weight settling into sand, and through the mesh panel at the foot of my tent, I saw it. Not all of it, but just the foot. It was less than a foot away from the mesh, close enough that I could see every detail in the faint moonlight filtering through the fabric. 3 toes, each as long as my forearm, and tipped with a curved claw. The skin was scaled, pale gray and brown in a mottled pattern, with a texture that reminded me of the belly of a snake. And behind the middle toe, raised off the ground at an angle, was the 4th claw, the one that left the curved gouge in the tracks I'd been following. It was enormous, 10 inches long at least, curved like a sickle, the edge gleaming faintly where moonlight caught it. It was held off the ground deliberately, retracted until needed, and I understood in that moment that this was a weapon, a killing tool. One swing of that claw would open a man from throat to pelvis, the same way those cattle had been opened up, and there would not be anything he could do to stop it. The foot shifted. I watched the claws flex against the sand, the tendons moving beneath the scaled skin, and I had to bite down on the inside of my cheek to keep from making a sound. The breathing above me changed pitch, became something almost contemplative, and I felt so sure then that it knew I was awake, that it was standing over me, looking down at me, deciding whether I was worth killing. The moment stretched on, seconds that felt like hours. My lungs burned because I'd forgotten to breathe. My entire body was locked in a paralysis I couldn't have broken if I'd tried. Then the foot moved. One step, then another, the stride bringing it over to Maggie's tent. I heard it stop there, and I heard the breathing continue, that same clicking sound coming from it, as it examined her the way it had examined me. I wanted to shout a warning. I wanted to grab my rifle and do something, but my body refused to obey. I lay there in the dark, completely helpless, listening to that thing standing over Maggie Seavey while she slept. After what felt like forever, the breathing moved away. I heard footsteps, that 4-foot stride I'd been tracking for days, heading toward the far end of the valley. The sound faded into the distance, and gradually, minute by minute, the normal sounds of the desert were brave enough to return. The wind in the cottonwoods, the coyotes calling somewhere far away, the creaks of the cooling rocks. I didn't move, not until dawn. I lay there with my eyes open, watching the mesh panel at the foot of my tent, waiting for that foot to reappear. When the sun finally came up, I crawled out of my tent on shaking legs and looked at the ground where I'd seen it standing. The tracks were there. 3 toes forward, curved gouge behind. They circled my tent twice, then moved on to Maggie's tent, circling hers 3 times. After that, they headed toward the far canyon and disappeared into shadow. Maggie emerged from her tent a few minutes later, rubbing sleep from her eyes. She saw me standing there looking at the tracks, and her face went still. "It was here," she said. "Last night, it was here. Right here." "Yeah." "I heard it. I thought I was dreaming, but I heard something outside. Breathing." She wrapped her arms around herself despite the warmth of the morning sun. "Why didn't it kill us?" I thought about that foot inches from my face, and the killing claw raised and ready, the deliberate way it had circled our tents, examining us. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe it wasn't hungry. Maybe it was just curious. Or maybe..." I stopped, not wanting to finish the thought. "Maybe what?" "Maybe it's smart enough to know that killing us would bring more attention to it. Searchers, helicopters. It's been living out here undetected for years, picking off range cattle that no one's going to miss. 2 dead hikers would change things, would bring attention it doesn't want." Maggie stared at me. "You're saying it made a decision, that it chose not to kill us?" "I'm saying, Maggie, I don't know what I'm dealing with anymore." We broke camp in silence. I wanted to go home, to pack up and hike out. I could live the rest of my days just fine, pretending I'd never seen those tracks or that alcove of bones. But the tracks leading toward the far canyon were fresh, and I knew that if I left now, I'd spend the rest of my life wondering what was back there, what I'd almost seen in the dark. Maggie did not object when I told her I was going to keep following the tracks. She simply put on her pack and fell in behind me, and together we headed toward the slot canyon on the far side of the valley. We'd been hiking for maybe an hour when she stopped to refill her canteen at a seep spring trickling out on the rock. I went ahead to scout the next section of the route, and when I came back 20 minutes later, Maggie was standing at the edge of the spring, with her back to me, perfectly still. "Maggie?" She didn't answer, didn't turn around, just stood there with her shoulders hunched and her hands hanging at her sides. Something was wrong. I walked around to face her and saw that she'd been crying. Her cheeks were wet and her eyes red-rimmed. Her expression was blank and distant, like a part of her had gone somewhere far away and had not yet come back. "Maggie, what happened?" Eventually, she shook her head, but she would not meet my eyes. "Maggie, talk to me. What happened while I was gone?" "Nothing." Her voice was flat, drained of all emotion. "I'm fine. Let's keep moving." She pushed past me and started up the trail. I watched her go, noticing for the first time the way she was holding herself, stiffly and carefully, as if something hurt that she didn't want me to know about. And on the back of her shirt, just visible beneath the straps of her pack, I saw 3 dark lines soaking through the fabric. I didn't ask again. Whatever had happened at that spring, she wasn't ready to tell me, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know. We hiked the rest of the morning in silence, following the tracks deeper into the swell. I tried not to think about the thing that had stood over me in the dark, the breathing, the deciding. And I tried to not think about what happened to Maggie while I scouted ahead, but I think it came back. It did something to her, and it let her live. The slot canyon on the far side of the valley was narrower than any we'd passed through yet. The walls rose 40 feet on either side, close enough in places that I could touch both of them at once, and the floor was choked with debris from flash floods that had roared through here over the centuries. We moved single file, Maggie in front, picking our way over boulders and around pools of stagnant water that smelled of algae and decay. The tracks continued through the slot, pressed into patches of sand between the rocks. They were fresher here than anywhere else we'd seen them. Hours old, maybe less. Whatever we were following had come this way recently, and of course it had not been in a hurry. After maybe half a mile, the slot began to widen. The walls pulled back, the ceiling of sky above us grew broader, and I could see light ahead where the canyon opened into something larger. Maggie slowed her pace, and I moved up beside her as we approached the exit. The slot opened into an amphitheater. That's the only word for it. A natural bowl carved into the red rock, about 200 feet across, with walls that curved up and around like the inside of a skull. The floor was covered in fine sand, pale and smooth, unmarked except for a single set of tracks that crossed from the slot where we stood to a dark opening on the far side. Afternoon sunlight poured down from above, filling the space with a warm golden glow that made the red sandstone seem to pulse with inner fire. It was beautiful. It was also, I realized immediately, a perfect killing ground. One way in, one way out, with walls too steep to climb and nowhere to hide if something decided it didn't want you to leave. "We should go back," Maggie said, basically in a whisper. I agreed with her. Every instinct I had was telling me that we should turn around, retreat through the slot canyon, and get back to open ground where we'd have room to run. But the tracks crossed the amphitheater floor and disappeared into that dark opening on the far side, and I knew that if I left now, I would never have another chance to see what made them. The ranchers would go back to losing cattle. The state would send someone eventually. Someone who didn't know the terrain, who might blunder around for a few days, then file a report that blamed the losses on mountain lions or feral dogs. And this thing, it would keep hunting, Keep killing. Keep living out here in the canyons where nobody would ever find it. Wait here, I said. I'm going to take a closer look at that opening. Wade, if anything happens, you run. Go back through that slot, and you don't stop until you reach the trucks. You tell Harlan what we found, and you make sure someone comes back here with enough firepower to deal with whatever's living in these canyons. She nodded once after several seconds, then stepped back into the shadow of the slot entrance, her rifle held across her chest. I walked out into the amphitheater. The sand was soft under my boots, muffling my footsteps. I kept my rifle up, tracking the barrel across the walls, watching for movement in the shadows. The dark opening on the far side grew larger as I approached, resolving into another slot canyon that twisted away into blackness. The tracks led directly into it. I was maybe 20 feet from the entrance when I heard a sound. It came from behind me, a soft scrape of sand, the whisper of something moving, and then a low rumbling trill that I felt in my chest more than I heard in my ears. The same sound I'd heard outside my tent the night before, that clicking, contemplative noise that had made my blood freeze. I turned around. It was standing at the mouth of the slot we'd come through, blocking the only exit. It was standing between me and Maggie, though I couldn't see her anymore in the shadows behind it. My brain tried to reject what my eyes were showing me, tried to turn it into something familiar, but there was nothing in my 31 years of experience that matched the creature standing 40 feet away from me in that bowl of redstone. It was tall, 9 feet at least, maybe closer to 10, standing upright on 2 powerful legs with backward bending knees. The body was lean and muscular, covered in a coat of feathers that ranged from dark brown along the back to a mottled gray and white on the chest and belly. The feathers lay flat and smooth, giving it a sleek appearance, almost elegant, except for the ridge of longer plumes that ran down the back of the neck and spine like a mane. The arms were short compared to the legs, but they weren't vestigial. They ended in 3-fingered hands tipped with curved claws, and as I watched, those hands flexed and opened, the fingers spreading wide in a gesture that looked almost like a greeting. The tail extended behind it, thick and rigid, held off the ground for balance. And the head, it was shaped like a bird's, narrow and elongated, with a long snout that ended in a hooked beak. But the eyes that looked out from either side of that skull were not bird's eyes. They were golden, with horizontal pupils more like a goat's, and they held intelligence in them, and that made my stomach clench. This was no animal looking at me. This was something that thought, that reasoned, and that was studying me with the same careful attention I'd given the tracks and its kills and the cache of bones in that alcove. It knew what I was. It understood what I was doing here, and it was waiting to see what I would do next. I raised my rifle. The creature did not react. It just stood there, watching me, the massive head tilting slightly to one side, in an expression that might have been curiosity, or perhaps amusement. "Maggie!" I called out, keeping my voice as steady as I could manage. "Maggie, can you hear me?" No answer. The creature's bulk filled the slot entrance. I could hardly see past it, into the shadows where she'd been standing. I had no idea if she was even alive. The creature made that trilling sound again, low and resonant. Then, it took a step forward. I watched the killing claws flex as it moved. They were even larger than they'd looked through the mesh of my tent. Curved and sickle-like, made of bone, held off the ground with each step, settling back as the foot came down. The movement was so fluid and natural. The gait of something that had been walking on two legs for millions of years before anything resembling a human existed. It took another step, and another, closing the distance between us with that unhurried stride I'd been tracking for 3 days. I could have fired. I should have fired. My finger was on the trigger, the sights lined up on the center of that feathered chest. But something held me back. A realization that was more subconscious than conscious. What I knew was that it was not attacking. It was approaching. And these bullets, I had no idea if they would work, or if they would just piss it off. The creature stopped about 10 feet away from me, close enough that I could see the texture of those feathers, and the way the light caught the iridescence in the darker plumes along its back. And it was close enough now that I could smell it. And it smelled exactly like its kill sites, of metallic blood and rot. It lowered its head until those golden eyes were level with mine. The beak was close enough to touch, so close I could see the serrated edge along the inner surface, designed for gripping and tearing. A drop of something wet glistened at the corner of its mouth. We looked at each other. Then it made a sound. It wasn't the trill this time, something different. A series of clicks and whistles, rising and falling in a pattern that almost sounded like language. It was like it was trying to tell me something, and I could tell it was expecting me to understand. But I didn't understand. I stood there with my rifle raised and my heart racing. I was trying to fit this impossible creature into some normal framework of my world, but I couldn't. Then the clicking stopped, and the creature tilted its head again, and I could have sworn I saw something like disappointment in those golden eyes. It then straightened up, turned away from me, and walked toward the dark opening on the far side of the amphitheater. It paused at the entrance, looking back at me over its shoulder. It made one more sound, a single low note that shook in the very stone walls around us. Then it was gone, disappearing into the dark, and I was alone in the amphitheater with the afternoon sun beating down on my shoulders, my legs trembling so bad, my bladder nearly emptied itself. Maggie was waiting in the slot when I made my way back to the entrance. She was quiet, eyes wide, and I could tell from her expression that she had encountered it too. She probably saw it walk past her in the narrow canyon, close enough to touch as well, only for it to keep going without so much as a glance in her direction. We looked at each other and didn't speak. We turned and walked back through the slot canyon, across the valley, through the labyrinth of drainages and washes, until we made it back to the truck. By then, the sun was setting behind the western rim of the swell. Maggie drove me to Harlan's. When we got there, I exited without a word, and she didn't speak at all. I took a couple steps back and watched as she drove away. Harlan was waiting on the porch when I pulled up, same place he'd been when I first arrived a few days earlier. He took one look at my face and didn't ask any questions, but he did hand me a glass of whiskey and sat down in the chair beside me, waiting for me to talk. After one long exhale, I told him what we'd found. The cache, tracks, the creature in the amphitheater. I told him everything except what had happened to Maggie at the spring, because that wasn't my story to tell, and I didn't even know everything about it. When I was done, Harlan sat there with quite the look on his face. Then he stared out into the darkening fields and said, "What do we do now?" "I don't know, Harlan." I took a big drink of the whiskey. It burned going down, but felt good. "We could report it, call Fish and Game, tell them what we saw. I know they won't believe us, but they'll send someone out here, and that someone will find tracks that they can't explain, and kills that they can't attribute to any known predator. Unfortunately, they'll probably write it up to unusual mountain lion activity and close the case. And the thing stays out there. Yes, the thing stays out there. I looked at him. It's been here for years, Harlan. Maybe longer. That cache had bones in it that looked decades old. Whatever this is, it's not new. It's just been careful. Taking some cattle here and there. Staying in the canyons where nobody goes. Until now. We sat together on that porch until the stars came out, drinking whiskey and watching the swell turn black against the sky. I left Harlan's place the next morning. I drove back to Grand Junction, and I told myself I was done with it. I'd done what I could, and the rest was someone else's problem. I got back to my quiet retirement, my empty house, my life that suddenly felt very small and very fragile. But the event would not leave my mind, because there was one thing that I kept to myself. The bedding site we'd passed on the second day, before we found the cache. There was a shallow depression in the sand where something large had rested, surrounded by scattered debris that I'd stepped over without really looking at it. But later on, it clicked. These were pale white fragments, about a quarter-inch thick. They'd been scattered in rough circles around the depression. 3 circles, now that I thought about it. 3 separate clusters of broken eggs. The Beast of the Falls of Cuyahoga, from Liebel. I grew up about 10 minutes from the park boundary of Cuyahoga, and getting out there in the fresh air has always helped me clear my head. I've heard this in a lot of your stories before, but I mean it. I don't frighten easily. I'm a practical guy, and I'm used to nature being nature, so I know the risks. But this happened on a particular autumn hike, and it really rattled me. That day, the sky was pale, and it made the autumn colors pop, which was why it was such a perfect day to go. Bright reds and oranges lined the path leading all the way toward the waterfalls. I brought my dog Scooter with me for some company. Scooter's a 7-year-old Heinz 57 that I rescued as a puppy. He's usually quite calm, doesn't even bark at squirrels or chipmunks. He struts down the trail like he owns the place, too. I call him my perfect hiking buddy because he keeps pace. He doesn't tug on the leash much and generally listens to my commands. We headed out in the early afternoon. I remember the air smelled like damp leaves and faint earthiness. Exactly the kind of crisp scent that signals real autumn. The trail at Cuyahoga Falls was in good shape that day. The ground was mostly dry, despite some recent rain. You could hear the distant roar of water even from the road, and I was looking forward to seeing the falls at a higher flow than usual. The air was just chilly enough to make me bring a light jacket, but not so cold that I'd be uncomfortable if I stood still. The path started off wide, lined by trees that had begun shedding their leaves. Some of the branches overhead were nearly bare, others were still full of color. Scooter was trotting along beside me, occasionally stopping to sniff at a fallen leaf or the base of a tree. We were making good time, too, so I decided we could take a little detour to a rocky overlook, a place I'd visited once before. It wasn't an official part of the trail, just a short side path that led to a big rock ledge where you can peek out at the falls from an angle above the main viewpoint. By the time we reached the overlook, I could clearly hear the cascading water. The view was amazing. Scooter and I stood there for a while. He was panting, and I was just watching. It felt cozy. Nobody else around but us, and the falling water made a good white noise. Kinda wanted to take a nap. Eventually, we continued on to find a spot to sit for a quick snack. The path got narrower as we approached a particularly rocky stretch, which took us closer to the water. Somewhere around this midpoint, Scooter did something he's never done before on a hike. He let out a low and menacing growl. It stopped me right in my tracks. Scooter is not the type to growl at nothing. I looked over and he was all tensed up too. He seemed to be looking at a cluster of ferns and mossy stones near the base of the waterfall. He saw a deer or something, I thought. I knelt down beside him, patted his shoulder, and tried to see exactly what he was fixated on. But the ferns weren't moving, and I hadn't seen any animals darting away. The only movement came from the occasional swirl of water mist drifting through the air. I asked him, "What is it, buddy?" He let out a tiny whine that I felt more than I heard. His ears were pinned back in an alert position, and he took a little step forward, testing the ground as if he were about to pounce. That's when I noticed something near the edge of the waterfall itself. It stood just beyond the vantage point we were at, in a space where the water curved around a rocky ledge. For a moment, I couldn't make sense of the shape. Just a dark silhouette, obscured by the spraying water. But it was kind of human-sized. But its outline didn't match a person. Not really. I couldn't see any real details. Just a form that was tall enough, maybe with arms or something resembling arms. It was perfectly still, too. I wondered if maybe it was a strange stump or a trick of the light. I kept watching it, and soon I realized it wasn't static after all. There was the faintest shift in its posture, like it was aware of us. That's when the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I've encountered plenty of animals out in the woods, foxes and coyotes and all that. None of it ever made me feel uneasy, but this shape was giving off this unsettling vibe. It was like my instincts were begging me to understand that something was not right here. Scooter clearly felt the same way, like he knew something I didn't, and was telling me, "Come on, stupid human, we need to go home." His growling became more insistent, and he backed up, bumping into my leg. "Hello over there," I called out. I wondered if a person in hiking gear would come out. Could be it was someone just standing there watching the waterfall. But the figure didn't wave, didn't call back, didn't move in any obvious way. Instead, it remained at the edge of the falls, just intently focused on us. Or I assumed such. I took a few cautious steps forward. The terrain was slippery there, with wet stones and a thin layer of fallen leaves. I had to be very careful where I placed my feet. Scooter let out a sharp bark, startling me. "Hey, it's okay," I tried to reassure him, even though my heart was thudding against my ribcage. I managed to get maybe 8 or 10 feet closer, close enough that I could see the spray from the falls swirling around the figure. It was shaped like a person after all, one that was wearing something dark or had a dark complexion, or heck, even fur. Honestly, it was hard to be sure. What I do know is that it seemed to be standing on a rock ledge that jutted out dangerously close to the water. No normal or sane person would just stand there without arms out for balance or fear of slipping in. Then, something happened that still sends a chill through me when I think about it. The figure shifted, an abrupt turn, as though glancing over its shoulder. But there was no discernible face that I could make out. The motion was so smooth but too quick, and it seemed in that moment to acknowledge me. Before I could get a better look, it sort of melted backward into the mist of the falls. I can't describe it any better than that. It was like it stepped or disappeared behind the curtain of spray, leaving me and Scooter alone on the rocky outcrop. I was stunned. Scooter was terrified, and there was tension in the air. I took another few steps toward the falls, ignoring that voice in my head begging me to turn back. I peered through the mist, trying to spot any glimpse of the shape, praying that its face wouldn't just pop out from behind a rock and scare me to death. But all I saw was a tumble of water crashing down onto the stones. I yelled out once more, "Hello?" I saw a reflection in the pool just off to the side. The pool wasn't large, just a little section of calmer water near the main waterfall rushing past. I caught sight of these two glowing points. Looked a lot like eyes reflecting light in a way that reminded me of an animal's eyes, caught in a flashlight beam. But this was daytime, and there wasn't any reason for an odd reflection to appear right there in the water. I'm not one to jump to conclusions, but it felt distinctly otherworldly. The reflection vanished the moment I blinked, so it's really anyone's guess as to what I actually saw. By then, Scooter was pawing at my ankles, urging me to back away. Finally, I listened to him. My gut said we weren't going to find any answers by pressing forward. I lingered for just a moment, looking around the area. My heart was still pounding, but finally beginning to slow down. Eventually, we headed back up the trail. Scooter was all too eager to leave. By then, his tail had tucked slightly. For a while, I kept glancing over my shoulder, making sure we weren't followed or being watched. But it was just us. We didn't see another soul on that path, until we made it back to the road. There, I spotted a couple unloading their car, presumably heading out for an afternoon hike. Scooter began to relax. He loves people. And I realized my whole body had been tense up till now. I thought about warning them, but I really wasn't sure what to say. Yo, I just saw this dark figure near the waterfall. They would probably be like, okay, weirdo, keep away from us. So instead, I kept quiet. I just gave them a nod and went back to my vehicle. Now, I've gone back to that trail several times before and have never had a similar experience. I don't know what it was, and you can tell me any sort of excuse, but I'm still very sure that what I saw was real. That it was some sort of living thing. Whether it was a hiker or some strange creature, I can't say for sure. But be careful out there if you ever go to Cuyahoga, because I'm pretty sure there's something around the waterfalls that watches people. There's no greater oxymoron than the woods. Both the most beautiful place in the world, and yet the most disturbing. People send me countless stories about the woods, about missing people and strange entities that should not exist. And far too many of them have one thing in common: the way the woods go silent. This story, sent to me by an anonymous listener, and titled, "The One Rule of the Woods You Must Never Break," states that there is a very specific reason why the forest suddenly goes quiet, and why you should leave like your life depends on it when it does. Because if the woods go silent, you have 10 minutes. The rule came from Earl Pershing, who retired 2 years before the pandemic and died of it in April 2020. He was alone in a care home in Bozeman, while his family watched through a window. His daughter posted about it on the memorial page that the Forest Service put together, and I read it on my phone in a motel room in West Yellowstone the night before I went back into the field for the first time that spring. The room reeked of bleach, and the heater knocked against the wall in an arrhythmic pattern that made sleeping a struggle. Earl had trained me when I started the job in 2014. He was the one who told me about the silence. We were servicing a monitoring station in the thoroughfare, 25 miles from the nearest road. That's when he said it. The context made it stranger. We had been talking about his wife's lemon bars, which he had packed for lunch, and how she grew real Meyer lemons in their sunroom through the Montana winters. And then, with no transition at all, he said to me, "Oh, by the way, if the animals ever go silent, you have 10 minutes. I waited for an explanation after that. Earl was unwrapping a lemon bar, his thick fingers careful with the wax paper, nails cracked and yellowed from 40 years of field work. A Steller's jay was hassling us from a nearby lodgepole, begging for crumbs. The air was warm on my face. 10 minutes to do what?" I asked. Well, to leave. He bit into the lemon bar and chewed slowly, watching the J. A flake of powdered sugar clung to his gray mustache. Not 10 minutes until something happens. 10 minutes to get clear. That's the window. After that, the odds aren't good. I don't get it. The odds of what? Of getting clear. I laughed, because I was 26 years old with a master's degree in wildlife biology from the University of Montana, and I understood perfectly well that no natural phenomenon could cause all ambient animal activity to just cease simultaneously. Predator presence might suppress prey activity in localized areas, but birds would still call, insects would still move. The soundscape would shift rather than stop. I explained this to Earl in approximately those words, and he nodded as though I had confirmed something. That's right, he said. It shouldn't happen. But when it does, you have to leave. He finished his lemon bar and folded the wax paper into a small square, then put it into his pocket. The same pocket where he kept his reading glasses and a small notebook he never seemed to write in. The jay made a harsh ascending call and flew to a different tree. Earl stood and brushed crumbs from his trousers, the same olive drab he had worn every day I'd known him, and he went back to work, never mentioning it again in the 2 years before he retired. I thought of it occasionally, like a joke you heard whose punchline you missed, or a story someone started and never finished. I brought it up once to another biologist named Claire Newell, who had worked with Earl in the 80s. We were at a conference in Missoula, sharing a table at a restaurant that served elk burgers and local beer. The place was crowded with other wildlife professionals, and the noise level was high enough that you had to lean in to be heard. I mentioned the rule as an amusing anecdote, a piece of old-timer folklore. Claire was raising her glass to her lips when I said it, and she stopped, the glass suspended halfway to her mouth. She looked at me for a long moment, her eyes moving across my face, before saying, "Earl told you that?" "He did," I said. "What does it mean?" She set the glass down without drinking and gave a single slow nod, then asked me how I was finding the conference and whether I had tried the huckleberry pie. I assumed it was some form of hazing ritual for the new employees, a bit of backwoods mysticism designed to test credulity, and Claire had been embarrassed on Earl's behalf for perpetuating it. That April, with Earl newly dead and the world emptied out by the virus, I drove into the Gallatin National Forest to serve the first monitoring station of the season. The roads were deserted. I passed through Bozeman without stopping, the streets nearly empty, a few masked figures hurrying along the sidewalks. The entrance station to the forest was unmanned, the ranger residence dark, its windows reflecting the overcast sky. I had permits and paperwork authorizing my presence as essential personnel, but nobody stopped me to check. The parking area at the trailhead was empty, except for a single vehicle, a white Toyota Tacoma with government plates that belonged to Marcus Weber, a technician who had started a few months before the pandemic began. He was supposed to be working a different sector, but coverage was thin that spring, and schedules kept shifting. I figured he had swapped assignments and gave it no more thought. The trail climbed through the lodgepole forest, the trees thin and close-spaced, their bark the color of dried blood. Patches of old snow lingered in the shadows on the north side of the ridge. The trail traversed a south-facing slope where the snow had already melted, and the ground was soft with snowmelt and last year's needles, each footstep leaving a clear print that filled slowly with brown water. The monitoring station sat in a drainage at 7,000 feet, a 2-hour hike from the trailhead. I had done this dozens of times. The equipment was solar-powered, designed to be serviced twice a year, and required nothing more than data downloads and battery checks and cleaning the solar panels of the pine pollen that coated everything in spring. Routine work. Work that had to continue regardless of what was happening in the human world, because the grizzlies and wolves and elk didn't know there was a pandemic, and their populations still needed to be tracked. I reached the drainage around noon. The monitoring station was mounted on a steel post at the edge of a meadow, a gray metal box with a small antenna, and a solar panel that needed to be wiped clean. The meadow was perhaps 200 yards across, bordered by forest on 3 sides, and by a talus slope on the 4th. A stream ran through it, swollen with melted snow. The water still freezing cold when I knelt to fill my bottle. I set down my pack and got out my laptop and cables. Then I went to work. A red-tailed hawk was circling over the meadow, riding a thermal, its wings tilted. Ground squirrels were chirping from their burrows near the tree line, their fat little bodies popping up and down. The stream made a constant low sound, snow-cold water over rocks. I had been working for about 30 minutes, crouched beside the monitoring station with my laptop balanced on my knee, when the silence came. It did not taper off. The ground squirrels did not gradually stop chirping, and the hawk did not drift out of sight. The ambient insect activity did not just slowly decrease. One moment, the drainage was alive with sounds, layered and complex and constant, as it had been for the entire 2 hours I'd been hiking. And the next moment, it was not. The quiet was so sudden and so total that for a disoriented instant, I believed I'd gone deaf. I touched my ears, pressing my palms against them, then pulling them away, listening for the change in pressure. Then, I heard my own breathing, harsh in that stillness, and the rustle of my jacket as I moved. I then understood that my hearing was intact. That silence was external and real. I went stock still. The stream still made its sound, water over rocks, because water is not some animal and does not respond to whatever the animals respond to. But there was nothing else. Even the hawk had disappeared from the sky. The meadow looked exactly as it had 5 seconds ago. The same grass, the same trees, the same gray rocks, but it was different now. Emptied, like a theater after the audience had left. I glanced at my watch. 12:47. I packed my equipment. I did it efficiently, but without rushing. One part of my mind insisting there would be some explanation, some phenomenon I hadn't learned about in graduate school, some unusual atmospheric condition, or a subsonic disturbance that had scattered the wildlife. Animals were sensitive to things humans couldn't perceive, seismic activity being one, or changes in barometric pressure and electromagnetic fields. There would be a paper about it out there somewhere. I would look it up when I got back to the motel. Another part of my mind was remembering the way Claire Newell had looked at me when I mentioned Earl's rule. The glass suspended in midair, her slow nod, the quick change of subject. I got my pack on my shoulders, and I started back up the trail, toward the trailhead. The hike out usually took 2 hours, but I moved faster than usual. Not quite jogging, but walking at the upper edge of sustainable pace, trying not to acknowledge to myself that I was hurrying. The forest was utterly still. There was not a single movement in the underbrush, and no bird song from the canopy. The lodgepoles stood in their rows like columns in an abandoned church, the space between them dim and brown and motionless. I've been in wilderness areas my entire adult life, and I've never experienced anything like that quality of silence. It wasn't peaceful, it was not serene. It was more like the silence of a held breath, of a room where someone is hiding. I was perhaps 40 minutes from the trailhead, still on the south-facing traverse where the snowmelt made the trail slick, when I looked to my left, and I saw a shape among the trees. It was uphill from the trail, maybe 60 feet away, in a gap between 2 lodgepole pines. At first I took it for a hiker. The proportions were right. Bipedal, 5'10" or maybe 6 feet, in the posture of someone watching something in the distance. I nearly called out to them. My hand was even rising to wave, a greeting already forming in my throat, when I noticed that the surface of the thing was moving. The figure appeared to be facing away from me, or at least I think it was, because I could not make out the features. It appeared to be wearing dark clothing or was dark-skinned. Maybe it was some dark material that was neither cloth nor flesh. The color, though, was not uniform. It shifted and rippled, the way water ripples when something moves beneath the surface. But the overall shape was perfectly still. Not a twitch, not a sway, nothing that might indicate breathing or balance adjustment. And yet the surface of the thing crawled and pulsed with slow movement, as though the outer layer was independent of what was underneath. I stopped walking then. My legs made the decision without consulting me, as if they thought I was about to step off the edge of a cliff. I watched that shape, and the shape did not move, but its surface continued to ripple and shift in patterns that suggested something beneath the skin was adjusting itself, repositioning, like a man trying on a suit that doesn't fit. Then it turned its head. I say head because that is the word for the top part of a body, the part that sits on the neck and contains the face. But what turned towards me then had no face. There were indentations where eyes might be, these shallow depressions in the dark surface that oriented toward me, like the lens of cameras swiveling to track movement. There was a slight protrusion where a nose might be, a ridge that could have been a brow, the faint suggestion of a jaw. But no features, no expression, nothing but that rippling dark surface, similar to bubbling oil, which reflected no light, reflected nothing. It turned its head, and the indentations oriented toward me, and I understood that it was looking at me. And I understood that it had known I was there all along. I knew deep down in that very moment it had been waiting for me to notice it. It was a struggle not to run. I'd read enough about predator-prey dynamics to know that running triggers pursuit. Fleeing is the signal that activates the chase instinct. The worst thing you can do in the presence of a predator is to behave like prey. So I turned away from it, slowly, keeping my movements unhurried, and I continued walking down the trail at the same pace I'd been maintaining. But inside, my heart was slamming against my ribcage, hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. My hands were unsteady. I gripped the straps of my pack as I walked, and I listened for footsteps behind me, for any cracks of a branch or any sound of pursuit. But I heard nothing. And yet, the silence continued, thick and absolute, broken only by my own footfalls and my own ragged breathing. I reached the trailhead around 2:30. The white Toyota Tacoma was still there, parked beside my vehicle, its windshield dusty with pollen. I got into my truck, locked the doors, and I sat there, my hands unsteady on the steering wheel, and I watched the trailhead for any movement. But nothing emerged from the trees. The parking area remained empty and still. After 5 minutes, I started the engine and drove back to the motel, checking the rearview mirror every few seconds until I was back on paved road. Marcus Weber was reported missing 4 days later. His truck was found still at the trailhead where I'd seen it, the driver's door just hanging open, his pack still in the bed. Search and rescue went out on day 6, after the bureaucratic delays that the pandemic had made routine, risk assessments, PPE requirements, social distancing protocols for the search teams. They found him on day 8 in a drainage only about 3 miles from where I'd been working, on the opposite side of that ridge. I wasn't on the search team, but I saw the incident report because it came through my department as a matter of routine. The official cause of death was animal attack, probably grizzly. The report noted that the body had been partially consumed, that the remains were scattered over a considerable area, which was consistent with bear behavior. Grizzlies often cache their kills and return to feed over several days. It also noted, in the clinical language of such documents, that certain aspects of the scene were inconsistent with typical bear predation. The pattern of tissue damage did not match known grizzly feeding behavior. The position of the remains suggested deliberate placement rather than scattering. Some parts of the body were missing entirely, including the face. I read that report twice. I looked at the photographs, which I should not have done, and which I can never stop seeing when I close my eyes. Then I closed the file and logged out of the system, and I did not open them again. That night, I dreamt of the shape in the forest, the featureless head turning towards me, the surface rippling with slow internal movement. But in the dream, I saw it open its mouth. Yes, it had a mouth now, a horizontal slit that widened and widened until it split the head nearly in half. But it was Marcus Weber's voice that came out of it, muffled and wet, saying my name, asking me to wait, telling me he needed help with something, asking why I'd left him there alone. I awoke at 3 a.m., the sheets soaked with sweat, and I did not go back to bed. 6 weeks after that, in early June, I was assigned a multi-day backcountry survey in the Absaroka Beartooth Wilderness. The assignment required 2 nights of camping at remote sites to service equipment that was too far from any trailhead to reach in a single day. It was work I was very used to from before the pandemic, work I had done alone before, without thinking twice about it. Normally, however, this kind of assignment was done in pairs. But normally, as well, half our staff hadn't been furloughed or reassigned or quit outright. Because of the pandemic, because of budget cuts, because of the skeleton crew we were operating with, I was going alone. I considered refusing. I sat in my apartment in Bozeman, a 1-bedroom unit on the 2nd floor of a converted Victorian, with creaky floors and a radiator that clinked in the night, and considered my options. I could claim illness, I could fabricate a family emergency, I could simply refuse the assignment and accept whatever consequences followed. But the consequences would have included loss of health insurance during a pandemic that was killing some people my age, loss of income in an economy that had shed 30 million jobs in 2 months, and loss of the only career I'd ever wanted. And there was one other consideration, one I did not want to examine too closely. That was, if I refused, someone else would be assigned. Someone who didn't know about the rule of the silence, and who had not seen what I'd seen, and who would hike into that wilderness without the 10-minute warning that might be the only thing that saved them. I packed my tent and my sleeping bag, and my bear spray, and I drove to the trailhead. The first day was uneventful. I hiked 9 miles to the first campsite, a flat area near a creek at 8,000 feet, following a trail that switchbacked through spruce forest. Then I traversed a long open slope above the tree line. The weather was clear and warm, and the sky was a deep saturated blue that seemed to bear down on the mountains. I set up my tent, filtered water from the creek, and I ate a freeze-dried dinner that tasted like salt and chemicals. I hung my food bag from a tree branch high enough to discourage bears. The soundscape was ordinary. Clark's nutcrackers called from the white bark pines in their harsh rattling noises, and picas chirped in the talus slopes. And of course there was the creek, making its water sounds. I went to bed at dusk, but I slept poorly, waking often to listen to the sounds outside my tent, hearing nothing unusual. By morning I nearly believed that what I'd seen in April had been a trick of the light, stress, isolation. Maybe my mind had manufactured a threat where none existed. And then I remember the pictures of Marcus Weber's body. The second day, I serviced 2 monitoring stations and hiked another 7 miles to the second campsite, which was in a high basin near the tree line. The trail climbed steadily through the morning, gaining 2,000 feet of elevation before dropping into the basin from a notch in the ridge. The basin was perhaps 300 yards across, a natural amphitheater of rock and alpine tundra, with a few clusters of stunted subalpine fir at the lower end, their branches shaped by decades of wind into flags pointing east. A small lake occupied the center of the basin, water black and still, reflecting the peaks that ringed it. My campsite was at the edge of one of the fir clusters, sheltered from the wind that blew constantly at this elevation. I set up my tent and ate dinner, watching the light drain out of the sky. The shadows in the basin deepened from purple to black. The first stars appeared one by one. I was in my sleeping bag by 9 o'clock. I awoke in the small hours. The watch face glowed green in the darkness. 2:14 a.m. I had developed a habit of checking the time immediately upon waking, a reflex I couldn't seem to break. I lay still in my sleeping bag, not moving, not breathing, just listening. Something was outside my tent. There were sounds, not footsteps. Not the sounds of an animal moving through brush, or the rustle and snap of a deer or a bear. Not even the sounds of something sniffing at my tent fabric. No noises that might signal investigation of a potential food source. These were wet sounds, organic sounds. In fact, what they immediately reminded me of was surgery, of procedures I'd only seen in videos, the sounds of things that should be inside a body, being touched, handled, manipulated from outside. I heard what might have been skin tearing, a long, slow rip, like fabric being pulled apart along a seam, the fibers separating one by one. I heard cartilage popping, the sound a knuckle makes when you crack it, but deeper and larger, coming in sequences of 3 or 4. I heard bones creaking under tension, and something similar to the sound a tree makes when it falls, like a structure being pushed past its limits. I continued not moving, not breathing. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to these horrific sounds, trying to persuade myself that there was a good explanation. A bear with an injury licking its wounds, a deer with a broken leg struggling to rise. Though the rationalizations came one after another, none of them fit the sounds I was hearing, and I still lay there, voluntarily paralyzed. The sounds went on for perhaps 10 minutes, but then they stopped, and in that silence, I heard something else. Movement, closer now. Then a soft impact, like a hand being placed flat against tent fabric. The mesh panel at the front of my tent looked out onto the basin. There was enough moonlight to see shapes, to make out the dark masses of the fir clusters and the pale expanse of tundra and rock and the black mirror of the lake. I turned my head ever so slowly, the sleeping bag rustling slightly against the tent floor, and I looked through the mesh. It was crouching in the basin, maybe just 30 yards away at the edge of the moonlight. That moonlight showed me more than I would ever want to see. The shape was humanoid in the way a scarecrow is humanoid. Sure, it had the right number of limbs. Sure, they were in the right places, sort of. But everything else was so subtly wrong. The torso was a bit too long, the distance from hip to shoulder greater than it should be. The limbs were bent as if they were broken on purpose, or perhaps that they had extra joints, or even no joints at all. It was crouching on its haunches, with its arms braced against the ground, and the arms bent in two places between shoulder and wrist. The surface of it glistened in the moonlight, wet and slick, and the skin, if it was skin, moved with slow peristaltic waves, reminding me of the contractions of a swallowing throat. As I watched it, it began to change. The shoulders buckled inward with a wet crunch. The collarbone snapped and reformed. The spine curved into a new configuration. The rib cage collapsed and reshaped, the ribs sliding over one another like fingers interlacing, compressing the torso into a different proportion. I could see the bones beneath moving. I could see them sliding and clicking into new positions. A sick, visceral puzzle being rearranged by an impatient hand. The skull plates shifted visibly, forehead flattening, jaw extending, the whole structure of the head reforming itself while I watched. The sound of it carried across the basin into the still night air. Wet cracks, disgusting pops, grinding bone on bone, a thick gurgling that might have been breath, or it might have been something else entirely. It was becoming something else. A deer, perhaps. I could see the legs thinning and the neck elongating, something that might have been antlers budding from the skull, or a person. The proportions kept shifting, kept oscillating between configurations, as though the thing could not decide what it wanted to be. It was caught in transition, halfway between one form and another, and the between state was worse than either endpoint could ever have been. Antlers budded from the skull, then receded, absorbed back into the bone. Hooves formed at the ends of the limbs, then softened back into something like hands. The face stretched and contracted, features appearing and dissolving like images forming in smoke. Time seemed to lose its function. The moon moved across the sky, or at least it seemed to. I could not be sure of anything except the shape in the basin, and the sounds it made, and my own heart beating too fast in my chest. At some point the sounds stopped, and the shape rose from its crouch. The way it moved toward the tree line was this stuttering, lurching fashion. Did it have to learn how to use its new configuration? It looked like it, the way its limbs swung at angles. It passed out of sight behind one of the fir clusters, and I lay motionless in my tent, waiting for dawn. There would be no sleeping, no moving for me. I watched the mesh panel and listened for any sounds, and the silence held. Not the total silence of April, but an ordinary night silence. Wind and insects, the small sounds of a living landscape, until the sky began to lighten in the east. At first light, I packed my gear. I left my tent standing. I could not make myself stay long enough to break it down. I started down the trail toward the trailhead, moving fast, not quite running, my breathing too loud. I was 2 miles from the basin, descending through the spruce forest below the tree line, when I came around a bend in the trail and saw the deer. It was blocking the trail, facing me. A mule deer doe, or what appeared to be one. The size was correct, the coloring was right, the big ears and the black-tipped tail and the white rump patch. It was motionless, watching me approach. I slowed and stopped because something about its posture seemed strange, made my stomach clench. I had to look for a moment to be sure, but its head was on backward. The body faced away from me down the trail, the hindquarters and the tail oriented in my direction, but the head had been rotated 180 degrees on the neck, so that the face looked back over the spine, the chin above the shoulders, the ears pointing toward the tail. The rotation was complete and total. The neck was stretched and distorted by the twist, the fur bunched and folded in ways that showed the underlying structure had been wrenched into an impossible position. The spine bulged visibly beneath the hide, vertebrae pushed out of alignment by the force of the rotation. And it was breathing. I could see the ribs moving, that steady expansion and contraction of the chest. I could see the nostrils flare, drawing in air. Its eyes were fixed on me, and even those were off. Too dark, the irises nearly black instead of brown. Too wet, with a sheen that was not the sheen of a deer's eye. The pupils were not horizontal slits, they were round, like a human's, and they tracked my movement as I stood on the trail. And then its mouth opened. The sound that came out was not the sound of a deer nor human. It was somewhere between the two, a strangled vocalization that rose and fell in patterns that resembled speech, that had cadence and rhythm and emphasis like words, but it was not speech. It was trying to form words. The lips and tongue, too large for a deer's mouth and too mobile, were moving, shaping themselves around syllables, and what emerged was a garbled approximation of language, a wet, slurring attempt at communication that failed and failed and failed. I went off the trail. My body seemed to move on its own, crashing through the underbrush, through deadfall, through willow thickets and patches of late snow, not caring about the noise, not caring about anything except putting distance between myself and that thing. Branches tore at my face and arms, and twice I fell hard, catching myself on my hands and feeling the impact in my wrists and elbows and knees. But I got up, and I kept moving. I reached my truck around 10 in the morning. I was bleeding from a cut above my eye, where a branch had caught me, and my left ankle was swelling inside my boot, where I'd turned it on a rock. Just like the previous experience, I got in my truck, locked the doors, but this time I didn't wait. I started the engine and drove. There was no stopping until I reached Bozeman, 70 miles away, and even then, I sat in the parking lot of a gas station for 20 minutes, and I cried. I filed a request for transfer to a desk position, citing mental health concerns related to pandemic stress and isolation. Of course, my request was denied. Pandemic staffing, they said. Essential work, no replacements available. I was given 2 weeks of administrative leave and referred to an employee assistance counselor, a tired-sounding woman in Helena, who I spoke with twice over the phone. I told her I was having trouble sleeping, which was true. I told her I was experiencing anxiety related to field work, which was also true, but I was too nervous to tell her why. She didn't need to know, and neither did my supervisors, about the silence or the shape in the woods or the backwards-headed deer. I know I asked for a transfer, but I was not begging to be fired. I needed this job, and I knew what would happen to my career and my health insurance if I sounded like that. The 2 weeks passed. I went back to work. I took only day assignments, tasks that could be completed in a single outing. Routes I knew well, areas close to trailheads and roads. My supervisor was a woman named Sarah, who had been with the Forest Service for 15 years. She did not object to my requests. She could see that something had happened to me, even if she did not know what. and she didn't ask. I was also losing a lot of weight. I was down 12 pounds since April. I wasn't sleeping well. Most nights I woke up at 2 or 3, and I could not fall back to sleep. I flinched at sudden sounds, I avoided windows and doors. I checked my watch constantly, compulsively. A new tic of mine that I could not seem to break. In late August, a new technician was assigned to our district. She was named Priya. She was 24, fresh out of a master's program at Colorado State, hired on an emergency basis to fill one of the many gaps in our staffing. She was eager and seemed competent, and she was entirely unafraid. Seemed like the sort of person who had grown up hiking and camping and felt more at home in the backcountry than in any building. She had done field work in Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico. She had spent a summer in Alaska counting salmon. She talked about the wilderness the same way someone would talk about a lover, with affection and familiarity, and with that confidence that comes from long acquaintance. She reminded me of myself at that age, before I knew what I now know. I was assigned to train her. We did day trips together for 2 weeks. I taught her the equipment, the protocols, and the routes, which trails were maintained and which weren't, which stream crossings were reliable and which washed out into high water. I showed her where bear activity was highest and how to avoid it. She was a fast learner. She asked practical questions, not the naive questions of someone who had read about fieldwork in books, but someone who had done it and wanted to do it better. I liked her. I did not want to like her because I knew what I might have to tell her, but I liked her anyway. In the 3rd week, Sarah called me into her office and explained that a critical monitoring station in a remote basin had malfunctioned and needed to be serviced before the end of the season. The basin was too far for a day trip. It required an overnight stay. Priya would be accompanying me for training purposes, Sarah said. It would be a good opportunity for her to learn multi-day backcountry protocols. I tried to argue, saying that alternative assignments would be better for her, routes that might give Priya the same experience without the same risks. Though I couldn't explain what all those risks might be, and I just couldn't say the words that would make Sarah understand. I pointed out that Priya was still new, and the basin was technically difficult. Conditions in late August could be unpredictable. Sarah listened and nodded, then told me gently but firmly that there was no one else available and the work had to be done. I considered just outright refusing, or even quitting on the spot, walking out of Sarah's office and out of the building and never coming back. But the consequences of that decision spread out before me. No income, no insurance, no reference for future employment, in the middle of a pandemic. That would be apocalyptic for my life. Then there was Priya, who would be assigned to someone else, someone who didn't know about the rule, who would probably take her into the back country without the knowledge that might save her life. So I did it. We drove to the trailhead on a Thursday morning in late August. The weather was clear, the sky pale blue and cloudless. The aspens on the higher slopes were starting to turn gold at the edges. Priya was delighted. She talked about her graduate research and about her family in Denver. She told me about this hiking trip she had taken to Nepal the previous year. I listened, smiled, and watched the forest scroll past us through the truck window. The lodge poles gave way to spruce as we ascended, which then gave way to subalpine fir as the road wound higher into the mountains. We hiked for 6 hours to reach the basin. The trail was steep and rocky, climbing through a series of switchbacks to a high pass before dropping into the basin on the far side. The campsite was in a meadow near a small lake, ringed by spruce and fir. Their peaks rose above the tree line in a jagged arc to the north. I'd been there before years ago, with Earl, and I had remembered it as a beautiful spot. One of the most beautiful places I knew. and it still was beautiful. The lake reflected the sky and the trees and the rocky peaks. A family of mergansers paddled near the shore, the mother leading her half-grown chicks in a neat line. I saw some ground squirrels chirping in the rocks, and the meadow grass was thick and green, starred with late summer wildflowers, asters and gentians, and the last of the paintbrush. We set up our tents side by side at the edge of the meadow where the trees offered some shelter from the wind. We ate our dinner as the sun went down, some freeze-dried meals rehydrated with water from the lake. Priya asked about Earl Pershing then. Apparently, she had read some of his old reports in the archives. She admired his thoroughness, and I told her stories about him, especially his wife's lemon bars that he had loved so much. Then I told her about his reading glasses, which he kept in his shirt pocket. He was always so afraid of losing them. We'd had a retirement party where he had cried and pretended he wasn't crying, then made a joke about allergies that no one believed. She liked that story. But what I didn't tell her was the rule. But as the light faded and the first stars appeared and the air grew cold, I tried. "There's something Earl used to say to me," I began. Priya looked at me across the small fire we'd made. Her face was lit by the flickering light, and her expression was open and eager even. "He said..." I stopped. I looked at her young face and her dark eyes and her eager posture, and I tried to find the words that would make her understand without making me sound insane. How would I say it, though? That the silence was a warning, and that the warning meant nothing if you did not know what you were being warned about? I went on. "He said to me, 'Trust your instincts,'" I finished. "If something feels off, leave. Do not wait, do not rationalize, just leave." She smiled at me, the overly polite kind. There was disbelief in her voice. "Good advice," she said. "I'll keep it in mind." We banked the fire and went to bed. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the night. The lapping water on the lake shore and the occasional chirp of a late-season cricket. Somewhere out there, an owl hooted, and I could hear Priya's sleepy breathing in the tent beside mine. These were comforting sounds, safe sounds, the kinds of sounds I'd fallen asleep to hundreds of times over the years in dozens of different campsites without ever thinking twice about them. This helped me to fall asleep eventually, and I had no dreams. When I woke up, I awoke to dark silence. It was fully dark. You will not know that kind of darkness until you've walked away from civilization for hundreds of miles. Without a single human light source, it was pitch black. It was so dark in my tent. An ounce of panic rose up in me, so I shot up and searched through the tent mesh to find the stars. There they were, thankfully, and the pitch blackness began to abate as my eyes adapted. The stars were a bright spill across the sky. More stars than you might ever see in your life if you stay in the city. It's easy to forget how many exist out there, how many you can see from Earth. But then I fully realized I could hear nothing. No water sounds, even though the lake was 30 yards away. No insects, though there had been crickets singing when I fell asleep. No wind in the trees. This silence was real and total. My watch face glowed when I lifted it up. 1:38 a.m. "Priya," I whispered. It felt like the darkness and silence just absorbed my word, like I was camping in the middle of a black hole. I whispered again, louder. "Priya." There was no response from the tent beside mine, not a rustle of movement, nor a murmur of someone waking. I pulled on my boots without lacing them, and I unzipped my tent as quietly as I could. Then I crawled out into the meadow. The grass was wet with dew, cold against my hands. The stars gave me enough light to see shapes, to make out the dark mass of the forest and the pale expanse of the meadow and the silver gleam of the lake. The mergansers were gone. Nothing at all moved on the water. Priya's tent was dark. The rainfly was unzipped. The inner door was hanging open, her mesh panel pushed aside. I crossed to it and looked in. Her sleeping bag was pushed to one side, bunched against the tent wall. And her boots were gone, so was her headlamp. But the tent smelled of her deodorant and her shampoo, and yet she was not there. I called out her name, out loud this time. "Priya!" But my voice died a few feet from my mouth. I looked at the watch again. 1:41 a.m. 3 minutes since I'd woke up. 7 minutes remained. I ought to have packed my gear and left. I ought to have followed Earl's rule from the get-go, the rule I'd told Priya about without truly telling her what it meant. I'd stated it too vaguely. I cursed myself. That was the rule that could save or damn us. The rule to give us time to get clear, to not be there when the window closed. I suddenly felt a knot of guilt in my stomach. I couldn't leave her out here. I couldn't be the person who saved himself and let a 24-year-old woman face this thing alone. She wouldn't even know what it was. Wouldn't even know what was coming. I got my headlamp from my tent and turned it on, walking toward the tree line. "Priya!" I shouted, but again, the forest swallowed it. I walked along the edge of the meadow, sweeping the headlamp across the trees. The beam showed trunks and branches and undergrowth, all motionless, all silent. I called her name again, and again, and again. Then I heard her voice. It came from the darkness to my left, from somewhere deep in the trees, about 50 yards from where I was. "Hey!" it called out. It was her voice, Priya's voice, the same voice I'd been listening to for 2 weeks. She even sounded cheerful, unconcerned. "Over here! I found something, you should come see!" I turned to the sound. My headlamp beam probed the darkness between the trees. I saw nothing but trunks and more shadows. Her voice came again, now from my right, from the exact opposite direction, from somewhere on the other side of the meadow. "Where are you going?" it said. The tone was different now, confused, even a little hurt. "Wait! Please don't leave me out here. I twisted my ankle. I need help." 2 voices, 2 directions, both voices hers. I was standing in the meadow with the silence bearing down on me, and beneath the voices, both of them still calling, overlapping now, one cheerful, one pleading, I heard another sound, a wet noise, rhythmic too, like a heartbeat, like breathing, like something large drawing air through a throat full of fluid. It came from the trees ahead of me, from the direction of the lake, and it was getting closer. My watch read 1:47 a.m. I had 1 minute left. I ran back to my tent. I did not grab my gear. I only grabbed my keys and wallet from the mesh pocket inside the tent flap, because I didn't want anything to slow me down. And I started to sprint toward the trail, toward the trailhead, to my truck, which would be 6 hours away. Footsteps followed in the trees. I could hear them clearly in the silence, crunching through the undergrowth, keeping pace. The rhythm was off. Too many impacts per stride. Whatever it was had more than 2 legs. I did not look. I kept my headlamp pointed at the trail and I sprinted, 1 foot in front of the other. And those footsteps followed. "Please, said Priya's voice from the trees to my left. "Please don't leave me. I'm hurt. I need help." With tears in my eyes, I ignored it. I did not even look. "Why won't you help me?" The voice was different again. Still hers, still recognizably Priya's voice. But there was something underneath. Something that buzzed and clicked like an insect rubbing its legs together. "I thought we were friends. I thought you were going to train me. I thought you liked me." I slowed to a walk then. The footsteps kept coming. The voice kept calling and kept changing. It was trying different approaches. Pleading, then angry, then sobbing, then back to cheerful. Cycling through these emotions like someone flipping through television channels, looking for the one that would make me stop, turn, and look. After perhaps an hour, I came around a bend in the trail, and my headlamp illuminated a figure blocking my path. It was Priya. No, it wore Priya's shape. It stood in the middle of the trail in Priya's hiking clothes, the green fleece she had been wearing at dinner, the gray pants with the zipper pockets, with Priya's dark hair pulled back into Priya's ponytail, and it smiled at me with Priya's mouth. "There you are," it said, and the voice was perfect. Exactly right, every tone and cadence. It was exactly as I'd heard them over the past 2 weeks. "I've been looking for you everywhere. I woke up and you were gone. I got worried." I stopped. The shape was too convincing, the voice too accurate. For one terrible moment, I wondered if I'd been mistaken about everything, if the real Priya was before me, if I'd imagined the two voices, imagined the footsteps in the trees, imagined all of it. Then it raised one arm to wave at me, what was supposed to be a friendly gesture, a greeting, and I saw that the arm bent in the wrong direction at the elbow. She saw that I saw, and she looked at her arm, then back to me, saying, "Well, would you look at that?" Then her smile stretched wider, pulling the cheeks taut and revealed too many teeth. Behind me, from the darkness I had just walked through, I heard Priya's voice again. "Wait! Please, don't leave me!" The thing in front of me cocked its head. The motion was too fast, the head snapping to the side and holding there like a bird sighting prey. The smile remained fixed in place, unchanging. I ran off the trail again, into the trees, around the shape that wore Priya's face. I heard it turn to follow, and I heard the footsteps resume, the too many footsteps, crunching through the undergrowth behind me, from the trees to my left, from somewhere ahead of me that I had not yet reached, asking me to wait, asking me to help, asking me why I was leaving and what I was afraid of. I kept going until my legs burned and my lungs ached. But at last, the sky began to lighten in the east, and those voices faded, one by one, and the footsteps finally stopped. The silence was replaced with birdsong and insect sounds, and the ordinary ambient noise of a forest at dawn. I made it to the trailhead at 8:15 a.m. My truck was where I'd left it, dusty with pollen, undisturbed. I got in and locked the doors, and I started the engine, driving to Bozeman without stopping, without even looking in the rearview mirror, and I suffered to keep myself from thinking what I'd just left behind. Search and rescue found Priya 11 days later. I was not part of the search. I was on another round of administrative leave by then, pending an investigation into why I'd returned to the trailhead alone, and why I had not reported Priya missing for nearly 12 hours after I made it to the truck. The investigation was thorough, but ultimately sympathetic. It concluded that I had experienced a psychological episode brought on by cumulative stress and isolation. The pandemic, the death of my mentor, the months of working alone in conditions that would strain anyone's mental health. It concluded that I'd left the campsite in a dissociative state, that I had not been responsible for Priya's decision to leave her tent in the night, and that I had not been responsible for what happened to her. The official cause of her death was an animal attack. The report, when I did finally see it, noted that her remains were scattered over a quarter-mile, consistent with Marcus Weber's death. It noted that the total mass of the recovered remains was significantly less than the expected mass of an adult human female. Certain parts of her body were missing entirely, and the pieces did not quite add up to a complete person. It did not say what might have happened to the rest of her. I resigned from the Forest Service in October 2020. I sold my car and most of my possessions, and I bought a one-way ticket to Chicago, where I had a cousin who offered me her spare room until I landed on my feet. I moved into an apartment on the 14th floor of a building in Lakeview, a concrete box with a view of other concrete boxes and a strip of Lake Michigan in the distance. I work from home now, remote data analysis for an environmental consulting firm, work that can be done anywhere with an internet connection, so I will never be required to leave the city again. To this day, I still wonder how Earl had learned about the rule. Did someone tell him? And if so, who was the first person to understand that when the animals go silent, you only have 10 minutes left?
Never go camping in the forests on reservations. From Torrential Downpour. Back when I was 13, my family lived in the city, but every summer I visited my relatives on the reservation. It was a tradition that's been going on since I was little. On this occasion, I was especially excited because I would get to spend more time with my cousins, Daniel, who was 14, Mia, who was my age, and little Jonah, who was 11. Their home was nestled deep within the woods, surrounded by towering pines and the sounds of nature. It's a world away from the city life I was used to. The air was fresh, the nights were quiet, and there was a sense of peace that's hard to find anywhere else. One evening after dinner, the four of us were sitting on the porch, watching the sunset. The adults were back inside, chatting and laughing about whatever. Daniel turned to us with a mischievous grin. "Guys, what if we went camping tonight?" Mia raised an eyebrow. "You know Grandma and Grandpa wouldn't let us do that. They've told us 1,000,000 times by now, don't go into the woods after dark." "Exactly," Daniel smirked. "That's why we won't tell them a thing." I could tell Jonah didn't like the sound of that. "I don't know. What if we get caught?" I was torn. The idea of a nighttime adventure sounded great, but disobeying our family didn't sit right with me. "You know, we could just ask first," I added. Daniel shook his head. "They'll just say no. Come on, it'll be fun. We'll set up a tent, tell stories, and we'll be back before sunrise, before they can even know." Mia glanced at me. "What do you think, Alex?" I was hesitant, but then I thought about how memorable it could be, and at the time the kids my age were all saying YOLO. "All right, I'm in, but we have to be careful." Jonah sighed. "Fine, but if we get in trouble, it's on you, Daniel." We waited until everyone had gone to bed. Around midnight, the house was quiet, except for the soft sounds of our grandparents snoring. We grabbed what we would need,
and went our way. Sneaking out the back door, we made our way into the woods. The night was clear and the moon cast a nice glow through the branches. The paths we were used to during the day were now a bit creepy, which was exciting to us. After about 20 minutes, we found a small clearing near a creek. It was a spot we'd been to many times before, but now, after dark, it was like a whole new place. We worked together setting up a tent, which, to be honest, was a bit of a struggle in the dark, but we made it work. Once everything was ready, we sat around a small battery-powered lantern. The soft light was enough to illuminate our faces, and the sounds of the forest added to the atmosphere. We could hear crickets and the occasional owl hooting in the distance. "All right, who's got a good story?" Daniel asked, rubbing his hands together. "I do," Mia exclaimed. "Have you guys heard about the Raven Mocker?" Jonah shuddered. "Oh, I don't like that one." "Too bad," she teased. "So, the Raven Mocker, it's this evil spirit that steals the hearts of the sick and dying to add years to its own life. It's said it can appear as a raven or take on human form, but only medicine men can see it." "That's creepy," I admitted. Daniel leaned in. "Well, how about this one? It's even scarier. Have you ever heard of the Deer Woman?" Mia rolled her eyes. "Daniel, you know that's just a story to keep kids from wandering off." "Whatever. They say she appears as a beautiful woman to lure people into the woods. But once you're deep enough, she reveals her true form. Hooves for feet and the face of a stag." Jonah looked genuinely frightened. "Can we talk about something else?" I decided to lighten the mood. "How about the legend of star people? They're benevolent beings. They say they came from the sky to teach our ancestors wisdom and knowledge." "That's not scary," Daniel objected. "Exactly," I smiled. "Maybe we've already had enough of these spooky stories." But Daniel wasn't done. He glanced around and lowered his voice. "You know, Grandpa told me something once. Something he said was true." Mia gave him a wary look. "What are you talking about?" He paused for effect. "He said that when he was our age, he encountered a skinwalker." Instantly, the atmosphere changed. We all knew about skinwalkers, witches who could transform into animals using dark magic for evil purposes. It's a subject the elders rarely discuss, and when they do, it's with a sense of dread. "Daniel, I don't think we should talk about that," Mia whispered. "Come on, it's just a story." Jonah hugged his knees. "Maybe we should listen to Mia." But now I was curious. "What did Grandpa say?" Daniel took a deep breath. He said that one night, he was out late helping his father gather wood. They got separated somehow at one point, and as he was searching, he saw a coyote standing on two legs, and it was staring at him. At first, Grandpa thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but then it began to walk towards him, its body twisting and contorting. "Stop it," Mia pleaded. But Daniel ignored her, continuing on. He froze, too scared to move. The coyote had the face of a man stretched over its skull. It whispered his name in a voice that was not human. Grandpa ran as fast as he could back home, and when he told his father, they performed a ceremony to protect him. Silence fell over us. Even the forest seemed to have gone more quiet, like it was listening with bated breath to his story. I felt a chill. "Why would you tell that story?" Mia snapped, clearly upset. "It's just a tale," Daniel said, though he looked a bit uneasy himself. Jonah's eyes were wide. "Do you think they're real?" I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as superstition, but another part remembered the warnings from our elders. "I think we should just go to sleep," I finally said. We agreed and crawled into the tent. It was a tight fit, but we didn't mind. Being close felt safer somehow at that moment. I lay there staring up at the tent's fabric. Shadows from the trees outside started to creep me out. It was hard to go to sleep. Every little sound outside startled me. Hours seemed to pass. I glanced at my watch. 3:15 a.m., still dark. I was starting to drift off at last when I heard it. A soft shuffling noise, like someone dragging their feet through the underbrush. I held my breath, straining to listen. There it was again, closer this time. "Did you guys hear that?" I whispered. Mia turned over and looked at me. "Hear what?" "Shh," Daniel hissed. "Listen." The shuffling grew louder, accompanied by a faint wheezing, like labored breathing. Then Jonah sat up, his eyes wide with terror. "What is that?" he mouthed. Daniel reached for his flashlight, hands shaking. He gestured for us to stay quiet. Slowly, he unzipped a small part of the tent flap, just enough to peek outside. We crowded around, each of us trying to see without making any noise. The flashlight beam cut through the dark, bringing light to the trees. At first, we saw nothing, but then there was a movement. Emerging from behind a tree was a figure unlike anything I'd ever seen. It had the body of a coyote, but grotesquely distorted. Limbs stretched too long, patches of fur missing, skin pulled tightly over the bones. But the head was the worst, the most horrifying part. It was like the flesh of a human face had been yanked over a coyote's skull and left there, eyes sunken deep with a faint glow, mouth hanging open in a silent scream. The creature moved in a jerky, unnatural way, circling our camp. Its wheezing breaths echoed in the stillness. It didn't seem aware of us, thankfully, but it was searching for something, head twitching about from side to side. Mia covered her mouth to stop a scream. Jonah gripped my arm so tight, even he hurt me. Daniel slowly lowered the flap and turned off the light. We retreated to the back of the tent, hearts pounding. "What do we do?" I whispered. "Stay quiet," Daniel replied. "Maybe it'll go away." We sat there, huddled closely together, listening as the creature continued to circle us. We waited for the longest time, the wheezing breaths drawing closer and closer, right outside the tent.
"Help me."
A raspy voice whispered from outside. I felt a surge of terror. It was mimicking human speech, but the speech was distorted and unnatural.
"Please, help me."
Jonah began to cry softly. Mia held his hand, her own eyes brimming with tears. "Don't respond," Daniel mouthed. The creature pressed against the tent fabric, so close we could see its shadow looming over us. Its smell was overwhelming, decay mixed with something like sulfur.
"Why won't you help me?"
It whispered, the voice barely more than a breath. I closed my eyes hard, silently praying for it to leave. The wheezing continued for what felt like ages. Then suddenly, the sounds began to fade. The shuffling moved away. The wheezing grew distant, and eventually, the forest returned to its natural symphony of nocturnal creatures. And yet, we didn't move. None of us dared to speak or even breathe too loudly. Dawn was still a couple of hours away, but the thought of stepping outside was terrifying. "Do you think it's gone?" Mia finally whispered. "I don't know," Daniel swallowed. "We should wait until sunrise." We sat there, backs against the wall, fighting exhaustion. Sleep was impossible. Every so often we'd hear a distant sound and tense right back up. But the creature didn't return. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, we felt a collective relief. The darkness had been our enemy, but daylight brought safety. Or at the very least, the illusion of it. "Let's pack up and go," I suggested. Quickly, we stuffed our sleeping bags into our backpacks, not bothering to fold anything properly. Exiting the tent, we looked around, slowly and cautiously. The clearing looked innocent enough in the morning light, but the memory of the night's terror lingered. "Should we take the tent down?" Jonah asked. "Leave it," Daniel said. "We can come back for it later." We then made our way back home. The journey back felt way longer than before. When we finally exited the woods and approached the house, we saw our grandparents and parents waiting on the porch for us. Their faces had a mix of anger and worry on them. "Where have you been?" Grandma demanded. Her hands were on her hips. Daniel looked down and replied, We went camping after we explicitly told you not to." Grandpa's voice was stern. Mia stepped forward. "We're sorry. We just thought it would be an adventure." Our parents ushered us inside. Once we were seated around the kitchen table, Grandpa looked at each of us intently. "Did anything happen out there?" he asked. We looked at each other, and finally I spoke up. "Yes, sir. We saw something that we can't really explain." Grandma sighed. "We warned you for a reason." "What did you see?" Grandpa pressed. Sounded like he already knew what we were going to say. Daniel began to describe the creature we saw in detail. The distorted body, human-like face, the wheezing, and the voice. Eventually, Grandpa nodded. "It's as I feared." "Was that a skinwalker?" Jonah asked timidly. Grandpa shot him a look so quick, Jonah winced. "Do not speak of it." "Yes, and I'll say this once. It is what our people call Inarloshi. They are witches who have chosen to embrace darkness, capable of taking the form of animals to harm others." "Why didn't you tell us before?" Mia asked, her voice shaking. "Because speaking of them can draw their attention," Grandma said softly. "We did not want to scare you, but we also hoped you would respect our warnings." Our parents performed a cleansing ceremony that afternoon. Sage smoke filled the house as they chanted prayers for protection. The atmosphere was solemn, but I felt a weight finally lifting off my shoulders. We were grounded for the rest of the stay, which was fine by me. None of us had any desire or plans to venture into those woods again. At least, not for a long time. That night, I found myself staring out the window, scared but also wondering if I would see those eyes again, peering back at me. On my last day, Grandpa sat with me on the porch. "You've learned a hard lesson," he said gently. "I'm sorry we disobeyed," I apologized. He placed a hand on my shoulder. "The spirits of these lands are powerful. Some are good, others are not. So it's important to respect them and the wisdom passed down through generations." "Do you think it'll come back?" He gazed out at the tree line. "I believe the ceremony has offered protection. But remember, curiosity can be dangerous. Always trust the guidance of your elders. As I returned to the city, the experience stayed with me. It's something I still think about often, especially at night when the shadows seem a little deeper. I've become more interested in our traditions and stories, realizing they're not just tales, they're lessons. I haven't told too many people about that night. Most don't believe me when I do, but I wanted to share it here, not to scare you per se, just to remind you to respect the unknown and to listen to the people that came before us. They figured some things out long before we did, so we didn't have to figure things out ourselves. Funny how we naturally don't want to listen. Some things in this world can't easily be explained, and perhaps they shouldn't be. All I know is that I'll never forget those haunting whispers in the dark, and the lessons we learned the hard way. Black-eyed kids in the woods. From Big Red. I've been debating whether or not to share this, but it's been weighing on my mind, and maybe putting it out there will help me process what happened. This isn't some spooky campfire tale. It's something that actually occurred only a few months ago. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. My two best friends are Tyler and Greg. We've been tight since high school. Played football together, went to the same college, the whole deal. Back in April, Greg's dad passed away suddenly. It was a heart attack. Came out of nowhere, no warning, nothing. Greg was devastated. His dad was his rock, and losing him hit Greg harder than anything I'd ever seen. After the funeral, he was in a dark place. Tyler and I tried everything to help him out, but nothing seemed to lift his spirits. One evening, out of the blue, Greg called us up. He suggested we all go on a camping trip like we used to. He said he needed to get out of the city and clear his head. Tyler and I were all for it. Some time in nature might be just what he needed. We decided to head to Wayne National Forest in southeastern Ohio. It's a massive area with dense woods and not too many people. It's a perfect spot to get away to. Tyler had recently bought this small RV camper. It wasn't luxurious, but it had the basics. A couple of bunks, a tiny kitchen area, and best yet, a heater for those chilly nights. We packed up on a Friday afternoon. Sleeping bags, hiking gear, a cooler full of food and drinks. Then we hit the road. The drive was filled with our usual joking around, though Greg was quieter than usual. We didn't push him. We just let him be. When we got to the forest, we decided to find a spot off the main trails. We wanted some seclusion, a place where we could just relax without other campers nearby. After navigating some narrow dirt roads, we found a clearing surrounded by tall pines. It felt right. So we set up camp, started a fire, and spent the evening grilling burgers and reminiscing. The sky was clear and the stars were out in full force. Tyler, who's always been into astronomy, was thrilled. "Look at that sky," he said, lying back on a log. "You don't get views like that in the city." "Yeah, it's pretty amazing," I agreed. Greg seemed to relax a bit, sipping his beer and even cracking a smile now and then. It was good to see him loosen up. Around midnight, Tyler had an idea. "I'm gonna sleep on the roof of the camper tonight," he announced. "I don't want to miss any of this." Greg chuckled. "You're nuts, man." "Maybe," Tyler grinned, "but I'll have the best view." I laughed. "Just don't roll off in your sleep." He grabbed his sleeping bag and climbed on up, settling in on the flat roof. Greg and I decided to turn in and headed inside the camper. It was cozy. 2 small bunks and just enough room to stand up. I climbed into my bunk and pulled out my phone, scrolling through social media. Greg was lying across from me, staring at the ceiling. "You doing okay?" I asked. He sighed. "Yeah, just thinking. About your dad?" "Yeah, he would have loved this." I nodded. "He was a good man." "Thanks," Greg said softly. We fell into silence, and eventually I started to drift off. Sometime later, I woke up to a soft knocking sound. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but then it came again, a gentle tap at the camper door. Greg, you hear that? I whispered. He stirred. Hear what? Someone's knocking. We both listened. There it was, a faint, deliberate knock. Maybe it's Tyler messing with us, Greg suggested. Just then, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Tyler. Are you guys awake? It read. Yes, I replied. Are you knocking on the door? Nope, but I see someone outside. My heart skipped a beat. Who? Looks like two kids standing near the fire pit. I showed the texts to Greg. He looked as puzzled as I felt. What are kids doing out here at this hour? He asked. No idea, I said. Should we check it out? He nodded. Well, we can't just ignore them. I called out through the door. Hello? Can we help you? A small voice replied. Please, we need to use your phone. Something about the voice felt off to me. It was flat, almost mechanical. Where are your parents? Greg asked. Please let us in. The voice said again. I felt a creeping sensation in my gut. We can call someone for you. Just tell us the number. Silence. Then, we need to come in. Let us in. My phone buzzed again. Tyler had sent another message. Don't let them in. Something isn't right. What's going on? I typed back. Their eyes. They look completely black. I felt a chill run down my spine. I showed the message to Greg. What does that even mean? He whispered. I don't know, but Tyler seems serious. The knocking grew louder. Let us in, the voices demanded. They sounded more forceful than before. Look, we can get you some help, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. No, you need to invite us in, the voice insisted. Why do you need an invitation? Greg asked. Please, we just want to come in, the voice said, almost pleading now. My phone buzzed again. Tyler wrote, They're acting weird. They keep looking up here, but I don't think they can see me. Should we call the police? I texted back. Maybe, but we're pretty far out, he replied. Greg was starting to look uneasy. What do we do? I think we should just keep the door locked, I said firmly. The knocking stopped. For a moment, everything went silent. Then we heard footsteps circling the camper, slow and deliberate. They're walking around, Greg whispered. We stayed quiet, listening to the soft crunching of leaves underfoot. The footsteps stopped near one of the windows. Please let us in, the voice said again, right outside. I peered through the curtain, but couldn't see much. Just a small figure standing close to the window. Why won't you let us in? The voice asked, sounding desperate. I didn't know what to reply. My mind was reeling. Then from above, we heard a soft thump. Tyler texted. Oh my God, they're trying to climb up here. Be careful, I typed back. He responded. One of them said something weird. I swear it sounded like, your friends won't help you. I showed the message to Greg. This is getting creepy. Agreed, he said. Maybe we need to regroup. Good idea. We decided to bring Tyler inside. I mustered up some courage and opened the door just enough to stick my head out. I whispered loudly. "Get down here!" He carefully climbed down the ladder on the side of the camper. As he reached the ground, we heard one of the voices. "Now you've made a mistake." We quickly got inside and locked the door behind us. "What the heck is going on?" Greg asked. "I don't know," Tyler said, catching his breath. "But those kids, their eyes are pitch black, no whites, no iris, nothing." "That's impossible," I said. "Well, I saw it," he insisted. We sat there, the three of us, trying to make sense of the situation. "Maybe they're wearing contacts," Greg suggested. "At this hour, in the middle of nowhere," Tyler replied. "Just for some prank?" My phone buzzed again. An unknown number. The message read, "You cannot hide from us." I showed it to the others. "Did you guys give your numbers out? Our numbers out?" They shook their heads. "How did they get your number?" Greg asked. "I have no idea." The footsteps started again, this time more rapidly, circling the camper. "This is messed up," Tyler said. "We should call the police, right?" Greg asked. I tried to dial 911, but somehow the call would not connect. It didn't make sense. "No signal, I guess." I stared at my phone. "Same here," Tyler said, checking his. "Great," Greg muttered. The voices came again, sounding more irritated this time. "This is your last chance. Let us in." "Ignore them," I whispered. We huddled together, hoping they would just go away. Minutes felt like hours as we sat there in silence. Then, everything went quiet. The footsteps, the voices, they were gone. "Do you think they left?" Greg wondered. "Maybe," Tyler said skeptically. I peered out the window but didn't see anybody. "Let's just wait a bit to be sure," I suggested. We stayed put for another half hour, and when there were no further sounds, we started to relax slightly. "Maybe it was just some kind of prank," Greg said, though he didn't sound convinced. "Who would go to that length?" Tyler asked. "Kids from town? I don't know." "Well, I'm not staying to find out," I said. "Let's pack it up, get out of here." We quickly gathered our things, trying to make as little noise as possible. As we stepped outside, the forest was eerily still. The fire had died down to glowing embers. We loaded up the camper, and just as we were about to get in, I heard it. "Do you think you're leaving?" One of those voices, calling out from somewhere in the dark. I spun around, but I didn't see anyone. "Who's out here?" I shouted, my voice betraying my nerves. Silence. "Let's go," Tyler urged. We jumped into the camper, and Greg started the engine. As we pulled away, the headlights briefly illuminated two figures standing at the edge of the clearing. They looked like kids, but their faces were obscured by shadows. "Did you see that?" Greg asked, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Just drive," I said. We didn't stop until we reached a gas station about 30 miles away. It was brightly lit and felt like a sanctuary compared to the darkness we'd just left. Inside, we grabbed coffees and sat down at a booth. "What the heck just happened to us, guys?" Greg asked. His hands were shaking. "No idea," Tyler replied. "But those kids, whatever they actually were not normal." I pulled out my phone and did some searching for anything that might explain it. I then stumbled upon loads of stories about black-eyed children, accounts eerily similar to ours. "Guys, look at this," I said, showing them my phone. We read through several stories together, stories of people encountering children with completely black eyes, children who insisted on being let inside homes or vehicles. "This can't be a real thing," Greg said. "I know what you're feeling, but, we just experienced this," Tyler said. We sat there for a while, processing everything. Eventually, we decided to head back home. Over the next few days, we kept in close contact, sharing any strange occurrences. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Greg started to attend grief counseling and seemed to be coping better. "Sounds crazy," he told me one day, "but maybe facing something unexplainable made me realize I can't control everything." "I'm glad you're doing better," I told him. "Me too, but let's avoid any more camping trips for a while." "Agreed," I laughed. Life started to return to normal. I haven't received any more strange texts, and neither have Greg or Tyler. I'm praying this was all a one-time thing, and maybe we'll never fully understand what happened that night. But if you ever find yourself alone somewhere and someone knocks at the door, begging to be let in, be doubly sure about what you do next. Stay safe out there. The Beast is Still Here. From Alice K. Last summer, my friend Lily and I decided to take a little trip to France. We'd both just graduated from college and wanted to do something a bit more adventurous before diving into the whole career thing. We'd saved up some cash from our part-time jobs and planned a 2-week backpacking trip through the French countryside. We started in Paris, of course, soaking in all the touristy stuff. The Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, you know the drill. But both of us were more interested in the less traveled paths, so we headed south to the rural areas, wanting to experience what we called the real France. One place that caught our attention was the region of Gévaudan. Lily had read about it in some historical thriller novel, and was intrigued by the legends of the Beast of Gévaudan, a creature that supposedly terrorized the area in the 18th century. I'm a bit of a history buff myself, so I was all in. We arrived in a small village called Meroes, nestled in the mountains. It was picturesque, with cobblestone streets and old stone houses. The locals were friendly enough, but seemed a bit reserved when we mentioned our interest in the beast's legend. One elderly woman even crossed herself and muttered something under her breath when we brought it up. Undeterred, we found a quaint little inn to stay in and planned a hike through the nearby forests the next day. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man I'll call Jacques, warned us to stick to the marked trails. "People can get lost easily," he said in his thick accent, "and the wolves have been more active lately." "Wolves?" Lily asked, her eyes lighting up. "Yes, but they usually avoid humans," he replied. "Just be cautious." The next morning, our backpacks loaded with snacks and all the goods, we set off. The forest was breathtaking, tall trees forming a canopy overhead and the smell of pine in the air. The birds chirping were a nice cherry on top. It was everything we'd hoped for, the very reason we planned this trip in the first place. About 2 hours into the hike, we came across this old, overgrown path, which wasn't on our map. Lily, ever the adventurous type, thought that we should take it. "Come on, Emma," she said, tugging at my arm. "This is exactly the kind of off-the-beaten-path experience we both want." I hesitated. "I don't know. Jacques said to stay on the marked trails." She rolled her eyes playfully. "Are you afraid of the beast from a few hundred years ago? Think it's gonna come back and get us?" I laughed. "Fine, but if we get lost, I'm blaming you." We ventured down the path, which wound deeper into the woods. The trees were denser here, and the light filtering through the leaves gave everything a greenish hue. It was eerie, but beautiful. After about an hour, we stumbled upon a clearing with the ruins of what looked like an old stone cottage. Moss covered the walls, and nature had begun to reclaim the place. Intrigued, we decided to explore. Imagine who might have lived here, Lily mused, running her hand over the rough stone. As we looked around, I noticed strange markings etched into one of the remaining walls. They did not look like any writing I'd seen, more like symbols or sigils. "Hey, check this out," I called to Lily. She walked over, squinting at the markings. Weird. Maybe it's some kind of old language. That moment, a strange rustling sound came from the trees behind us. We both froze. Eventually, I whispered, "Maybe just an animal." "Maybe we should head back," Lily suggested, her earlier bravado now fading. "Yeah, good idea." As we turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something moving between the trees, a large, dark shape that seemed to be too big to be a deer. "Did you see that?" I asked, my heart beginning to race. "See what?" I don't know. I saw something move over there." We stood still together, scanning the forest. The woods had gone unnervingly quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing. "Come on, let's go," Lily said, her voice barely above a whisper. We started back the way we came, walking quickly but trying not to panic. Every so often I'd hear the crack of a twig or the rustle of leaves, and I would glance back to see nothing. After what felt like ages, we realized we weren't on the same path that we'd taken earlier. "Are we lost?" I asked, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "The path should be right here," Lily insisted, looking around frantically. We pulled out the map, but it was useless. We had no idea where we were. And better yet, our phones had no signal, and the GPS wasn't working well under the thick canopy. "Okay, let's stay calm," I said. "We can retrace our steps." Just then, a low growl came through the trees. This time, we both heard it. I remember Lily joking, asking if that was my stomach, but she sounded terrified. We started to move faster, the growling growing louder and closer. Suddenly, Lily screamed, and I spun around to see this massive animal emerge from the shadows. It looked like a wolf, but far too large, with matted fur and glowing yellow eyes. Its snout was longer than a wolf's too, and saliva dripped from its bared fangs. "Run!" I shouted. We sprinted through the trees, branches whipping against our faces. I could hear it behind us, crashing through the underbrush. My lungs burned, but adrenaline pushed me forward. Out of nowhere, Lily tripped over a root and went sprawling. I skidded to a halt and rushed back to help her up. "Come on," I urged, pulling her to her feet. That thing was closing in on us, snarling. In a blind panic, we veered off to the left, spotting a rocky incline ahead. We scrambled up the rocks, hoping that the creature couldn't follow us. Reaching the top, we found ourselves on another trail, a real one this time, with signs and markers. Relief washed over me. "Look," I pointed to a sign indicating the way back to the village. But before we could celebrate, the beast appeared at the bottom of the incline, staring up at us with those malevolent eyes. It let out a howl that echoed through the mountains. "Go!" Lily yelled. We raced down the trail, the creature now out of sight, but the fear propelling us forward. After running non-stop for what felt like miles, we burst out of the forest and fell onto a road where a small van was parked. An older man was loading crates into the back. He looked up, startled to see two disheveled girls sprinting towards him. "Please help us," I gasped. He took one look at us and gestured for us to get into the van. Without hesitation, we jumped in, and he sped off toward the village. "What happened?" he asked in broken English. Some kind of animal chased us," Lily explained between breaths. He nodded grimly. La bite. The beast. You know about it? I asked. He didn't answer me, but that alone was answer enough. Back in Meroes, we went straight to the inn. Jacques took one look at us and shook his head. You went off the trails, didn't you? He said, not unkindly. We're sorry, I apologized. But we saw something out there. Something that shouldn't exist. Jacques sighed. The legend is not just a story. Many here have seen it. Why doesn't anyone do something about it? Lily demanded. He shrugged. What can we do? It's a curse that has plagued this region for centuries. That night we stayed in our room, doors locked and windows shuttered. Neither of us slept much. The next morning, we decided to cut our trip short and head back to Paris. As we were leaving, Jacques handed us a small pendant with an intricate design. What's this? A protective charm for your safety. We thanked him and left, eager to put distance between us and whatever lurked in those woods. Back in Paris, amidst the bustle of the city, the whole experience felt surreal. But the nightmares that followed reminded me that it was, in fact, real. I still have dreams on occasion of those yellow eyes and that haunting growl. Lily and I don't talk about it much. When people do ask about our trip, we stick to the highlights. The Eiffel Tower, the cafes, the art museums. No one would believe our encounter anyway. But I do wonder now, what else is out there in the hidden corners of the world? What other things exist that people simply are too afraid to talk about? And I still can't shake the feeling that we were lucky enough to make it out of Gévaudan alive. Hide behind encounter. From Puck's Wudgie. Growing up on a farm with over 250 acres of land had its perks. Endless space to explore, the freedom to roam, and a sense of solitude that's hard to find anywhere else. At 17 years old, I was no stranger to hard work. My dad ran the place with a firm but fair hand, and I was more than willing to help out wherever I could. One summer evening, Dad mentioned needing trees cleared in the deepest part of our woods. He offered to pay me well for the job, more than he usually would. The extra cash sounded good at that age. At the time, I had my eye on this used dirt bike that a friend of mine was selling. So I jumped at the opportunity. The next morning, I loaded up the truck with all the necessary gear, packing everything up in the sturdy trailer that my dad let me borrow. The area he wanted me to clear was a good drive through rough terrain, parts of the property we didn't frequent often. As I set off, the sun hadn't set yet, but was well on its way, making our fields look golden. The drive took about half an hour, the path getting narrower and more overgrown as I went deeper. When I made it to the spot, I took a moment to appreciate the serenity. There were tall trees all around, and the wind sounded nice. I got to work then, my chainsaw roaring to life. The first few trees came down without a hitch. As I was moving on to the next, I had the odd sensation of being watched. I paused, cutting the engine and listening closely. There was nothing unusual, just the typical forest sounds. So, for the time being, I shrugged it off and continued my work. A couple of hours later, while taking a break, I noticed something strange. One of the trees I'd felled earlier was missing. That couldn't be right or possible. Trees don't get up and walk away. I headed over to where it should have been, scratching my head. There was the stump, cleanly cut, but the tree itself was now gone. I looked around, thinking maybe I'd dragged it off and forgotten about it. But no, it was nowhere in sight. A bit unsettled, I decided to chalk it up to me being forgetful and moved on. As the day wore on, little things started to nag at me. Shadows seemed to shift just beyond my line of sight. Once I thought I heard faint laughter, but I assumed it was the wind, because I should have been alone out here completely. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, but every time I looked around, I was still alone. Well after dark, I sat down for a late dinner. While eating, I felt that prickling sensation again, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I scanned the perimeter, but again I saw nothing out of the ordinary. But then a sudden rustling sound caught my attention. About 20 yards away, bushes shook violently, as if something big was moving through them. I stood up in an instant, ready to go. "Hello?" I called out, getting no response. Wildlife was common out here. Deer, foxes, sometimes a bear. But this felt different. Deciding it was best to keep working and finish up, I got back to it. By the time I loaded up the last of the logs onto the trailer, I was deep into the night. The woods were quiet, the daytime creatures settling down as the nocturnal ones began to stir. I checked my watch. 10 p.m. Time had really gotten away from me. I pulled out my cell phone and called home. Mom answered on the second ring. "Hey Mom, just letting you know I'm going to camp out here for the night. It's a nice evening, and I'd rather not drive back in the dark."
All right, hun. Be safe, and call us the moment you need anything.
"Will do. Good night." After hanging up, I set about making a simple camp. I always kept a small tent and sleeping bag in the truck, for occasions just like this. With the tent pitched near the truck, I started a small fire to cook some dinner. Just canned beans and hot dogs. But that really hit the spot. Sitting by the fire, I pulled out a book my dad had lent me, a non-fiction book about the Civil War. My dad was a bit of a history and folklore buff. After a while, I closed the book, tossing another log on the fire. The night was calm, the fire crackling softly, but the quiet was soon interrupted by a faint sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves. I looked up, peering into the dark beyond the fire's glow. Just some animal, I thought to myself. Still, the feeling of being watched returned, a bit stronger than before. I decided to turn in, thinking after all that hard work it'd be easy to sleep. I doused the fire, leaving just a few embers glowing, then crawled into my tent. Lying there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. I told myself I was being paranoid, that these strange occurrences throughout the day were just adding up and getting to me. Sometime later, I drifted off, only to be jolted awake by a loud thump. I sat bolt upright. The sound had come from near my truck. Listening closely, I heard what sounded like heavy breathing, but it was irregular. I unzipped the tent just a crack, enough to peer out. The moonlight made everything look extra creepy, with how it cast the shadows. But I didn't see anything weird just yet. The truck and trailer were sitting there, just as they should. But then I saw something, a shadow slipping behind a tree, too big to be any animal I knew. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Then I saw the shadow move again, darting from that tree to the next, always just out of full view. It was like it knew exactly where my gaze would land and avoided it perfectly. There was something familiar about it now, but I wasn't sure why. I tried to calm myself. Surely it was nothing, just my eyes playing tricks. I gathered my courage and grabbed the flashlight, shining it towards the trees. Everything was silent, until I began to hear the breathing again. It was closer now. I swung the flashlight around frantically. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure, a tall, gaunt shape slipping behind a tree. My hand shook, the light wobbling. I knew deep down that I should not be staying out here. Slowly, I backed into the tent and packed up what little I had inside. Emerging cautiously, I made my way toward the truck, keys in hand. The trailer was loaded down with logs. I climbed into the driver's seat and locked the doors. The engine roared to life, and I felt relieved. I put the truck in gear and tried to pull forward, but the vehicle struggled. The weight of the loaded trailer was too much on the uneven terrain. I was starting to panic. With that trailer attached, maneuvering quickly would be nearly impossible, if I could get this thing moving at all. I needed to unhook it. Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I stepped back outside into the dark. I was terrified. I could feel eyes on me, and my hair was standing on end. I worked quickly, unlatching the trailer, causing metal to clink loudly in the forest. But then there was a sound behind me, a low growl. I was way too scared to even try glancing in that direction. With the trailer unhitched, I jumped back into the truck and floored it. The tires spun for a moment before gaining traction, and I sped down the rough path, branches scraping the sides. In the rearview mirror, I thought I saw movement, a dark shape standing in the middle of the path, but it quickly vanished as I rounded a bend. The drive back was a blur. I didn't slow down until I saw the lights of the farmhouse in the distance. Pulling into the yard, I shut off the engine and just sat there, hands gripping the wheel tightly. I didn't tell my parents the full story, just that I decided to come back early. They noticed the trailer was missing, and I explained I'd left it there, planning to retrieve it the next day. That night, sleep eluded me. I kept thinking about what I'd seen. The next morning, Dad and I drove back to get the trailer. The area looked normal enough in the daylight. The trailer was right there where I left it, still loaded with logs. "Why'd you unhook it out here?" Dad asked. "I had some trouble maneuvering last night," I replied. We hitched it back up without incident. As we were about to leave, I glanced back toward the trees, and I swear for a brief moment, I saw a dark shape slip behind a trunk. But it could have been a trick of the light. Back at home, I went straight to the bookshelf in my dad's study. This whole time, there was something familiar about what I'd experienced, but I couldn't put my finger on why. I searched through the volumes, and I found one I remembered reading several years ago. A book on folklore in the forests, specifically in North America. For that entire evening, I read about the monsters there, until I came to one. The Hide Behind. I read it thoroughly. A creature known as the Hide Behind was said to prey on those alone in the woods, especially after dark. It could contort its body to hide behind the narrowest of trees, always staying just out of sight. Victims often reported feelings of dread and the sensation of being watched before disappearing without a trace. A shiver ran through me. I was never one to believe in all this kind of folklore, just thought it was a fun read. But the parallels were too strong to ignore. I decided to share a bit with my dad, in a non-obvious way. I asked him, "Have you ever, heard any stories about strange things in the woods?" He looked at me. Your great-grandpa used to tell tales about creatures out there, some old lumberjack legends. Like the Hide Behind." He raised an eyebrow. "You've been reading that book, huh?" "Yeah, just curious." "Those are just stories, son. But honestly, I've always thought every legend had a kernel of truth. Always good to be cautious out there, especially if you're alone." I nodded, not entirely reassured. From there on out, I believed that there was something out there. So I avoided going deep into the woods alone, and I stuck to the more familiar areas near the farm. One evening, I met up with a friend who lived nearby. I mentioned my experience, and to my surprise, he didn't just laugh me off. "Well, you're not the first to feel that way out there," he said. "I've heard old-timers around here talk about strange happenings. I've heard stories about missing livestock and eerie sounds. Some of them won't even go into the woods after dark anymore." This was both comforting and unsettling to know that I was not alone in this. To this day, I tread carefully on our land. The woods aren't as serene as they used to be. They're a place to be respected and feared. What do you think? Do you think the hide behind is real? Have you ever encountered one? Let me know, because I'm very, very curious. My Dad's Bigfoot Encounter. From Lanella, 2022. I want to start off by saying that this story is not mine, but my dad's. To truly understand how eerie this story is, you have to understand who my dad is and how he acts. My dad grew up in Southwest Virginia and has lived there all his life. The part of this area I'm mentioning is in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. He grew up mostly just himself and his sister after their mother left them when they were very little. He never really had a father figure because his father was never really involved in their childhood. Because of this, he spent most of his time taking care of his sister and hunting in the mountains away from his family. He spent probably hundreds of hours in the woods, alone throughout all times of the day. It didn't matter if he couldn't sleep at 3 a.m. in the morning. He'd grab his rifle and hike miles back in the woods, finding a good spot against a tree and waiting for a deer. The point I'm trying to get across is that he was absolutely not afraid of the woods and did not believe in Appalachian folklore at all. So from here I'll tell his story, as he told me, from his first-person perspective to avoid confusion. One morning when I was about 18 years old, I woke up around 4 in the morning, and I could not get back to sleep. I laid there trying to doze off, but I was awake and couldn't fight it anymore. I woke up and of course no one was home. Dad was probably still out, drunk somewhere, and my sister was probably with friends from the night before. Hunting season had started a few weeks before. This year was different because I didn't have school anymore after I graduated, so I had all the time in the world to go hunting. I grabbed my rifle, packed some snacks, got some coffee, and dressed warm, since it was well into fall at this point. I hopped in my truck and drove to my favorite place to hunt. My uncle had taken me there the year before, and it was the most serene and peaceful and beautiful spot I'd ever hunted. We went all the time during last year's season. This time I was going alone to just be by myself. I had a lot on my mind as I was deciding whether I wanted to go back to school or just start working to get away from our poverty-ridden town. That day I figured sitting in the woods alone was a perfect way to be alone with my thoughts and think about my future. I finally got to the spot around 5 a.m. The place was called Panther Creek. Not many people hunted there, so I figured I'd have the whole place to myself. I hiked through the woods and along old abandoned logging roads in the pitch-black darkness until I found a spot that looked good. There was a large clearing about 50 yards down the hill from me. I was concealed by the trees on top of the little hill I was on, so I wouldn't have to worry about hiding myself so much. I sat down and finished the last of my coffee. Then I started to wait. Eventually, my inability to sleep earlier caught up with me, and I eventually dozed off by accident. I woke up around 7:30 to crunching leaves, mad that I had wasted all that time sleeping, because apparently deer could have been walking in front of me the whole time. I looked around, but I couldn't see anything. I figured it was just a squirrel. Little bugger was all upset that I was in its area. Luckily, the sun was on its way up, so I could see much clearer than if it had been totally dark. I waited about 45 minutes before a monster buck walked out of the trees and into the clearing. I was shocked at how big this deer was, glad that I was able to find it, but dreading the drag all the way back down to my truck. I picked up my rifle and aimed as well as I could with a broken scope. I had dropped my rifle the previous year and cracked the eyeglass, but I didn't have enough money to replace it yet, so this had to work for me. I lined up the shot, and I pulled the trigger. Luckily, it had been a clean shot, and the buck only ran maybe 20 yards before falling. I tried to look at it with my scope, but it was too cracked and foggy to see the details, so I started to dig through my bag to find binoculars. Eventually, I found them after having to dump the whole thing out onto the ground. I turned around then and looked at the deer, realizing just how big it was. I looked for a little while longer before deciding to start packing up and heading down to the deer. Right when I had put the binoculars back in the bag, I heard a loud snap of a tree branch down past the deer. At first, I thought it was another deer, so I turned and looked. The snapping and crunching of leaves and branches should have been my first warning that this was no deer. Exploding out of the tree line came this large and hairy creature running on 2 legs. It was a dark brown reddish color. I was kind of shocked at first, trying to understand what I was looking at. Its hair was matted and dirty. I tried to reason with myself it was some kind of bear. But that didn't make sense. It ran on 2 legs, not on 4 legs like a bear would. It ran down the hill across from me towards the deer I had just shot. It moved incredibly fast for how large it was. As soon as it got to the deer, it looked at it. It let out this gut-wrenching scream that sent a shiver down my back. Just the look of it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It then grabbed the deer's back leg and effortlessly dragged it up the hill, taking it into the woods in a matter of seconds. I stood there for a moment, asking myself if I was losing my mind. Then it dawned on me. That thing knew where I was, due to my rifle shot. Had it been watching me? I thought. I realized I'd been asleep for almost 2 hours with that thing in the same area as me, and that thought hit me like a truck. That creature was probably twice my size, twice my weight at minimum, and I really didn't want to think about what would happen if I ran directly into it. Until now, I had been frozen and just watching. My legs were cramped up with post-adrenaline rush, and I felt like I could vomit. I looked at my stuff still all over the ground and decided to leave it there. I then hightailed it down those same log trails that I'd come up on. I finally made it back down to my truck and left, not knowing what I had just witnessed. When I got back, no one was home, so I got back in my truck and drove over to my uncle's house to tell him what I'd seen. When I got there, I ran through the door, startling him and my aunt. I sat down, and he could see that I was physically shaken up. I told him my story, but of course he tried to rationalize with me, saying it was probably just a bear. My initial thought. Time went on, and I didn't think about it too much. I got married, had 2 sons, started to drive a semi-truck to provide for my family. One night, about 15 years after that incident, I was coming back from a 2-week-long trip to California, and I was only about 50 miles from home when I passed another truck driver who looked about 20 years older than me. He flashed his lights to let me know that I was good to get back over, and I hopped on the CB radio to say thanks and to be polite. He responded, and we got to talking, until we found out we grew up in the same area. We both liked hunting and talked about it for a while, and I told him that I'd hunted in Panther Creek, West Virginia, a lot when I was younger. He was silent for a bit, until he responded.
Yeah, me and my wife used to drive through there looking for deer all the time, until we saw something that made me never want to go back.
I asked about what he had seen, feeling that dread I'd felt so long ago in those woods. He was hesitant, because he didn't think I'd believe him. I finally convinced him, and this is what he told me.
Me and the wife were driving up there one night down some old back road, before my kids were born. We were looking for deer and we rounded a corner. My headlights caught something on the other side of the road on top of the bank. I stopped to see what it was, but before we could even stop, it jumped out in front of us. I slammed on my brakes and stopped only about 5 yards in front of it. It was a big, hairy thing, like some sort of big gorilla. It had red fur that was tangled and messy, and it looked at me and my wife, then screamed at us. It was so loud we both jumped out of shock, and just like it had jumped out, it ran down the bank on the other side of the road. We hauled tail out of there, and we haven't been back since.
He said. I was shocked. I hadn't told him my story, so there was no way he was just messing with me. Another few years had passed when my uncle called me. I answered and he said,
"They're looking for your Bigfoot."
I was confused and a bit irritated that he was still teasing me about this after so many years had passed. I asked what he meant, and I told him to stop teasing me about it. He said,
"I'm serious, buddy. That TV show, Finding Bigfoot, is in Panther Creek right now looking for it."
I didn't even know what to say. Part of me hoped something was found so I wouldn't be ridiculed anymore. But part of me hoped they didn't run into whatever I did. And that's the end of my dad's story. He told me this tale even when I was very little. He still tells me today, and I'm 21 now, so I don't think he's just lying about it. He absolutely swears on his life this is true. He doesn't believe in Bigfoot, but he still doesn't know what he saw. Train Track Person, from Macy 3918. I live in town with my dad. My house has a fairly small backyard with a broken old fence. Immediately after that fence are these train tracks. Lots of trains come through at all hours. When the train goes through your backyard enough, you sort of get used to them, and they become a part of daily life. Now for the story. My best friend H and I were having a sleepover. We decided to sleep outside on my trampoline. We talked, stupidly walked around the town at night, then had the bright idea to go for a hike on the tracks. After some back and forth, we decided to walk the tracks. At this point, it was already around 11 at night. We went past my neighbor's motion lights and snuck onto the tracks. H and I just walked, laughed, talking for about 10 minutes, before we both got this weird feeling that we were being watched. We both stopped right in our tracks. It was then that we heard something or someone coming towards us on the rocks surrounding the tracks. H and I looked at each other, then ran behind a concrete slab by the tracks. We heard whatever it was speed up. H looked at me and told me that we were going to run as fast as we could back to my house. She would count to 5, and on 5 we ran. I nodded my head in agreement. When she counted to 5, we took off. I could hear that thing behind us about 100 yards away, catching up pretty quick. I only looked behind me once. What I saw was a giant shadow with a pale, white, and skinny humanoid figure. I faced towards H again, running even faster now. Only a few minutes later, we made it back to my place. I know that this next part will frustrate people because what we did was stupid. We stayed outside on the trampoline after all that. For a while, everything was fine. About an hour went by when I saw a cat on the street. I picked it up and brought it back to the trampoline. H didn't want to touch it because she thought it was dirty, so I had the cat all to myself on the trampoline. After a while, H had to go use the bathroom and didn't want to go outside, so she ended up going inside and leaving me on the trampoline with the cat. After H went inside, everything went quiet out there. It was like the cat knew something was wrong too. She stayed quiet and alert. I was looking around when I saw this pale face in the corner of my fence, where the other side started. I was actually able to make out some features this time. The thing was pale with sunken-in eyes that looked like black holes. It had no visible lips. That's all I could really see because it was very dark, and I didn't want to stare at it too long. H finally came out after what seemed like forever. I tried to warn her, whispering her name, but she couldn't hear me. However, when she came around the corner of my porch and the motion light came on, the thing was gone. The face had just disappeared. I told her what had happened, and we still decided to stay on the trampoline. At around 5 a.m., we finally went inside, and that was the last I saw of that entity. But sometimes at night, when I have the window open on the second floor of my house, I still hear growling, something moving along the tracks. and I see my neighbor's motion lights go off. I know for sure that I will never go back onto those tracks again. Walking home. From E&E. Every day after school when we were younger, my older brother and I would be dropped off by the bus across a creek rather than near our house. I never knew why. We were just expected to walk the remaining distance through partial forest overhangs and farmland for about 2 miles. Yes, 2 miles of walking in the 90s, every day. Sounds kind of like something my mom would have told me about having to walk barefoot 10 miles just to get a bag of flour at the convenience store. Back then, we never really minded it or questioned it. It took at most an hour depending on how sidetracked or goofy we were feeling. Sometimes we would just sit our backpacks down and play with crawdads in the creek. Sometimes we were too hungry, so instead we'd power walk all the way home to make pigs in blanket. My brother, Emmett, is 3 years older than me. That's a big age gap when you're still in school, but as adults it's honestly nothing. We hung out whenever his friends weren't around, but the moment they were, he became too old to play with his little brother. I didn't take it personally, but that is probably why I enjoyed these hikes home, because it was always just us. This happened on a Thursday. I remember because we had library day on Thursdays, and I checked out this book about sharks that was weighing down my backpack. It was October, but not Halloween yet. Maybe the 20th or so, getting pretty close. It was one of those days where it's nice when the sun's out, but the second a cloud passes over you, you're reminded about how cold it's getting. We got off the bus like normal. Tommy called me a dweeb as I walked past his seat, which was pretty standard. The bus pulled away and left me and Emmett standing there by the creek. He was already heading down to the water. "Come on," he said. "I want to see if that big crawdad is still under the flat rock." I followed him down. The creek was really low at the time. In spring, it could get up to your knees, but right then it was maybe ankle deep at most. We poked around for a few minutes, but didn't find the crawdad. Emmett said it probably died, or maybe it got eaten or something. We crossed at the usual spot and started up the path. There were 2 ways to go. Left went through Old Man Owen's cow pasture. Right went along the woods. The pasture was faster, but Owen had this bull that would chase you sometimes. Not in a mean way, really, more like it was bored and thought you were playing with it. But when a bull thinks it's playing, you can still get hurt. "The cows are all by the gate," Emmett said, looking to his left. "And I think I see Ferdinand over there too." That's what we called the bull. I don't know what his actual name was. "Woods it is," I said. The path along the woods wasn't really a path. It looked more like a deer trail that people had widened by walking on it over the years. The trees came right up to the edge on the right side. On the left, it was mostly tall grass and then Owen's soybean field. We walked for maybe 10 minutes just talking about regular stuff. Emmett was going on about his science teacher, Mr. Paulson, who had freaked out because someone put a dead mouse in his desk drawer. I was telling him about how I'd beaten the water temple in Zelda finally. Just normal after-school conversation. The first weird thing I noticed was this smell. I wouldn't say it was a bad smell exactly. It was kind of like when you open a can of corn, but also kind of metallic. Like pennies and canned vegetables mixed together. Emmett noticed it too, because he stopped talking mid-sentence and I saw his nose wrinkle up. "What is that?" he asked. "I don't know. Maybe something dead?" I said. But it didn't really smell like something dead. I'd smelled plenty of dead animals on these walks before. This was different. We kept on walking, but a bit slower now. The smell got stronger for a bit, and then it faded. Then it came back strong again, like whatever it was attached to was walking around. That's when we heard the first noise. Sounded like someone humming. You know when you're a kid and you'd blow across the top of a bottle to make that hollow sound? It was like that, but wet in a way. Like someone doing it with spit all over their mouth. We both stopped, and the sound stopped too, maybe a second after we did. "Hello?" Emmett called out. There was nothing. We started to walk again. The humming started up again too, off to our right in the trees. It was keeping pace with us. When we sped up, it sped up, and when we slowed down, it slowed down. "It's probably just someone trying to prank us," Emmett said, but I could tell he was grasping at straws. The humming got louder. Then there was another one, this time on our left in the tall grass, lower pitched, like it was replying to the first. The sounds went back and forth a few times, those wet, hollow sounds, while we just stood there and listened. I was scared but not terrified yet. It was still daylight. We were only about a mile from home. Whatever was making those sounds was staying hidden. Maybe it really was just some people, from school maybe, trying to freak us out. It was the time of year for that. Then I saw something move in the grass off to our left. The grass here was probably about 4 feet tall, brown and dry from the fall. Something was pushing its way through it, making a path straight towards us. It wasn't running, just walking steadily. The grass would part, then spring back up after it passed. "We should go," I said. "Yeah," Emmett agreed. We started to walk fast, not yet jogging, but close to it. The thing in the grass kept pace with us. The humming in the trees got louder and more frequent, and that smell was back in a strong way, making my eyes water. And then the thing in the grass stood up. I only saw it for maybe 2 seconds before it dropped back down, but that was enough. It was pale like a grub or a fish belly. Hairless, the shape was basically human, but the proportions were stretched out. Long arms and the head was too small for the body. When it stood up, it was facing us, but I couldn't tell you what its face looked like. Not because I don't remember, but because I'm not sure it had a face. Not a normal one, anyway. There was a dark spot where the mouth should be, opening and closing, making that wet humming sound. Emmett grabbed my arm hard enough to bruise, and we started to run. Behind us, both the things gave up on being sneaky. We could hear them crashing through the grass and undergrowth, making these excited sounds like dogs that just saw a rabbit. But they weren't barking. It was more like that humming but faster and higher pitched. We ran harder than we ever had before. My shark book was banging against my back through my backpack, and every step my lungs felt like they were full of fire. Emmett was pulling me along, his longer legs eating up more ground than mine could. I looked back once, just once. They were both out in the open now, maybe 30 feet behind us. The pale one from the grass was galloping on all fours, using its long arms to pull itself forward in these big lunging motions. Its buddy from the woods was darker, kind of gray-brown, and running upright, but hunched forward with its arms hanging down past its knees. Both of them had these dark holes for mouths that were far too big, like someone had taken a melon baller to their faces. We burst out of the tree line into Owen's harvested cornfield. It was all stubby corn stalks from the recent harvest. We kept on running, stumbling over the uneven ground. When I looked back again, they had stopped right at the edge of the field. They were just standing there, watching us. The pale one was back on 2 legs, swaying a little bit, like it was deciding whether to follow. The darker one made one more of those humming sounds, long and low. Then they turned around and went back into the woods and the grass. Just like that, like they had decided that we weren't worth it anymore. We didn't stop running until we hit the road. Even then, we just fast-walked, looking back behind us every few seconds. My side had a stitch in it so bad, I thought I was gonna puke. Emmett's face was bright red, and he was breathing like he had just finished a marathon. "What were those things?" I asked, when I could finally talk again. "I don't know," he said. "I don't want to know." We didn't talk about it the rest of the way home. We didn't talk about it at dinner, and we didn't talk about it before bed. But that night, Emmett came into my room around midnight. I was still awake because I couldn't sleep, thinking about those dark holes where mouths should have been. "You awake?" he whispered. "Yeah." He sat on the floor by my bed. We were quiet for a bit. "Maybe they were just deformed people," he said finally. "Like they live in the woods and have some disease or something." "Maybe," I said, but that didn't sound right to me. The way they moved, the sounds they were making, those weren't sick people, they were something else. The next day, we took the cow pasture home. Ferdinand the bull was right there by the gate, but we didn't care. We'd rather deal with the bull than go near the woods again. We took the cow pasture every day after that, until it got cold enough that Mom started picking us up from the bus stop. We kept the story between us, didn't even tell Mom and Dad, not for the longest time. The weird thing is, we did go back once. The summer after I graduated high school, we drove out there in Emmett's truck. We parked right where the bus used to drop us off. It was the middle of the day, sunny and hot. We walked down to the creek, crossed over, and stood at that old forked path. "You want to check it out?" Emmett asked. "Not really," I said. But we went ahead anyway. We walked that same route along the woods, past where we'd seen them. Everything looked smaller than I remembered. The grass wasn't as tall, the woods weren't as dark. We didn't see anything weird or smell anything unusual. That day, it was just a normal walk, a normal day. We made it all the way to Owen's field without incident, and we stood there for a few minutes, looking back at the tree line. "I hope we imagined it," Emmett said. "Both of us, imagining the same exact thing," I replied. "Yeah, you're right. That's stupid." We then walked back to the truck, and we never went out there again. But to this day, I still have the occasional dream about it. Strangely, they're not nightmares per se, just dreams where I'm walking that path, and I start to hear the humming again. In the dreams, I always stop and wait for them to come out where I can see them clearly. But I always wake up before they do. My brain's defense mechanism. Emmett's got kids now, 3 of them. Sometimes when we're over there for dinner, one of them will ask about scary stories and I'll start to tell this one. But Emmett always shuts it down, says he doesn't want kids scared to play outside. I get that. I'm glad we made it home just fine. Though our opinions on what was out there in those woods and hills beyond were thoroughly changed forever. There's something out there in those Kansas wilds. By now, maybe, they're gone. Something was with me when I hiked. From Bori. I'm writing this down because I need to tell someone, and most people I know would think I've lost it. I'm 54 years old, and I live alone in County Clare, about 20 minutes outside Ennis. Same house for the past 15 years. My wife died 3 years ago from bowel cancer. Took her 8 months from diagnosis to the end. After she passed, I made her a promise that I was going to get healthy and live a long life. Not waste my good years I had left, sitting in front of the TV and feeling sorry for myself. She would have hated that. So, I started walking. At first, it was just around the neighborhood in the evenings. Then I found some proper hiking trails in the Burren, not far from where I live. Beautiful limestone landscape, very peaceful in the early morning before the tourists show up. I started going 3 or 4 times a week, getting up at 5:30 to be on the trails by 6. Just an hour each time, enough to get the heart pumping and clear my head before work. I'm a quantity surveyor, spending most of my day looking at spreadsheets and construction plans. The morning hikes became the best part of my routine. I lost 2 stone in the first few months. My doctor was delighted. And my daughter said I looked 10 years younger. It was probably 4 months into my new routine when I first noticed him. Or it. Not really sure what to call it anymore. It was one of those mornings where the mist sits heavy in the valleys and you can only see maybe 50 meters ahead. I was on the green trail, the one that loops around Moloch Moor Mountain. Easy enough path. I had done it dozens of times by then. I stopped to catch my breath and have some water. And when I looked back the way I'd come, I saw another hiker. Just a dark shape in the mist, maybe 40 meters behind me. Nothing strange about that. Plenty of people use those trails. I started walking again, not thinking much of it. But soon I noticed something odd. Every time I stopped, the figure stopped too. And when I started to walk, it would start walking as well. Same pace, same distance, like it was matching me step for step. I figured it was just a coincidence. Perhaps they were new to hiking and were using me to pace themselves. Though it was a bit weird they never tried to catch up to me or fall back at all. They just maintained that exact distance. This went on for maybe 20 minutes. Then the trail split, and I took the left fork that leads down to the car park. I looked back and the figure was gone. Must have taken the right fork or turned back, I thought. I didn't see them in the car park when I got there. The next few hikes were normal. Clear mornings and no other early risers on my usual trails. I'd actually forgotten about it until maybe 2 weeks afterward. It was another misty morning, same trail, and there they were again. They were the same distance behind me as before, same matching of my pace. This time I decided to test it. I stopped suddenly, pretending to tie my bootlace. The figure stopped immediately. I stood up and walked fast for about 30 seconds, then stopped again. The figure did the exact same thing. That creeped me out a bit. I turned around and called out, "Morning!" My voice carried weird in that mist, but I know they would have heard me anyway. There was no response or reaction at all. The figure stood there, a dark shape against the gray. I kept on walking, faster now. They kept pace. I was properly unsettled by the time I got back to my car. I sat there for several minutes with the doors locked. I was waiting to see if they would emerge from the trail behind me. But nobody came out. The rational part of my brain kicked in on the drive home. It was probably just someone who was shy or didn't speak English. Or maybe they had earphones in and didn't hear me. It could have been anyone. No reason to be paranoid. But it kept happening. Only on the misty mornings, never when it was clear. Always the same behavior. They'd appear somewhere behind me, match my pace exactly, and disappear when I reached the car park or when the trail split. Never any closer than 30 or 40 meters. Never any farther than 50. After the 5th or 6th time, I'd had enough. The next misty morning they appeared. I stopped and I turned around. Then I began to walk straight towards them. I was going to introduce myself, find out who this was and why they were following me. As I got closer, the figure began to back away. Not turning around and walking, but actually walking backwards, keeping that dark, featureless face pointed at me. The mist was thick, and they faded into it before I could get close enough to see any details. I kept walking in that direction for another minute, but there was nothing, like they'd vanished. That shook me. People don't just disappear out of thin air. I spent the rest of that hike looking over my shoulder, expecting them to pop out from behind a rock. But I was alone. I started to wonder if I was seeing things. Some kind of optical illusion, maybe. Your shadow can do funny things in mist like that. Or maybe it was another hiker who happened to be on the same schedule as me and was just as weirded out by the coincidence as I was. Though that didn't explain the walking backwards bit. I tried again a few weeks later. Same thing happened as soon as I moved toward the figure. It retreated into the mist and vanished. This time I noticed something else. No sound. My boots crunched on the gravel path, but theirs didn't. They moved in complete silence. After that, I just tried to ignore it. If some weirdo wanted to shadow me on my hikes, let them, I guess. As long as they kept their distance, what harm were they really doing? I even started to think of them as company in a strange way. The silent hiking partner who never got too close. Well, that was stupid of me. It was a Thursday morning in October, misty again, and my shadow was there as usual. I was on the steep part of the trail that goes up the side of Sleeve Karan. It's a tough climb, and I always take a break at the big limestone boulder about halfway up. There's a flat spot where you can sit and look out over the valley, though that morning all I could see was mist. I sat down on the rock and had my water. I checked my phone for messages. My daughter had sent me a photo of my grandson. I was smiling at it when I began to hear footsteps. Fast, running, fast footsteps coming from behind me. I turned just in time to see the figure almost on top of me, close enough that I should have been able to see a face, but there was just darkness where the features would have been. It was like looking into a hole. Then it shoved me, hard, 2 hands flat against my chest, with way more force than something that thin should have been able to generate. I went backwards off the rock and down the steep slope. I must have tumbled about 10 or 12 meters before I hit a tree that stopped me. I scraped up my face pretty bad, twisted my ankle, and would later learn I sprained 2 of my fingers on my left hand, trying to catch myself. I lay there for a minute, dazed and hurting. When I looked back up the slope, the figure was standing by the boulder, looking down at me, just standing there. Then it turned and walked away into the mist. It took me almost an hour to limp back to the car. I drove myself to the hospital in Ennis, told them I'd slipped and fallen, which was partly true. They strapped up my fingers and ankle, gave me painkillers, and told me to rest for a few weeks. I didn't hike for 3 weeks. I told myself it was because of the injuries, but really, I was scared. Whatever that thing was, it had tried to hurt me. It could have killed me if I'd hit my head on the way down. When I finally went back, I stuck to clear mornings only. If there was even a hint of mist in the forecast, I stayed home. I assumed if I couldn't see it coming, it couldn't manifest or whatever it did. This worked for a while. I had some lovely hikes in the crisp winter air, and I started to feel normal again. Then one morning in December, there was unexpected fog. It rolled in while I was already on the trail, and there it was, 30 meters behind me, like always. This time I didn't ignore it. As soon as I saw it, I turned and walked straight at it. It did its backwards fade into the mist thing, and I kept walking just to make sure it was really gone. Then I turned around and continued my hike. 10 minutes later it was back, and I charged it again, and again it disappeared. We did this dance 4 or 5 times that morning. I'd see it, march towards it, it would vanish, and I'd continue, like I was sweeping the trail clear every few minutes. Exhausting, but it seemed to work. It never got close enough to push me again. That became my new routine on misty days. See the figure, make it disappear, continue my hike. I probably looked mental, randomly turning around and stomping off into the mist every few minutes. But it kept that thing at a distance. I thought I had everything figured out. Thought I was safe as long as I stayed vigilant on the trails. But I was wrong. It was a Tuesday morning in January. I had set my alarm for 5:30 like always. Woke up a few minutes before it went off. That weird internal clock thing. The room was dark and cold. I lay there for a moment, trying to motivate myself to get out from under the warm duvet. And then I saw something standing right beside my bed. A dark shape against the darker room, leaning over me. I screamed, actually screamed like a child, and I scrambled for the lamp switch. The light came on and the room was empty. Just me, sitting up in bed, heart pounding. I was looking around wildly, but I could hear footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom, tapping against the wooden floor. I grabbed the hurley stick I keep beside the bed and crept to the door. I yanked it open, ready to brain whoever was in my house. The hallway was empty, though, and yet I could still hear the footsteps. They sounded like they were in my living room. I searched the whole house, every room and every closet, even the bloody attic. Nothing, nobody. The back door was still locked even, and the windows were all shut. Even so, I kept hearing those footsteps, always in the room I'd left. I didn't go hiking that morning. Didn't go into work either. I sat in my kitchen with all the lights on, drinking tea and trying to convince myself I'd imagined it all. When I finally got the nerve to get ready for work, around noon, I went to put on my boots. I keep them by the back door, the hiking ones and my work boots. I reached into the left hiking boot and felt something soft and wet. It was a hair, a young one, twisted up and stuffed deep into the boot, and very, very dead. By the look and smell of it, probably was dead for a day or two. If I had to guess, the neck seemed to be broken. I threw the boots into the bin, both of them. I bought new ones that afternoon and kept them in my bedroom closet. The footsteps came back a few nights later, always between 5 and 6 a.m., which was my usual hiking time before. Sometimes they'd circle my bed. Sometimes they would go room to room. Once I heard them go out the back door, but when I checked, it was still locked. I stopped hiking for a month after that, and I bought a treadmill off Dundeal, setting it up in my spare room. Boring as heck, but at least nothing pushed me off of it. The footsteps stopped after a few weeks. I started to think maybe it was over. But then I made the mistake of trying one more early morning hike. I just wanted to see the sunrise from the trails again, to feel normal and healthy for an hour. There was no mist that day either. Crystal clear February morning. But as I was walking, I saw lights in the distance. Blue flames like someone burning gas. There were 5 or 6 of them, dancing between the rocks about 100 meters off the trail. I stood there, watching them, trying to figure out what they were. They moved wrong to be fire. They seemed too coordinated, like they were following a pattern. And the color was off. It was too blue, too bright. Then I realized they were getting closer. Not very quickly, but definitely moving in my direction. I turned around and walked back to the car as fast as my legs would take me. The whole time, I felt as if something was right behind me. Reminded me of the day I got pushed. But I didn't look back. That was only a few months ago. I've decided not to go back to the trails. The treadmill is boring, but it is safe. And the worst part is all this has me thinking about selling the house. Maybe I should move closer to my daughter and her family. But part of me hates the idea of being run out of my own home by something paranormal. The Tall, Thin, White Thing in Oakhurst, California. From Abby. I grew up in Oakhurst, which is basically the last real town before you hit Yosemite. I lived there my whole life, 23 years at that point, and somehow never went hiking. Not once. It's embarrassing when I think about it now. Tourists would come from all over the world to hike the trails in my backyard, and I would just drive past the trailheads on my way to work at the Vons. My friend Danny had been getting on my case about it for months. She'd moved up from Fresno a couple of years before, and turned into one of those real outdoorsy types pretty much immediately. REI membership, Patagonia everything, the whole deal. She kept saying I was wasting my life, not exploring those mountains. I kept saying I liked my life just fine, with Netflix and air conditioning. But then her boyfriend Marco got involved, and his buddy Tyler. And suddenly it was this whole thing where everyone was going on this easy day hike. and I would be the a-hole if I didn't come. They promised it wasn't anything crazy. Lewis Creek Trail, they said, 5 miles round trip. Even kids do it. I gave in. On a Saturday, I met them at the trailhead at 8 a.m., like they asked. I had on basketball shorts and a regular t-shirt. Danny took one look at me and sighed. "You don't own any hiking clothes?" "These are clothes. I'll be hiking in them. Hiking clothes." She gave me that look she gives me when she thinks I'm being difficult on purpose. And honestly, I was. The hike started out fine. It was still cool in the morning, and the trail was pretty flat at first, winding through these huge pine trees. Tyler was in front talking nonstop about some podcast he was listening to about serial killers. Real in-the-forest mood kind of stuff. Marco and Danny were behind him, and I was in the back, trying not to look as winded as I felt. About an hour in, we hit this section where the trail went along the side of the mountain. You could see down into the valley on the left side, way down. That's when I started to get it, why people did this. The view was actually incredible. You could see for miles just mountains and forest, as far as you could look. We took a break at the spot where a fallen tree made a natural bench, and then Tyler pulled out a joint. "Anyone want to spark up?" he asked. Danny rolled her eyes. "It's not even 10 a.m. "It's nature's medicine," Tyler said. "Enhanced hiking experience." I was already feeling pretty overwhelmed by the whole hiking thing, so I figured why not. Marco was down too. Danny said she'd pass because someone had to make sure we didn't walk off a cliff. We smoked about half the joint before Danny started getting antsy about moving on. But I was probably high at that point, and the idea of more uphill walking sounded terrible. "You guys go ahead," I said. "I'm gonna chill here for a bit and catch up." They debated about it for a minute, but I convinced them that I would be fine. The trail was obvious, and I couldn't get lost. I just needed like 20 minutes to sit and zone out, and then I would catch up. Danny made me promise to text her when I started to walk again. After they left, I finished the joint and sat there looking at the view. It was nice being alone, actually. No Tyler talking about murders, no pressure to keep up. Just me in the mountains and this really good weed. I was staring down into the valley, kind of zoning out, when I noticed something white through the trees. It was about a mile down the mountain, maybe a bit less. It was hard to judge distance when you're high and everything is trees and rocks. I assumed it was a person in bright white clothes, which would be weird but not impossible. However, the more I looked, the more wrong it seemed. These clothes were too white, like paper white or fresh paint, and they were sitting on what looked like a fallen log. The longer I looked at them, the more I realized this person seemed really, really tall. I watched them for probably 5 minutes, trying to figure out what I was really looking at. A weird hiker in a really white outfit? Maybe a piece of trash or equipment someone left that got caught on the log. But they seemed to be sitting, and it seemed to be a person, I think. I could see it shifting slightly, like it was adjusting its position. But eventually, it stood up. Jesus Christ, it stood up, and kept going and going. I thought maybe it was a really tall person when it was sitting, but standing, it was massive. Maybe 9 or 10 feet. And thin as a rail too, like someone had stretched a normal person out like taffy. Its arms hung down past where its knees should be. It stood there for a moment, and I swear to God it turned its head up towards where I was sitting. I couldn't see a face from that distance, just that white shape, but I felt like it was looking at me. You know what I mean? Like when someone's staring at you from across a room and you just know. I watched it turn and walk into the trees. It didn't run, it didn't seem to be in a rush, but it did take these real long strides, and in seconds I couldn't see it anymore. The trees there were maybe 60 or 70 feet tall, so that gave me more perspective as to how tall this thing really was. I sat there for a minute, stone sober suddenly, trying to process this. I got up then and practically ran up the trail to catch up with my friends. I found them about 15 minutes later at the waterfall that was apparently our main destination. "You good?" Danny asked. "You look pale." "Just pushed too hard catching up," I said. But Tyler could tell something was up. "Nah, man, what's going on? You look like you saw a ghost." I sat down on a rock and ran my hands through my hair. Alright, this is gonna sound insane, and I was high, so maybe I was just seeing things. "What?" Danny asked. "When you guys left, I was looking down the mountain, and I saw something. It was like this white, tall thing sitting on a log maybe a mile down." "Like a person?" Marco asked. "That's what I thought at first, but then it stood up, and it was freaking huge. Like 10 feet tall and skinny as heck, pure white." Tyler laughed. "Dude, you just got too high. I've seen weirder crap on shrooms." "No, this was different. It wasn't like a hallucination. It was there, and then it walked into the woods." Danny sat down next to me. "Are you being serious right now?" "I know how it sounds." "There are albino people," Marco offered. "Maybe it was just a really tall albino hiker? In the middle of nowhere, 10 feet tall, not wearing any clothes or wearing perfectly white clothes for some reason." We went back and forth about it for a while. Tyler was convinced I'd gotten too high and my brain had turned a regular hiker into something weird. Marco kept trying to find logical explanations, and Danny just kept asking if I was doing okay. Eventually, we ate lunch and headed back down. When we passed the spot where I'd been sitting, we all had to stop and look down the mountain. "So, which way was it?" Danny asked. I pointed. "Down there, sitting by that big fallen tree. You can barely see it through the trees." We all stared for a moment. Didn't see anything strange yet. "Maybe we should go check it out," Tyler suggested. "Absolutely not," Danny said. "We're not going off-trail to look for some 10-foot-tall forest monster." "I'm with Danny," I said. "I already saw it once, that's enough for me." On the drive home, Tyler wouldn't shut up about it. He kept calling it my forest cryptid and asking for more details. Did it have clothes on? Could you see its face? How exactly did it move? The truth was, I'd only seen it for maybe 30 seconds total, and from really far away at that. Some details were burned into my memory, like that pure white color and the impossible height, the calm way it moved. That night, Danny texted me. "I want to be sure. You weren't screwing around with us earlier?" "Nope," I replied. "I really saw it." "Well, that's just plain creepy," she said. "Yeah." And we left it at that. The Tahoe Incident. From Anonymous. I've told this story maybe 4 times in my life. Once to my ex, who said I was probably dehydrated. Once to my brother, who believed me but made me promise not to tell Mom. And nobody really believes it anyway, which is fine. I barely believe it myself. This was 2008. I was doing contract work in Sacramento and had a long weekend, so I drove up to Tahoe for some hiking. I picked the Rubicon Trail from DL Bliss down to Emerald Bay, a tourist trail really, only 4.5 miles I think, and mostly flat. I started around 9 a.m. on a Friday in late September. The weather was perfect, and there were no crowds. About 2 miles in, I found this cleared area just off the trail with a makeshift bench. A good spot for lunch. I sat down with a sandwich and looked out at the lake. And then I noticed the cairn. Just a pile of stacked rocks about 20 feet away, tucked back in the trees. But it was weird, because it wasn't marking the trail. It was deliberately placed back in the woods. I walked on over to check it out. There were more of them, a whole line of cairns leading deeper into the trees, spaced maybe 10 feet apart. I know you're not supposed to follow weird stuff in the woods, but it was broad daylight, and I could still hear voices from the trail. I figured maybe someone marked a shortcut. The cairns went on for maybe 100 yards, then stopped at a small clearing. In the center was a bigger pile of rocks, maybe 5 feet tall, fitted together like a primitive dome. There was a small opening at the base, just big enough to reach your arm into. The weird part was how clean everything was. No pine needles and no dirt. The ground around it was cleared of debris in a perfect circle. It was like someone maintained it regularly. I turned to head back and almost had a heart attack. There was a man standing at the edge of the clearing, right where I'd entered, probably in his 50s with gray hair, those transitions lenses. Nothing obviously threatening about him, except he was standing there and watching me. "Hey, sorry, I saw the cairns and got curious." He didn't respond, didn't even move. The silence went on for way too long. Is this yours?" I asked, gesturing at the stone structure. Still nothing. What's with this guy, I thought. I started to walk toward him. He was sort of blocking the path, and there was no room to go around. As I got closer, maybe 10 feet away, he finally said something.
"You didn't take anything."
Now, at first, you might think this was a question, but the way he said it, it was exactly like a statement, a fact. His voice was calm, but something about it made my skin crawl. No, I didn't touch a thing." He nodded once, then stepped aside. As I passed him, he said one more thing.
"Good."
I speed-walked back to the main trail without looking back once. I drove home that afternoon instead of camping like I planned. Sometimes I think about that dark little opening in the stones, and I wonder what would have happened if I'd reached inside. I'm glad I didn't. Willow River. From Inquisitor 4196. This may be one of the scariest encounters I've had in my entire life so far. It was December, a few days after Christmas. I decided to go hunting with a friend of mine. We'll call him Gabe. Gabe had agreed to go hunting with me as he didn't have much to do at the time, and he wanted to get away from his girlfriend for a while. They'd been fighting a bit, and he needed a break from that. I had him drive over to my place with all his stuff ready to go. When he arrived, I was almost ready myself. Just needed to grab primer for my gun of choice, the muzzleloader. I loaded up all my stuff in his truck, locked up my house, and got in the front seat. We drove off. I was living in Minnesota at the time, and I still do, but we chose one of the worst places I could have chosen for the hunt. As we drove there, we talked about the hunting conditions at the place. Specifically, we were heading for a cabin on Sturgeon Lake. After the 2-hour drive, we finally arrived and got out of the truck. We went in the cabin and got settled in. By then, we were quite tired, so we decided to go to bed. We would get things set up in the morning. A while later, Gabe had fallen asleep, but I was still awake. I had this feeling of dread that I couldn't explain, like someone or something was watching me through the window. I got up and went to close it. Before I was able to close it, I saw 2 big yellow glowing orbs about 20 feet up in the trees outside the cabin. I strained my eyes, trying to get a better look at what it might have been, but I couldn't make it out, whatever it was. So I ignored it and closed the window. I went back to bed. The following morning, I got up and made coffee for Gabe and I. Then I woke him up. As I waited for the coffee to be done, I went into the spare bedroom and got out our gear, including our guns. Once we were both ready and had our coffee, we set out together for a place called Willow River. After about an hour's walk, we arrived. We set up the blind and flattened the brush around it. Then we crawled in. It was after about 30 minutes that we started to see some activity. We spotted a doe with a fawn walking out into a clearing next to the river. We let them go, of course. We weren't there to orphan a young fawn that seemed to be only a few months old. After that, we had a 4-point buck come out into the clearing. We left it alone, though. We were seeking bigger bucks than that. We didn't have much else come out into the clearing for a while, maybe about an hour and a half. But by then, suddenly, I started to smell a gut-wrenching stench that was almost unbearable. I thought it must have been a black bear, so we both tried to ignore it until the smell got even worse and worse. Then, it came out into the clearing. We were looking at the most hideous-looking deer we'd ever seen in our lives, extremely malnourished, bones breaking from its skin. One of its antlers had long since been snapped off, and it stank of rotten flesh and garbage. For a malnourished deer, it was very large, and its limbs seemed to be stretched out in this weird, disfigured way. After we looked at it, Gabe whispered to me, "Should we put it out of its misery? That thing looks really sick." I responded, whispering back, "Yeah, I guess. Looks like it's got rabies or something just as bad." Just then, that deer snapped its head up and stared straight at our blind. It then began to move closer to us. I raised my gun, ready to shoot, wanting to get a broadside shot, just in case I messed up the deer more if I went for a neck shot. But the deer didn't turn, and just kept coming closer until I didn't notice that Gabe was pointing right at its head and pulled the trigger. After the smoke cleared, the deer was gone. But what we did see was a giant puddle of blood right where the deer had been standing. We assumed it must have been hit, or at least grazed by the bullet. We waited a bit, then followed the blood trail. Several minutes later, the trail stopped at the base of a tree. The two of us were confused. We looked around the area, but all we found were scratches on some of the trees. We decided to pack it up and head back to the cabin. That included us going back to the clearing and picking up our blind. We walked back to the spot where we had left it, but when we got there, we found the blind torn to shreds. It reeked of the smell we had smelled on that deer. We tried to ignore the loss of the blind, walking back to the cabin without it. It was an unsuccessful hunt, and it was growing darker by the second. When we got back, the place was thrashed. Almost everything that had been inside had been pulled out or destroyed. As we looked around, I glanced towards the tree line outside and saw a pale figure standing about 8 feet tall with the same broken and messed up antlers as the deer we'd shot. Then, from the direction of the figure, a gut-wrenching scream resounded. It sounded like the cry of an angry man, mixed with the sound of a female elk in heat. As soon as we heard that, we both hopped in the truck and floored it home. After the events of that trip, I started to look into cryptids. The only match I could find that fit the description may be the Wendigo. And after hearing of its story, I just feel lucky to be alive. What did I see? From Appalachian Hiker 290. This happened in January of 2023. Now, I'm of Native American blood, and I believe in the tales my grandmother often told me. At the time, we had just gotten a new dog. I'll call her A. I was taking A out on her nightly walk, which mostly leads to her chasing our local chickens. This night seemed normal. Clouds covering the sky and moon, which was a disappointment, as I would have preferred them be out. Our local chickens were not out and about this time. It was cold and way past dark. It was a windy night, and the sounds of squirrels running up and down the trees often overcame the sounds of the wind. Suddenly, A stopped. She sniffed the air and started to jerk towards our shed. Then, out of nowhere, the wind stopped, and so did the rest of the noises around me. I was used to this. I knew that sometimes the woods can go silent, especially when a predator or a person was out in them. Not to mention the place I lived was known for mountain lions. A suddenly stopped tugging her way to the shed. I looked up towards the shed, and what I saw still chills me to my core this very day. Whatever it was huge, at least 9 feet tall. I could only see the outline until I brought out my phone flashlight. The thing was unnaturally skinny, like it hadn't eaten a bite in months. You could see its bones and ribcage. Its fur was matted, and parts of it appeared to have been torn from its body. In certain places, you could see torn flesh. Its arms were unnaturally long and lanky, but the hands ended in razor-sharp claws, which appeared to be stained a deep red. The legs looked like the legs of a deer, but too long, too lanky. Its head was also shaped like a deer's, but with fur and spots only barely hanging in place. The eyes were small and black, but would chill any person to the bone looking into them. The antlers were those of a huge buck, but they seemed worn and weathered, like they'd been used for something besides show. I froze. A came off her leash and began to run to the house. The creature's head suddenly snapped in my direction, causing me to let out a sharp and quick shriek, and I dropped my phone to cover my mouth. By that time, my pit bull B and my Rottweiler C were running towards me, barking and raising Cain. That snapped me out of my trance, causing me to scramble to my house. My grandmother came out of the house, yelling my name. Once I was almost back, only then did I turn back to look at the creature. I could still see it. As soon as I was in the safety of my house, the creature retreated to the woods. I bent over and gasped, almost throwing up. Whatever that thing was, it smelled like rotten animals and spoiled milk, which had been sitting out in the sun for far too long. My grandmother, worried, kept repeating the question, "What did you see? What did you see?" I was gasping for air. When I looked up and she saw the pure terror in my eyes, she simply said, "You saw it, didn't you?" It's been nearly a year since my encounter, but each and every time I go outside alone at night, I still feel watched, and I feel it's still out there. It haunts Chattahoochee National Forest. From Edgar. I know what I saw that night, camping along the stream in Georgia a few summers back. It still rattles me whenever I talk about it. I had just finished high school and was doing some solo traveling before college started up. I'd heard good things about the trout fishing up in Chattahoochee National Forest, so I decided to go check it out, go camp a few days along one of the rivers that runs through it. I'll never forget the drive in from Atlanta. I was feeling that sense of freedom and excitement that comes with being out on your own for the first time. The forested roads got narrower and more secluded the closer I got to the area I'd marked on my map. By late afternoon, when I started setting up camp, I realized I hadn't seen another vehicle or even planes overhead for at least an hour. I wasn't nervous yet. Actually, I liked the isolation. I was out there surrounded by nothing but woods and water. I made a little fire pit, and I set up my tent as the shadows got long that first evening. I kept thinking what an awesome start to the trip. As the last light faded, I grabbed my new fishing rod and hiked over to a promising pool just downstream from my camp. Standing there as darkness fell all around me, I cast out my line. Almost immediately, simultaneously, something felt wrong. Unsettled, I glanced around me and I felt for the first time like I was being watched from the brush. I told myself to stop psyching myself out. I stood there in the deepening gloom waiting for a bite. Then I heard a loud splashing sound across the river. I jerked towards the sound, expecting to see an animal, but the woods were still. Strange, I remember thinking. My breath sounded extra loud in the sudden silence. I tried to focus. I turned my back to fishing, and almost immediately something snatched my line and yanked back. Whatever it was pulled hard. I swore in shock, bracing myself against the pull. For several minutes, I grappled with whatever was on the other end. At first, I thought it was a huge trout, or maybe a heavy sunken log. But then the line went completely slack. I nearly toppled backwards at the abrupt lack of resistance, my heart hammering. I reeled my line in fast, half expecting to find my hook and lure shredded or missing. But they looked completely normal, undamaged when I got them up close. By then, total darkness had set in, so I shone my flashlight out at the now black woods and river. The beam only illuminated empty silence. For hours afterwards, I sat wide awake in my little tent, listening to the strangest cries I've ever heard in nature, coming from every direction just outside my camp. That was my first inkling that something bizarre lurked out there. But what I witnessed the next morning convinced me completely. I rose with the sun, exhausted from no sleep, yet oddly wired at the same time. Walking back to the river's edge in the gray dawn mist, I almost expected the night's events to already feel like a bad dream. But no sooner did I start casting into that same pool downstream when, across the water, 2 deer came walking out of the brush. Nothing too unusual at first, until I looked closer in the low morning light. One of the deer had a long, gruesome gash across its furry neck that glistened red and wet. Dangling loosely from the nasty cut was a chain with my lure still attached, glinting crimson as it swung. My breath left my body in horrified understanding. The lure hanging grotesquely from the gashed neck clearly belonged to me. The red paisley pattern on the skirt was one of a kind, custom made. But I'd checked my tackle box just last night and it was still there. So someone had come into my camp, gone through my belongings while I lay frozen in my tent, unable to identify those chilling cries, then used my own lure to attack this helpless creature. The injured deer stared directly at me, its eyes glazed with what looked like unnatural intention. It was as if it was forcing me to witness its own suffering, fighting every instinct, urging me to run. I knew I had to help the poor animal somehow, or put it out of its misery. I managed to unsnag my pocket knife and flashlight from where I'd abandoned them on the rocky bank the night before. Cautiously crossing the water towards the deer while scanning desperately for predators, I felt totally exposed, wading across the narrow stretch of river. The icy water numbed my legs, to the point I stumbled over submerged roots and rocks. But I had to lock my senses onto getting to that deer. By the time I emerged, soaking wet, onto the opposite bank a few yards downstream from the animal, I realized even if I could cut it free, its wound was beyond my first aid abilities. As I hesitantly approached the huffing, struggling deer, part of me registered that it was unusual for the creature not to have already run from me, almost like something was prohibiting its movement, preventing its escape. The deer's dark eyes tracked my movements with an eerie cognition. Its nostrils kept flaring, not with the effort to breathe, but almost like it was trying to speak to me. I know it sounds crazy. My hand shook as I reached with the knife towards the bloody gash, desperate to grant this helpless being mercy. Just before I made contact, a blast of fetid air rushed from the deer's mouth directly into my face. I stumbled back, gagging on the unnatural stench as a strange hissing noise seemed to form within the breath, almost language-like in its cadence before it shifted into an anguished animal bleat. The deer's legs buckled in the same moment. I cried out, lurching forward to catch the creature in my arms as my knife clattered to the stones. Our eyes still locked in a bizarre connection as I eased the spasming animal to the ground. Blood continued to pump from the yawning neck wound, now soaking into my clothes and skin. Then, with a final, almost grateful look from its deep brown eyes, the deer went still. I knelt over its body for I don't know how long, sobbing and shaking as the summer insects buzzed loudly around us. When I finally looked up and surveyed my surroundings, I had the disorienting sensation that the trees themselves had crowded closer in my distress, like spectators to a show. I knew in my bones more dark things lurked behind the silent trunks of those trees. I still wasn't prepared for the next discovery that would confirm that nothing in these woods was as it seemed. I'm not proud to admit it, but after witnessing the deer's agonizing last moments, I scrambled back over the scream in blind panic, without even cleaning the bloody tackle off my arms. I also left my knife and flashlight, abandoned again, on the far bank in my hysteria to get away. There was no unseeing that awful sight, nor forgetting that lingering stench of decomposition that had flooded my nostrils when the deer had expelled its final wretched breath into my gaping mouth. Stumbling through the dim woods, I swatted madly at swarming insects, attracted to the bloodstains on my skin and clothes. I couldn't escape the feeling that I was not alone out here, because whoever, or whatever, had done that to the deer and had snuck into my campsite at night was still out there. By the time I reached my little camp, it was already mid-morning. I knew I had to leave, though, gathering whatever gear I could, leaving whatever I couldn't behind. As I hastily shoved a few possessions into my backpack, with quaking mud-caked hands, a flock of crows burst from the treetops suddenly, cawing in loud agitation before going silent. The creatures seemed to hover motionless above my campsite, their dark outlines stark against the overcast sky. I forced myself to move faster, despite the frozen panic roaring in my ears. Before long, I was clambering into the driver's seat of my old sedan when I heard it. The sing-song voice of a little girl, calling out right behind my vehicle. "Wait, mister. We found your toy. Don't you want it?" Every nerve ending ignited at once in my system as I whirled around to confront whoever had come into my camp. But when I turned back, I was met with only forest. No matter how long I looked and stared at each tree and thicket, I appeared to be alone. After a moment, though, I spotted something lying on the edge of the dirt road that was not there a few seconds earlier. A child's tea set, made of weathered plastic and missing a few pieces. It was deliberately placed behind my rear tire. Across the tiny cups and soiled saucers, a huge, offensively bright fishing lure had been draped like a special gift. My lure, again, returned straight from the gory neck wound of the fallen deer. I did not stop to investigate. I simply gunned the engine as a girlish laughter began to erupt all around, interlaced with the crow's warning cries. Even flooring the gas pedal, my car seemed to crawl through the thick woods for agonizing minutes before finally breaking past the last clutching tree branches onto a paved road. I peeled out so fast, the tires squealed for nearly a mile. When the bright, welcoming glow of distant civilization first crested into view after several miles, I cried like a little boy. Ever since then, I have not come back, though I do still have the occasional nightmare. Dreams of ghostly little girls in the woods, and dead or dying deer. Just keep this in mind if you're ever out in the Georgia woods. There's something out there. Those forests are very haunted. Spending the night with a ghost. From Greenwich. When I was in high school, we used to go on a lot of field trips and activities. We had at least 1 or 2 activities every month, and it was mostly very nice. It felt great and was very motivating to always have something to look forward to. During my second year, we were supposed to go on a 2-day trip to an amazing place in the mountains that was super fancy. We were all excited for it. Unfortunately, they had to cancel it for some reason. So the teachers had to find a place last minute that could accommodate a group of 30 kids. We ended up going to a camp that no one had ever heard of. It was about 2 hours from the school and very secluded. When we got there, we were welcomed with a big sign that read, "Welcome, we're celebrating our 100th anniversary." I must say that I still have this image engraved in my mind because when I saw that, chills ran down my spine. I'd always been very attracted to spooky stuff. I grew up with my dad, watching scary movies all the time, and I always loved a good scary story. But nothing could have prepared me for what was about to happen. We got out of the bus and were greeted by 2 young men who would be our guides for the trip. They showed us the dormitories first, so we could leave our stuff there and begin the activities. Of course, there were 2 dormitories, so we were separated, boys from girls. I was pleased to know that I would share my room with 2 of my best friends, M and P. We were assigned our room last because we had a special room. I've got to explain that the building was shaped like an L, while the longer part was divided into rooms that each contained 2 bunk beds. The smaller portion was only one big room with 2 bunk beds. The smaller part was almost detached from the longer part. We only had a door communicating with the rest of the building. We were quite excited about that, because it was the biggest room, and we would be far away from the teachers and everyone else. But when we opened the door to that room, we stopped immediately. The smell. It smelled like someone had left rotten meat in there. It was so bad that we put our shirts over our noses, trying to filter it out. We tried looking everywhere to find the source, but couldn't find a thing. We had to go, though. The activities were starting. So I put the trash can outside, as it was the only thing I could think of that could be stinking that much, even though it appeared to be clean. The first day went by, and we had a lot of fun. We went canoeing, playing games, finished the day around a big campfire. We went into the dormitory around 8 p.m. that night and talked with the other girls until around 9 p.m., since that would be our curfew. Everyone went to sleep after that, and we went back to our secluded room. The smell, though, was still very much there, but less intense than when we first arrived. So we didn't bother telling the teachers and went straight to bed ourselves. Of course, we didn't fall asleep right away. We had so much to talk about, kids on a field trip. I was alone in the bottom bunk bed on the right. M was in the upper bed on the left, while P was on the other bottom one. Only 4 or 5 feet separated the bunk beds, so we kept talking. All of a sudden, as I was saying something, I heard M saying something over me, but it was almost like she was whispering. I said to her, "Sorry, what did you just say, M?" She replied, "Nothing. I didn't say anything. I think it was P." P immediately replied, "I didn't say anything. I thought that was you, M." We all went quiet then. Then we heard it, a loud whisper coming from between the bunk beds. I gathered the courage to open my flashlight and light up the end of the left bunk bed where the sound had been coming from. But when I did, There was nothing there. It had definitely come from inside the room. To break the silence, I said out loud, "Well, I guess it's time for us to go to sleep." After they both agreed, we silently hid in our sleeping bags. But somehow, we did manage to fall asleep, eventually. I woke up to a red light entering our room under the door. As my brain was slowly shaking off the dizziness of sleeping, I heard the fire alarm. I looked at the time on my iPod, and it was exactly 3 a.m. My friends woke up too, and we put our shoes on, opening the door. Everybody was being evacuated from the dormitory. Fortunately, there was no fire, but the alarm had not been pulled by someone since the little button was still intact. Somehow, some way, it had been set off by something else. The camp guide searched the whole place for half an hour, but couldn't find anything, so they gave us the okay to go back to our rooms. I don't know if I need to mention it, but we didn't fall asleep again right away. We wondered, could it have been the same thing that was in our room earlier, setting off the alarm? Was it trying to warn us? We'll never know. The next morning, we were quite happy to leave that place. Even though we'd had fun during the activities, we'd had a wild night and were very exhausted. I'm still friends with M&P, and we sometimes talk about that night. I've had other weird experiences, but this is one I'll always remember. I'll always remember sitting on that bus, looking back at the welcome sign as we left. Two stories from Hexmark 8598. Chased by gargoyles. I was talking to my younger cousin a while back. He brought up a very strange and terrifying encounter we had back when we were teenagers. So, for context, it was back in the early 2000s. I was staying on my uncle's farm way off in the middle of nowhere. I was 16 at the time. My cousin was 12. The farm itself was located on an old dirt road. It sat on a decent-sized plot of land, almost completely surrounded by woods. Just across the road from the house was the deepest section of those woods. My cousin and I had spent hours tromping through those woods, and we knew them fairly well. We'd ventured pretty deep into them. Never found the other side, where they ended. Now, our grandfather, Freeman, and our grandmother, Ruby, had always said we could mess around in the woods as much as we wanted, but we should always get back home by sundown. Not just because of the panthers that roamed around the woods after dark, but they'd always been vague on the details. I remember every evening as the sun went down, my grandfather would go out and sit in his wooden rocking chair on the porch right after dinner to smoke his pipe, and he always had his 10-gauge double-barrel shotgun across his lap as he stared into the woods and smoked. We never knew what he was watching out for, but one day I think we found out what some of those things were. It was one day in early autumn. My cousin and I were out wandering in the woods once again, not doing anything in particular, just exploring really. I don't remember why we were out there for so long, but all of a sudden, we realized the sun was very low in the sky. It was getting dark, fast. So we started to head back towards home when we noticed some strange noises all around us. The trees and bushes rustled loudly, and we picked up our pace. As we speed-walked towards the farm, I heard a particularly loud rustle from the bushes to my left, followed by the strangest growl I'd ever heard. It wasn't any animal growl I could identify. My head snapped in the direction of the sound, and I saw a face peering back at me, back at us. Not a panther's face, not a wolf's. No, this face was almost human, but not quite. It had skin that was a grayish tan color, and almost looked like stone, and its eyes were this deep red shade. I yelled at my cousin to run, and I put myself between this creature and him. My cousin didn't hesitate, and he bolted on ahead. The creature let out this screech and began to chase after us. It was running alongside us at one point, screeching. The more it shrieked, the more the woods came alive with movement and other screeches. I looked behind us at one point, and I saw a second creature back there. But this one was in the trees, jumping to and fro. It was larger than the one running alongside us. It was nearly fully dark at this point, but we were almost to the dirt road. I wasn't sure if we were both going to make it, as I prepared myself to confront these things in order to protect my cousin. Then we saw the edge of the tree line just ahead. My heart felt like it was going to pound out of my chest, and I realized I'd been holding my breath for some time. We burst from those woods, my cousin screaming in terror, and me yelling for someone to open the door as we hit the front porch. But I didn't wait for the door to open. I smashed through the screen door and collapsed in the floor, gasping for air. My uncle was just sitting in his father's old chair, looking at me, shaking his head like he knew what had happened. As he got up, he grabbed that old tin gauge from the wall, and he said calmly, "See why you're supposed to be home before dark?" Then he stepped out into the yard. Thing is, I never heard him fire the gun. Never heard any more screeches either, so I figured whatever those things were contented themselves to just chasing us away from their domain. I recall just passing out right there on the floor. The next morning, when I went outside for a cigarette, I looked towards those woods. I saw 3 figures standing just inside the tree line, as still as statues. Of course, my uncle was already out there, shotgun across his lap. He looked at me as he puffed on his own cigarette and said, "Great, you pissed off the gargoyles." That was the first encounter I had with them. A few months after that, after the last of the summer's lingering warmth was gone, and the nights had gotten colder, my uncle and I stepped outside and saw what at first we thought was a man. It was near one of the cars in the driveway. It was too dark to see clearly what it was, but my uncle pulled the 9mm pistol he always had on his hip and told whoever, or whatever it was, that if it didn't leave, they were going to get shot. The figure crawled up on the trunk of the car and my uncle fired at it. 3 shots in rapid succession. Every bullet found its mark, but when they hit, it sounded like he had just fired into a solid stone surface. All we heard was that distinct sound a bullet makes when it ricochets off rock. Then I heard that all too familiar screech, as what we now referred to as a gargoyle launched itself into the air and dove towards us. We ran back inside quickly. For a few minutes we heard the creature circling the house, shrieking intermittently. Then suddenly, something slammed into the side of the wall. Hard. The pictures on the wall shook, and 2 of them even fell. After that, things went silent. The next morning, we went and looked at where the creature had smashed into the house. The siding on that side was busted. Little pieces and chunks from the house lay on the ground. From then on, my cousins were never allowed out after it got dark. And if my uncle and I did go out, we always had either a large caliber hunting rifle or that old shotgun. Missouri Howler. This one has a certain mystery to it, as I never saw the creature in question. But boy, did I hear it. I even found the tracks it left behind. Better put on your seatbelt for this one. This one happened on an early summer night around 2005. I was again at my uncle's farm in BFE. I remember it was early summer, as my uncle's sow had just had piglets a week or so before all this happened. It was around 10 p.m. My cousins were in bed, and my uncle and I were sitting in the living room, watching some TV, and making some small talk. At some point, I just felt the entire atmosphere change. Everything was quiet, other than the TV, which, when you have newborn piglets, it's rarely quiet. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck raised up, and I just had this overpowering sense of dread in my gut. I had no idea what the source of it was, but I was feeling very anxious. My uncle, as ever, was stoic, and while he would occasionally glance out the window, he never said anything, and we never addressed the odd feeling that had settled over the room. My anxiety got the better of me, and I stood up, grabbing his hunting rifle, saying I was going to smoke and check on the pigs, as they should not have been this quiet. My uncle gave a kind of patronizing chuckle and said, "You can smoke in here tonight, but you definitely should not go out there." I looked at him, somehow only more confused by his vague warning. But I put the gun back, and as I sat down, I asked him why I shouldn't go out there, when those piglets definitely needed to be checked on. I had, after all, risked life and limb and a pin with a very aggressive sow and a very powerful thunderstorm to make sure they'd made it into the world to begin with. Then, as if on cue, there was this howl outside. It sounded like a wolf, if a wolf had lungs the size of a full-grown man. It didn't quite hit the same octave as a wolf. It had this bass to it that kind of reverberated the air itself. "That's why," he said, still in his infuriatingly calm tone. "What the heck was that?" I asked, jumping up and going towards the window. "Just leave it be. It'll be gone soon." Now I was getting pretty irritated by his constant evasiveness. "Fine, but what is it?" My uncle put a potato chip in his mouth, still watching the TV, chewing slowly and swallowing, before finally saying, "Just don't worry about it. As long as we don't go out there, it'll leave us alone. It always has before." There was another howl, much closer this time. I was still in full-on fight mode, with so much adrenaline pounding through my body, I couldn't stop shaking or sit still. I was pacing the room, which was what finally aggravated my uncle, who snapped at me to stop. That's when we heard it. Heavy footsteps outside. The two of us went silent. It was almost like something had sucked all the oxygen from the room. The footsteps were right outside. Slow, heavy footsteps. As we listened, it began circling the house. I was now frozen in place, holding my breath, when there was another howl, right behind the house. This time, that bass to it vibrated my chest. Seconds later, there was this blood-curdling scream from the pig pen. Then all went silent again. All I could do was sit down, hanging my head in my hands. I knew what that sound meant. I didn't sleep well that night, and at first light, I went outside. I couldn't believe what I saw. Massive paw prints, the size of dinner saucers, circled the house. Huge impressions in the ground, complete with dew claw marks. They circled the house twice, then led straight to the pig pen. I followed them, and I found exactly what I'd been expecting. The piglets were gone. No remains were there to be found, and that mean old sow had been ripped to pieces. It broke my heart, but I couldn't help but think, better them than my family or me. Here's the interesting bit about those paw prints. Judging by the gait of them, whatever made them was bipedal. I'm not going to cry werewolf here, as there was no full moon, so I guess it was some kind of wolfish man. I don't know. My uncle seemed to know something about it, but he wouldn't tell me. Not then, and not even to this day. Whatever it was, he knew, and he took it with him to his grave when he passed away only 3 years ago. All I'm left with are a lot of questions, and speculation as to what it might have been. But thank the stars, that was the only time I was there when that creature came by for dinner. Not long ago, I told a friend this story, and he thought about it for a moment. Then he said it could well have been the Missouri Howler. After a little research of my own, maybe I'm inclined to agree with him. An extremely disturbing memory. From Cabin Trauma. That weekend trip out to my uncle's cabin with my dad and cousin Ron when I was 12 years old changed me forever. It was only supposed to be an easy little getaway in early fall. A chance to do some fishing, have a campfire, and hang out before school started up. But what happened the very first night would change the way I see the world. Dad was excited to take me and Ron out to his brother's cabin by the lake for the first time. He kept going on and on about how we'd have the place to ourselves to do whatever we wanted. Don't get me wrong, I was pumped too. Sounded awesome. The leaves were just starting to turn colors as we drove out there, stopping for pizza and soda on the way so we wouldn't have to cook. The cabin itself was pretty simple. 2 tiny rooms and a loft upstairs under the slanted roof that Ron and I would share, while Dad took the main room. We immediately claimed top bunks, rushed outside to gather sticks for s'mores, and pestered Dad about fishing trips we could take once it got dark. You know, normal kid stuff. After we gorged ourselves on burnt marshmallows, and Dad let us sip his beers around the fire, Ron conked out in the top bunk as soon as the lights were out. But I couldn't sleep right away, up there under the low rafters. The not-so-distant shrieks of animals and branches scraping the roof kept distracting me. I wasn't really scared being from the country and all, just wound up, I guess. I have no idea what time it was when I startled awake later that night. The first thing I noticed was how icy cold the room felt on my face. That's when I saw that the loft door was wide open at the top of the stairs, letting frigid air rush in. Confused, I leaned over the bed railing, expecting to see the glow of the downstairs lights on. But the cabin below was pitch black and dead silent, except for a strange intermittent wheezing sound. The hairs on my arms stood at attention as I strained to see through the darkness towards that weird noise. It sounded like some kind of sick animal struggling to breathe. That's when I noticed the moisture on the wooden floor by my bed. Too dark to make out colors, but something had left a wet, shiny trail across the old floorboards, all the way from the open doorway to the side of my mattress. My stomach turned to water as goosebumps erupted everywhere. I was frozen as I stared down at whatever was next to me, wheezing there in the dark. I could just barely make out a heap of matted fur hunkered against the bed frame. The wet trail led directly to it. In the shadows, its fur almost seemed to ripple and move over bulky flesh, its breath coming out in sporadic, guttural bursts. I squinted desperately. Were those gnarled hands emerging from the fur? And I nearly yelped out when I glimpsed it. A distorted head with pointed ears twitching atop a distorted body, convulsing on the floor. My heart stuttered in my chest. I couldn't even cry out to Dad or Ron. I stayed under my blankets, shivering. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it was some terrible dream. But the image blazed behind my eyelids. The human-like hands, canine head. It was a mismatched living nightmare, and was right beside my bed, soaked in some dark fluid, and it was morphing and changing. Between wheezes, I began to hear cracking sounds, like its bones breaking and reshaping. All I could do was lay paralyzed in pathetic silence, waiting for the wheezing to stop. After what felt like forever, over the frantic pounding of my heart in my ears, I detected labored footsteps crossing the small room, and the sucking of air as the outside door slowly swung shut, enclosing me in safety once again. I never told Dad or Ron what I saw. The next morning, they saw the wet trail. The three of us even found mangled squirrels and a bloody trail on the porch leading out towards the woods that no one mentioned out loud over breakfast. I hardly slept the next 2 nights, listening to things rustling outside instead. I don't know what that was, and I still don't like thinking about it. But I won't ever forget it either. To have seen something like that, and to know that things like that exist, I think I might be scared of the dark forever. "6 years in a haunted house." From Misaligned. It was October of 2003 when my small family moved into a new house. Newly built, so no one lived there before us. It was a cute little blue ranch house located in the middle of nowhere in Michigan. It had a bright and sunny open floor plan, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 acres surrounded by woods. It was adorable. Perfect. The first thing my husband and I did was set up the nursery, as our daughter was only 6 months old at the time. The first night there, it was unreasonably hot. When I got my daughter ready for bed, I grabbed her footy pajamas from the dresser. Then I thought, it's too hot for pajama feet, so I left the PJs on her changing table and put her to bed in her onesie. The next morning I woke up to her crying like she was agitated. This wasn't like her. So I went to her room, and I kid you not, her feet had been pulled through the slats of the crib, and the footy pajamas had apparently floated across the room because the pajama feet were on her feet outside the crib. I was horrified. Yeah, that was night 1. I didn't tell my husband about this. He would think I was crazy. So I chalked it up to maybe it was his deceased mother. I tried to forget about it, but the activity here did not stop there. We lived in that house for 6 years, and a lot happened. I'll give you some highlights. We had doors opening and closing, faucets turning on full blast, TV and radio going on and off, you know, regular haunting type stuff. But it seemed like every time I had a baby, the activity ratcheted up a level. After my first son was born, things intensified. I was exercising in the basement. Well, stretching actually. And something breathed in my ear. And I mean like a violent exhale right by my ear. Then it started to flick my earrings randomly throughout the day, so I stopped wearing anything dangly. It started moving things around in my daughter's room. At one point, we couldn't get into the bathroom because a vanity drawer had been opened, blocking the door. At this point, I was terrified, but we couldn't afford to leave, and the kids were too little to know what was happening. My husband was a skeptic. I was a stay-at-home mom, so I was there alone most of the time, while my husband was at work. He didn't get to experience everything that I did. Although he was there for some of it, he always played it off, like this could be normal. Then I got pregnant with my third, and all hell seemed to break loose. I remember being sick as a dog, sitting on the couch while the 4- and 6-year-olds were napping. Randomly, a battery-operated toy sitting next to me went off. I thought the batteries must have been dying, because battery-operated toys do go kooky sometimes when that happens. But then another toy went off in the mudroom to my right. Then one went off in the dining room to my left. Then the one next to me went off again. It went around and around, getting faster and faster until I finally broke down and said, "Stop it, you're scaring me." Then everything went silent. At this point, I was staying outside with the kids as much as possible. I felt more secure out there. But one day I was taking the kids to the library, and halfway there I turned around, as I'd forgotten something. When we got back home, my daughter's tricycle was sitting in the middle of my parking spot. It had to have been pushed up the hill just to get there. That was a terrifying moment, when I realized it could go outside. We weren't safe anywhere. Then things got more physical. Up to this point, I could tell myself it was creepy, but harmless. But one day, my 6-year-old came out of her bedroom, and she was mad. She was holding a stuffed animal, asking me why I threw it at her. Clearly, I hadn't, but something had. She had also started noticing the things in her room were moving around while she was asleep. One night, I was awakened by the feeling of my bra strap being snapped. I thought, was I dreaming that? Right as something snapped it again. Nope, that wasn't a dream. But which kid is doing this? Then, with much effort, I flipped my huge pregnant belly to the other side and looked into the face of no one. I knew there was someone there, but I couldn't see them. A number of days later, my 4-year-old son was walking down the hallway to show me one of his Lego inventions, and I saw something invisible shove him into the wall, sending his invention crashing to the ground. He asked what happened, and I said it must have been the dogs, at which point he went to the couch where the 2 dogs were sleeping at the time. He said, No, that was bad." Things were starting to get violent. Then came the last straw. My daughter came to me and said, "Mommy, I think my guardian angel wants to know what I look like when I'm scared." A chill ran down my spine. I asked her to elaborate. My 6-year-old daughter said, "It climbs up onto my bed at night, and it watches me sleep." That has stuck with me. It climbs up. My skin crawled, even 14 years later. It was at that point I told my husband, "I'm done. I'm leaving. I don't care if we go bankrupt. I don't care if we have to live in the car. I'm out." And he got us out. We bought a second house and moved. We had 1 income and 2 house payments, and we were flat broke. But I'd never been happier. I was terrified that it would follow us, but it didn't. Thank God. Now, to my great pleasure, I must disclose, my husband spent a few weeks fixing up odds and ends in the house by himself before we could sell it. Without dogs and kids to blame on things, he noticed the weird happenings and admitted that the house was haunted, and he apologized for making me stay there for 6 years. I told myself I would never enter that house again, but I had to clean it to sell it. So I pulled into that long gravel driveway one last time, parking in my old spot and trying to prepare myself. I was terrified. Things were quiet to start with, but while I cleaned the kitchen, I asked my husband to pick up his tools in the mudroom. Then I heard him messing around in the basement. I thought, of course he isn't doing what I asked him, chuckling to myself. Then I heard a strange sound from the window, and to my surprise, I saw my husband sweeping the garage. Still not what I asked, but I digress. I was listening to boxes being tossed in the basement, but there my husband was outside. I just turned up the radio and finished cleaning, then got the heck out of there. I have some advice. If you move into a place and think it might be haunted, ignore. Do not talk about it. Whatever happens, blame it on the cat, blame it on the kids, the wind, whatever. And whatever you do, don't talk to it, do not call it out. That's what it wants. It wants attention. And by the way, we did have the house cleansed and blessed by an ordained minister before selling it. So hopefully whoever moved in after us had a better time with the place.
My Childhood Monster, from Margaret M. The older I've gotten, the less I've talked about my childhood up in the mountains.
Not because it was bad or anything, but because there are some things that are hard to explain. I'm 64 now, and I've recently discovered this show, so I figured I'd share my experiences. I grew up in a little cabin nestled deep in the Appalachians. Back then, we didn't have neighbors close by. Our nearest one was about a mile down the road, and that was the Johnsons. Life was simple. We had chickens, a couple of goats, and a big garden that kept us fed. But there was always this atmosphere. I guess you could call it that. My parents were strict about certain things, and as kids, we just accepted it. For one, we weren't allowed outside after dark. No exceptions. If we were out playing and the sun started to dip, Mama would ring this old iron bell, and we'd better come running. I remember asking her once why we couldn't stay out and catch fireflies like other kids. She just gave me this stern look and said, "There's things out there you don't want to meet, Margaret." We also weren't supposed to go into the woods alone. Now, the forest was right up against our backyard, and it was mighty tempting to explore. My brother Timothy and I would sometimes sneak off during the day, but we never went too far. There was this unspoken understanding that the trees held secrets we weren't meant for, nor were we old enough to know. One summer, when I was about 10, our Uncle Roy came to visit. He wasn't a real uncle, more like a distant cousin of my father's, but we called him Uncle anyway. Roy was a cheerful and respectful man, always up for fun, and he didn't seem to share my parents' worries out here. One evening, he suggested we camp out in the yard. "The stars are out and it's a gorgeous night," he said. Timothy and I were over the moon. We begged Mama and Daddy to let us, and after some hemming and hawing, they agreed. But only if Roy stayed with us. We set up a big old canvas tent right in the middle of the yard, made a campfire, roasting marshmallows, the whole deal. Around 9 o'clock, Mama came out and told us to keep the fire low and reminded Roy to keep a close eye on us. He laughed and said we'd all be fine. Well, sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of rustling outside the tent. I figured it was just the wind, maybe a raccoon. But then I heard footsteps, heavy, slow, and deliberate, circling around us. Timothy was awake too. I could hear him holding his breath. Uncle Roy sat up and put a finger to his lips, signaling us to stay quiet. The footsteps continued, sometimes stopping right outside the tent flap. There was a low growling sound, and it sounded much different than a bear or dog or coyote, all the things we were used to out here. Made me so scared I felt nauseous. We sat there huddled together for some time. The animal outside, whatever it was, kept circling us, occasionally scratching lightly against the canvas. At one point, the silhouette of a large figure passed between the tent and the dying campfire. It was tall and hunched over, and it looked like it had pointed ears and a long snout. Uncle Roy reached over and grabbed his hunting knife, holding it tight, but making no move to go outside. Eventually, the noises did stop. We sat there in silence until the first light of dawn peeked through the tent. When we finally came out, there were deep footprints all around the tent, much too big to be a dog's, and the stride was longer than a person. Uncle Roy told us not to mention this to our parents, saying it would just worry them. But of course, Mama seemed to know something had happened. She gave Roy a look when we came inside, and he just nodded slightly. After that, the rules got even stricter. No more camping outside, even with adult supervision. Over the years, other strange things happened. Our chickens started to disappear. At first, we thought it was a fox, maybe a weasel, but there were never any signs of a struggle or break-in. No feathers strewn about, no blood. The birds would just be gone. Daddy reinforced the coop, adding extra locks and even some metal bars over the windows. One morning we found the coop door wide open, even though the locks were still in place but unlatched. All the chickens were gone. Not a single one left. The oddest part was the locks weren't even broken. They were opened, as if someone had used a key. Lying near the coop was a tuft of coarse, dark fur that didn't match any animal we knew of. Daddy took the fur into town to show the sheriff, but they couldn't figure out what kind of creature it came from. That night, too, we heard howling. These long, creepy wails that echoed through the mountains. It wasn't the yipping of coyotes or the howl of a wolf. It was deeper and much more wrong. I remember peering out my bedroom window and seeing shadows moving near the tree line. Large figures darting between the trees, too big to be any animal I'd ever seen. The next day, Mama set us down, reiterating the rules we had. No going out after dark. No entering the woods alone. And if we saw or heard anything strange, we were to come straight inside and tell her or Daddy. As kids, we started to piece things together in our own way. We whispered about werewolves, monsters, and creatures that lived in the woods. Timothy claimed he'd seen glowing eyes staring at him from the dark one night. But when he told Mama, she hushed him quickly and told him not to spread tales. One autumn evening before sunset, I was out picking apples from the tree near our house. I knew I should have headed inside, but I just wanted to get a few more for a pie. That's when I heard rustling behind me. I turned, and I saw a large shape skulking among the trees. It walked upright, but was hunched over. It had shaggy fur and eyes that caught the fading light in an unnatural way. I dropped the basket, screamed, and ran inside as fast as my legs would carry me. Breathless, I told Mama what I saw. She didn't scold me for being out too late. Instead, she locked all the doors and windows and gathered the family in the living room. Daddy sat by the front door with his shotgun across his lap, not saying a word. We sat there in a tense silence for hours. Occasionally, we would hear distant howls or the snapping of branches outside. And eventually, exhaustion took over, and Mama sent us to bed, assuring us that everything would be all right. After that night, the incidents seemed to stop. No more howling, no more missing animals. It was like whatever had been lurking about those mountains finally moved on. Life returned to a semblance of normal, but we still kept those rules in place. Years later, when I was grown and had my own kids, I asked Mama about those times. Even then, she was hesitant to talk about it, but eventually she told me that the mountains had their secrets. She admitted that they suspected a werewolf, or something like it, stalked those woods, but she never wanted to scare us kids more than we already were. Looking back, I still get chills thinking about it. What it truly was, I can't say for sure. But something was out there. Something that walked like a man but wasn't. It seemed to respect our boundaries, as long as we respected its. Now when my grandkids visit and beg for scary stories, I tell them all about the mountains and the importance of listening to their elders. I leave out the more creepy details, of course. No need to give them nightmares. But I do make sure they understand that the world is very strange, and that even in all our lifetimes, we may never understand it. Something is wrong with the animals in the deep woods. From Caleb T. More often than not, you'll find me working overtime at a limousine assembly plant in Ohio. Used to be big into hunting, spent most of my weekends out in the woods tracking deer or small game. But a couple years back, I got bit by a tick and ended up with alpha-gal syndrome. If you haven't heard of it, it's a very unfortunate allergy to red meat that can really mess you up. Imagine a hunter who can't eat what he hunts. Frustrating doesn't begin to cover it. And I've never been into hunting birds, and for the most part, bird meat is fine. But all in all, I hung up my rifle. Hunting lost its appeal. Instead, I started getting into outdoor survival and deep woods camping. Some accursed allergy from a tick isn't going to keep me from enjoying the outdoors. And I was thinking I could turn my experiences into a self-help book someday. A guide for folks looking to reconnect with nature, or find themselves, or whatever people are searching for these days. One fall, I decided to take a week off work, heading into the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. I've been there a few times before, but always stuck to the established trails. This time I wanted to go deeper, get off the beaten path. I got my stuff and drove out to a spot where I could leave my truck without it getting towed or vandalized. The first couple of days were just what I needed. The weather was not too cold, the leaves were turning shades of orange and red, and the air smelled like earth and pine trees. I hiked for miles without seeing another soul. Eventually, I set up camp near a small stream. I caught some fish. Fish doesn't affect this allergy, and just enjoyed the silence. At night, I would jot down thoughts for the book, though I can't say I made much progress. Mostly, I just sat by the fire, staring into the flames and letting my mind wander. On the third day, I decided to explore further north. I'd heard there were some old-growth forests up that way, trees that had been around for hundreds of years. I thought, hey, maybe they'd inspire some deep insight I could use. I packed a day bag and set off, marking my trail as I went so I didn't get lost. About midday, I stumbled upon a clearing I hadn't expected. This clearing wasn't showing up on any maps I had. The trees opened up into a nearly perfect circle. Now, here's where my experience really begins. In that clearing, dead in the center, there they were. A group of animals, sitting together like they were having some sort of meeting. Animals that would not be hanging out. There was a deer, a rabbit, a fox, and what appeared to be a young black bear. I was startled to see them. They were all sitting side by side facing the same direction. None of them moved, not even a twitch. At first, I thought maybe they were statues, some kind of art installation. But as I got closer, I could see their fur moving slightly with the breeze. Their eyes were open, but they didn't seem to register me at all. I can't stress enough how unnatural this felt. Predators and prey don't just hang out together, especially not calmly sitting so close together in a circle. I considered taking out my phone to snap a picture, but the idea felt wrong somehow. Besides, I didn't have a signal out here, and my battery was running low. I took a few cautious steps closer, but stopped when the bear turned its head ever so slightly in my direction. Now, it didn't seem aggressive, but a healthy respect for wild animals, especially bears, kept me from pushing my luck. "All right then," I said aloud. "I'm just gonna leave y'all to it." I backed away slowly, retracing my steps to camp, completely weirded out. That whole encounter left me feeling just off, and the whole way back, I kept trying to come up with some sort of explanation. Maybe they were sick. Maybe someone had left some food about that drugged them. But who would do that, all the way out here? I landed on gas leak somewhere. Some sort of vapor getting up through the cracks in the earth, got a few of the wild animals a bit high. That night, the forest was quiet. Too quiet. No crickets chirping, no owls hooting, nothing like that. There was the occasional crackle of my campfire and wind, but not much else. I had trouble sleeping, so I stayed up writing in my notebook. But I had writer's block before long. Around midnight, I began to hear rustling nearby. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the dark. But I didn't see anything just yet. Probably a possum or something, I told myself. But the rustling continued, circling around my campsite. It wasn't hurried, like an animal scurrying about. It was slow, and steady. "Who's out there?" I called. No reply. I stoked the fire higher, hoping the light would keep whatever it was at bay. Eventually, the sounds stopped, and I managed to drift off to sleep sometime before dawn. In the morning, I decided I'd had enough weirdness for one trip. Maybe I was just tired after a bad night's sleep, or maybe the solitude was actually getting to me, but that's never been the case before. Either way, I figured it was time to head back. I packed up my gear and started retracing my path toward the truck. About an hour into the hike, I noticed something on the trail ahead. When I came up to it, my stomach turned. It was a rabbit, very, very similar from the one I saw in the clearing, lying motionless on the ground. I'm telling you, it looked exactly like the same rabbit. Same size, same coloration. There were no visible wounds, except its eyes were gone. Just empty sockets staring into nothing. I knelt down to get a closer look, but didn't touch it. No signs of a predator having killed it. No blood, no tracks, nothing. It was like someone had just plucked out its eyes and left it there. I shivered. I stood up and scanned the woods around me, feeling a bit less alone than I did a moment ago. I picked up the pace, ready to be out of these woods. But then, maybe a few hundred yards later, I came across a very familiar, now dead fox, and of course, it was in the same condition. Dead, eyes missing, body otherwise untouched. "This is not happening," I muttered. I thought about turning back, but heading deeper into the woods didn't seem like a better option. I decided to keep going, moving as quickly as I could without breaking into a full-on run. But then I found another one. The deer. That doe that I saw. She was lying on her side right in the middle of the trail as if I was supposed to find her. Eyes gone too, body otherwise in pristine condition. Was someone out here with me, leaving these animals for me to find? If so, what kind of message was that? I gripped the handle of my knife, though I wasn't sure what good that was going to do. I just kept moving. Eventually, of course, I made it to the bear cub. It was off the side of the trail, propped up against a tree like a child's stuffed animal. Same empty eye sockets, same eerie perfection otherwise. "Whoever's out there, this isn't funny," I yelled out to no one in particular, basically screaming at the trees. There was only silence in response, but I wasn't going to wait for one. I broke into a jog and then a run. No worries about stealth or noise anymore. I just had to get out. The last stretch to my truck was a blur. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw my vehicle, I could have cried with relief. I opened the door and tossed my gear into the back. I tore out of there so fast I nearly killed myself from driving so recklessly. It wasn't until I was miles away from there, back on the main highway, that I finally began to calm down. My mind was racing. Who or what could have done that? Why leave the animals for me to find? A week after that, I decided I would talk to someone about it. I met up with a friend of mine named Lucas. I'd known him since high school. He's the kind of guy who doesn't spook easy, but always has an open mind. Over a couple of beers, I broached the topic. I told him everything. He listened without interruption, his expression serious. Finally, when I was done, he said, "That's messed up. You think someone was messing with you?" "I've got no honest idea, man," I told him. "But who would go through all that trouble? And how would they have known where I'd be? I don't even have any enemies." He shrugged, suggesting it was some kind of cult-like thing. He said, "You hear stories about weird stuff happening in the woods sometimes." "Yeah, maybe. Think you'll go back?" I shook my head. Not planning to anytime soon. He nodded and agreed that that would be for the best. Honestly, this was what got me into those missing 411 stories. Those tales about people going missing with bizarre scenarios and circumstances really creeps me out. But the crazy thing is, it only got me more excited to go back out into the woods. Sure, something out there wanted me gone last time, but maybe it wasn't dangerous. And maybe that wasn't actually for me. I don't know how to explain it. But I do know that I'm not gonna let one spooky experience in one neck of the woods keep me away from what I love forever. One freaking tick bite and allergy almost did that for good, but nothing's gonna break me this time. When the Whistling Comes. From Anonymous. I grew up deep in the Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York. Our family lived miles away from the nearest town, in a cabin my grandfather built himself. This was way back. We were self-sufficient, growing our own food and hunting, the whole deal. As a kid, I loved the freedom of the woods, and I'd often camp outside in our backyard, or go on overnight hikes with my older brother, Elijah. One summer, when I was about 12, Elijah and I decided to camp out at the nearby lake, a spot we'd been to plenty of times. It was a good 3-hour hike from the cabin, but we knew the trails like the back of our little hands. We packed some food and sleeping bags, heading out early in the morning. It was a good day with clear skies. We reached the lake by midday, setting up a small tent, then spent the afternoon fishing and skipping stones. When the sun started to set, we built a fire, roasting some marshmallows and telling each other ghost stories, trying to see who could spook the other more. Around 10 p.m., we decided to turn in. The fire was dying down and the forest was getting that kind of deep quiet you only hear when you're far from other people. As we were settling into our sleeping bags, I heard someone whistle. It wasn't just any whistle either. This was a tune I recognized, an old lullaby our mom used to sing to us called Starlight Journey. I thought maybe Mom and Dad had come to check on us, though that would have been weird, as they usually trusted us well to handle ourselves. "Hey Elijah, do you hear that?" I asked him. "Yeah, but who would be out here whistling like that?" We stepped out of the tent together and looked around. The moon was bright enough that we could see across the lake and the tree line, but there was no one else in sight. "Maybe it's the wind," I suggested. Elijah disagreed, saying that wind doesn't whistle melodies. It continued, seeming to come from just beyond the trees. It wasn't hurried or anything, just the same tune over and over, at a steady pace, but it still gave me the creeps. "I think we should ignore it," Elijah said. "Might be a hiker or loner passing through." We went back into the tent, but the whistling didn't stop. It circled around us, first sounding from the left, then from the right. It was always the same distance away, like whoever it was knew exactly how to stay out of sight. After about an hour, the tune changed. It was still familiar, but not a song I could name. It felt like something we should know, but couldn't place. That's when Elijah admitted he was getting freaked out. "This isn't normal," he said. "Maybe we should head back home." It was late, and hiking back in the dark was not the safest idea. But staying didn't feel right either. We packed up our essential gear, leaving the tent behind to come back for later, then started on the trail with our flashlights. As we walked, that whistling sound followed us. No matter how fast we went, it remained the same distance away. We called out a few times, asking who was there, but there was never a response, just the endless whistling. About halfway home, we reached a fork in the trail. That's when the whistling finally stopped. The sudden silence was almost as unsettling as the sound had been. We paused, holding our breath, listening for any movement. Then, from the path we were about to take, we heard a different sound, a low humming, like someone softly singing without words. "Let's take the other way," Elijah whispered. "That would take an extra hour," I told him. "I don't care. I've got a bad feeling." I didn't argue. We took the longer path and the humming faded away. Eventually, we did make it back home, just as the first light of dawn was breaking. Mom was surprised to see us, but didn't ask too many questions, figuring we'd just changed our minds. We never did tell our parents about the whistling. Elijah and I didn't even talk about it with each other after that day. But a week later, news spread that a hiker had gone missing near that lake. There were search parties, but they didn't find him. People said that he was an experienced hiker too, and that he had known the area well. So it didn't really make sense. Years went by and I moved away after high school. Elijah stayed, taking over the family cabin after our parents passed away. A few months ago, I went back to visit him. One night, over a couple of beers, he brought up the incident at the lake. "You ever think about that night?" he asked. I admitted that I did think about it all the time. He told me that he went back there last week. "Why would you do that?" I asked. "Dunno. Just wanted to hear it again." And? The moment I got near the lake, it happened. I heard it again. The whistling we'd heard, the same tune. "Did you see anyone this time?" I asked. He said that he didn't stick around to find out, and left shortly after. I sat there in silence with him for a while, before he said that he had done some digging. Apparently, the lullaby Mom used to sing was an old folk song about travelers being lured into the woods by spirits. Why would Mom sing that to us? Maybe she didn't know where it came from, or maybe she did. I haven't been back to the Adirondacks in a long time. Sometimes when I'm up late, I feel like I can hear that faint whistling outside my window, but I know I'm just imagining it. Even so, I keep my curtains closed. I don't know what we encountered out there. Maybe it was just some person playing a prank, but that doesn't explain how the sound followed us, or why that hiker went missing. All I do know is that there are things in those woods that can't be explained. Hunting Grounds. From Anonymous. I'm a bit of an adventurer. Love to hike off the beaten path, exploring places most people wouldn't bother with. A few years ago, I went on a camping trip into the deep forests of Oregon. I won't specify exactly where because, honestly, I couldn't find the place again if I tried. I set out early on a Friday morning. I had my backpack, tent, and enough supplies for a few days, plus a map I'd found that was more decorative than functional. I've always trusted my sense of direction more than any map. Hiking in took me a couple of hours. I set up camp at a small creek as the sun started to dip. The next morning, I decided to leave the barely there trail, which I'd been following the whole time, heading deeper into the woods. The terrain was more rough out here, but the challenge was welcome. Around midday, I caught a glimpse of something man-made through the trees. My curiosity was piqued, so I pushed forward. I stepped out of the dense forest, and my mind was blown. There was what looked to be a small town. This caught me completely off guard. There were about a dozen buildings lining a dusty main street. They looked old, but well maintained. A general store, a barber shop, the town hall. It was like I'd wandered into a movie set for an old western. But there was no one around. Not a single soul. I even called out, but all I heard was my echoing voice in response. Cautiously, I headed down the main street, peering into the windows of the buildings. The barbershop had chairs lined up, but no tools or mirrors. The general store had shelves, but they were empty. It was honestly eerie. I was thinking maybe it was an old tourist attraction that got shut down. But then why wasn't it on any maps? And why was everything in such good shape? No graffiti, no signs of decay. Just abandonment. As I stood there, the silence was broken by a deep, resonating sound. It sounded like a foghorn, but we were nowhere near the ocean. It was so loud and sudden, I couldn't place where it was coming from. I looked around, covering my ears, trying to find it. It went on for about 10 seconds, then stopped abruptly. The silence afterward was much eerier than it was before. But that's also when I heard something else, a rapid clicking noise, like claws on a hard surface. It was distant, but it was definitely getting closer. Every time I turned, its source seemed to shift. My heart began to pound. I decided it was time to leave. I headed back the way I came, but after a few steps, I heard the claw steps again, this time more deliberate and faster. I glanced over my shoulder but saw nothing. The feeling of being watched was so intense. I went faster, but the sound matched me, growing louder and closer. I spotted a convenience store and sprinted towards it. The door was unlocked, thankfully, and I slammed it shut behind me, flipping the lock. I backed away, breathing hard. Inside, the store was just as empty as the others. Shelves stood barren, the coolers were humming but held nothing inside. There were no snacks, no drinks, not even old magazines. It was like the place had been set up but never actually used. I tried to gather my thoughts. Maybe this was some sort of abandoned project. Or maybe I'd stumbled into private property, but that didn't explain the noises. I peered out the front window, but saw nothing moving. As the afternoon turned into evening, the unease grew. I debated making a run for it, but decided against it. Whatever was out there seemed faster than me. I found a spot behind the counter where I could sit out of sight, but still keep a close eye on the front door. Soon, it was nightfall. The only light came from the faint glow of the moon through the dusty old windows. And then, the scratching started. It was faint at first, a light scraping sound against the wooden walls. Then it grew steadily more insistent. Something was circling the building, claws dragging against the exterior walls. I gripped my pocket knife tightly, though I knew it wasn't going to do much good. The scratching moved to the windows, then to the door. The doorknob rattled, and I held my breath. After a few tense moments, the noises moved away from the entrance. I sat there for what felt like hours, the sounds continuing intermittently. I must have dozed off at some point because I was jolted awake by a loud crash. The front door had been slammed open, the lock splintered, and the door itself hung awkwardly from one hinge. I froze. Heavy footsteps entered the store, accompanied by a low and guttural growl. I'd never heard something like that before. It was deep and filled the whole space, and then came the sniffing, a wet sort of hiss that made my skin crawl. It almost sounded reptilian. I crouched lower, behind the counter, trying to steady my breathing. The claw steps were slow, deliberate, moving up and down the aisles. Whatever it was big. I could hear the floorboards creaking under its weight, as it looked for me. It paused then, going quiet. My heart pounded so hard, I was too scared to even look at its shadow. Just when it seemed I was about to meet my fate, that foghorn sounded off again. My pursuer screeched, a high-pitched, ear-splitting screech, then bolted away from the store. I listened to its claw steps fading away into the distance. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed my backpack and cautiously stepped out from behind the counter. The town was silent again, but I didn't trust it. I stepped outside, onto the empty street. I then ran for my freaking life, heading back towards the woods. I didn't care about the path. I just wanted to get as far away as possible, as soon as possible. After a long time, the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees. I slowed down, exhaustion catching up with me. I found a stream and splashed water onto my face, trying to collect myself. I checked my bearings and realized I was hopelessly off course. It took me the remainder of the day to navigate back to where I'd parked my car. I practically collapsed into the driver's seat, but I was so happy to be back somewhere safe and familiar. I then drove to the nearest town without stopping. I told a few friends about what happened. My buddy, I'll call him E, wanted to go back with me with proper gear. Camera, GPS, maybe even a drone. Don't get me wrong, I was scared to go back. But a part of me, a big part, wanted to prove that I wasn't crazy. So a couple of weeks later, we organized a trip. We packed up everything we could think of and set out early. I tried retracing my steps as best I could. We hiked for 3 days, covering more ground than I thought possible. But no matter where we went or how far, there was no sign of that town. No clearings, no buildings, nothing. Our GPS showed that we were in the right area, but the terrain didn't match what I'd seen before. I wondered, did the place ever exist? Did I trip and fall and hit my head, having the weirdest nightmare? Nah, that's reaching. I knew my experience actually happened. That town was out there somewhere. Even E reassured me, saying maybe I'd got turned around at some point, or if it was some kind of set, it had been taken down already. I still can't explain what happened. It was very, very real, but it just doesn't make sense why it's no longer there. But why was it ever there? What was the purpose of the place? What did the foghorn mean, and what was making those claw steps?
Beware the devil of the pine. From Among the Rose. In the late 80s, I found myself at the peak of an addiction. The honeymoon phase of experimentation and partying was long over. All that remained was the endless cycle of maintenance and chasing the next high. Inevitably, it led me to a place where I was broke and homeless. That place was the Pine Barrens. Everyone from Jersey or the surrounding states knows it, but for those who don't, the Pine Barrens is an enormous stretch of forest, over 1 million acres, spanning southern New Jersey. Most of the land is protected, preserving a wilderness rich with wildlife and even richer with legends. The Pine Barrens was an ideal place for someone like me to be homeless, especially if you had the right survival skills. And, in my case, warrants. There was enough forest to disappear into, enough space to keep moving your camp. For me, it was even better. I had a connection with a cook who'd set up a crank lab and a makeshift shed out there, a place just as perfect for hiding as it was for cooking. This was the darkest, lowest point in my life, and I won't sugarcoat it. I won't glorify the lifestyle I was living back then. There were no positive outlooks to share, not even the ones I might have clung to back then. But even through it all, one thing stuck with me. The wilderness was beautiful. Even when I was strung out, barely functional, it was undeniable. As beautiful as the Pine Barrens were by day, they became something else entirely after dark. The forest felt less welcoming once night fell. When the darkness rolled in, so did that sense of trespassing. The forest seemed even more massive, endless even. It was like a portal had opened up, swallowing you whole. The place you thought you knew disappeared, replaced by something else, darker. Like I said, I wasn't the only one squatting out there. I'd been in the area for just over half a year, but there were others who'd been out there much longer than me. They all followed the same rule. Don't move around the barrens after nightfall. I wasn't originally from this area, so I wasn't familiar with the legends of the place. But it didn't take long for me to hear the stories. The tale of the lead's mother and her 13th child. The one she cursed, praying it would be born a devil. and how something did answer her plea. On the night of its birth, it flew from her womb, up the chimney and into the night sky, right out into the Pine Barrens. I remember the rhyme they used to say. Mother Leeds, cold and crass, begged for a curse that would last. Satan heard, dark and sly, and shaped a child from fire and sky. Born of shadow and dark design, beware the devil of the pine. It seemed like everyone I met out there had a story about their encounter with the Jersey Devil. But as strung out as I was, even I wasn't high enough to buy into those tall tales and backwoods superstition. Until I did. It was nearing the end of September, maybe October. Hard to say, my sense of time was warped back then. But it was getting colder, with the occasional frost creeping in at night and early mornings. I'd been feeling the withdrawal hard for 2 days. My connection had been snatched up by the cops, and I hadn't been able to get my hands on anything since. I felt like complete crap. My body ached, I was so tired I could barely move. And by the second day, paranoia began to set in. A lot of people don't realize it, but the paranoia during withdrawal can be just as intense as when you're using. Night had fallen, and by then, it had been about 3 days since last I used. I was beyond exhausted, but I couldn't sleep. My mind was too restless, too anxious. I couldn't stop thinking about my connection getting arrested. What if the cops came back out here? Or worse, what if he flipped on me? He knew I was wanted. What if he had ratted me out? I'd already moved my camp twice that day, each time deeper into the barrens. But the longer I sat, the more every rustle in the trees seemed like the cops closing in on me. So I packed up, and I pushed even further in, deeper than I'd ever been before. I didn't know exactly where I was anymore, and in that moment, it actually made me feel less anxious. My logic was simple. If I didn't know where I was, how could they? I cleared a patch of earth, set up my tent, and built a small fire, just big enough to give me some warmth, but not so large it would give away my location if someone was out here looking for me. I tried to rest, but sleep still wouldn't come. I sat by the fire for hours, watching the darkness stretch and sway just beyond the flickering light. The stillness and quiet were soothing, easing the grip of my anxiety. But then I heard something. The soft popping of twigs in the distance. Crunch, pop, crunch, pop. It sounded high up, almost as if it were coming from the trees, not from the ground. As paranoid as I was about the cops, I knew they weren't climbing up into the treetops. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was likely an owl or a raccoon leaping from limb to limb. But the noise kept getting closer and louder. I could tell now that the sound was not from small creatures. These limbs were huge, crashing to the ground with a violent thud. There was no way it was an owl. Nothing that small broke those branches. Then came the sharp, rapid crack and snap of multiple branches, followed by a massive thud that vibrated through the ground beneath me. I jumped to my feet, body stiff, ready to run but unsure if I should. I had no idea what was actually happening. I stood frozen, mouth agape, exhaling clouds of breath into the cold night air. My body was rigid, every muscle tensed as I listened closely. The silence stretched on until it finally outlasted my patience. I reached into my bag, retrieving my flashlight, and I slowly crept away from the light of my camp and into the brush toward the noise. Moving through the forest, I lit my path in short bursts, covering the flashlight's tip with my hand to briefly reveal my surroundings before concealing it again, just enough to see where I was going without giving away my position. After about 20 meters, I reached a section of the forest where the ground was completely littered with massive branches. As I moved closer, I heard snorting. I froze, dropping to one knee, trying to conceal myself until I could determine where the noise was coming from, and more importantly, what it belonged to. I aimed my flashlight, uncovered the beam, and made a quick, jerking scan from side to side. All I saw were scattered branches and the trunks of trees. Shifting my weight, I turned to face a different direction and scanned again. The beam cut through the dark, and amidst the browns and blacks of the forest, a massive white shape emerged. I quickly covered my light, holding my breath. I couldn't tell exactly what I'd seen, but it was massive. Tensing my body into a crouched ball, I prepared to spring backward and run toward my camp. Then, the creature began to snort, exhaling puffs of breath into the cold air. There was something oddly familiar about the sounds it made, strange but not threatening. As I listened, a sense of calm washed over me. Recognizing the noises, I slowly stood, fully exposed. I uncovered the flashlight completely, letting its beam fully illuminate the creature before me. The light revealed the massive white figure. My suspicions were correct. Standing in the middle of the woods was a huge white horse, its back turned toward me, facing the opposite way. I let out a sigh of relief at first, but that was short-lived. The longer I looked, the more I questioned why it was out here. Its tail and mane were tangled with leaves and broken twigs. As I stood there, pondering its presence, the horse slowly turned its head to look at me. My breath caught in my throat. Its eyes weren't reflecting the light, they were glowing, an eerie, unmistakable red. The horse exploded into motion, rearing back onto its hind legs and letting out a piercing, neighing cry. Then, with a thunderous crash, it dropped onto its front legs and broke into a full-speed charge straight at me. It barreled through the brush like a bulldozer, the stomping of hooves and snapping of branches loud and jarring. I leapt to the side, dodging the charge just in time as the massive animal thundered past me, missing me by inches. As I hit the ground, landing hard on my side, my flashlight slipped from my grip. Its beam danced wildly through the air, casting strange shapes and jagged lines into the dark. I rolled quickly to my feet, scrambling to retrieve the flashlight, which had landed a few feet away from me. Snatching it up, I jerked the beam from side to side, searching for the horse. Nothing. Just trees and empty space. The cold air was marked by the puffs of my breath. Everything was still. Everything was quiet. The horse was gone. Where did it go? It had been there just seconds before. It felt as if this thing had charged straight past me and vanished into oblivion. The noise, the chaos, it was all gone, replaced by an unsettling silence, as if it had never been there at all. At first, I thought it might be standing just a few feet away, hidden in the brush, frozen and watching me. But as I steadied myself and scanned the area more carefully, there was no sign of that horse. Shaken, anxiety churning inside me, I decided I'd had enough. I made my way back to camp, packed up my things, and began hiking toward the forest's edge, eager to put distance between me and whatever that was. As I began to hike out of the depths of the forest, my paranoia was overwhelming. I felt eyes on me, watching me from all directions. Every time I turned my head, I swore I caught the faintest movement, but there was nothing there. Amid the crunching of my footsteps, an unfamiliar sound caught my attention, a wisping noise high above the canopy. It wasn't wind. There was no breeze. I raised my flashlight toward the treetops. The beam revealed something unnerving. The tops of a few of the trees were swaying gently, but only the ones directly above me. As I stood there, head tilted back, my flashlight's beam illuminated the treetops, and the wisping sound returned, louder this time, followed by the snapping and crashing of branches, the noise growing closer and closer to me. Something was coming. Fast, but not from the ground. It was moving through the treetops. Panic took over, and I turned to run. Whatever it was too fast, and in moments, it was directly overhead. Twigs and branches rained down on me, pelting my shoulders and head as the thing passed above. Ahead of me, a deafening crash broke through the stillness, followed by a tremor that rippled through the ground beneath my feet. I skidded to a halt mid-sprint, my chest heaving as I realized something warm was streaming down my face. Blood, probably from one of the branches that had hit me. I covered my flashlight and stood still, straining to listen. Running seemed like the obvious choice, but I couldn't risk blindly sprinting into this thing. My best chance was to figure out where it was first. But there was no clue, no sound. The forest had fallen silent again. I stood there for a while, feeling cold and exposed. Every nerve was on edge. The thought crept into my mind. It could only be a few feet away. It could see me and I couldn't see it. And it felt like it was closing in on me, and the air around me began to feel weighted. I frantically scanned the trees around me. And there, after my flashlight swept from trunk to trunk, my heart dropped as I saw a massive, familiar white shape only a few meters away. And I swear as the light hit it, it began to change. Its pristine white fur slowly darkened, turning blacker than the night itself, until no trace of white remained. Its glowing blood-red eyes stared at me. Blood began to trickle down from the crown of its head as small, sharp pricks pushed through its skin. The points grew, extending farther and farther until its head was covered with a massive, grotesque set of antlers. The creature's back began to shift, its hide tearing open in two jagged sheets of flesh. The skin peeled away, wrenching skyward, revealing a pair of monstrous eldritch wings. My mind was a blur. I had no words to describe the emotions surging through me, nor the places my consciousness spiraled to in the face of such a sight. It was otherworldly, something beyond my understanding and existence. I felt small, insignificant, and utterly irrelevant, like mere fodder standing before the thing. And in one swift motion, it lunged. Everything went black. The first thing I remember next was the murmur of the forest, the familiar creaks of trees and the rustling of leaves. Then the light. I jolted upright, my body off the ground. It was daylight. I looked around searching for that horse thing, but there was nothing. I was exactly where I'd been the night before, flashlight now dead but still in my hand, and all my gear still on my back. There was only me, just me and the forest. No signs of the thing I'd seen. I stumbled warily out of the Pine Barrens straight into town, and I went right to the police station, where I turned in myself for my outstanding warrants. I was so terrified by what I'd seen that the only thing that had brought any sense of safety back into my life was that thought that if it wanted to get me, it would have to come through a cell door first. I served my time, got clean off drugs, and put myself through college. Eventually, I earned a degree in library science and became a librarian, but not in Jersey. I've shared my encounter in the Pine Barrens with others, and I always say I have no idea if what I saw was actually real or just a weird, withdrawal-induced hallucination. All I know is that it looked real and felt real. It impacted my life in real ways. I'd gone through withdrawals before and never hallucinated like that, but I also know it could be possible. Whether it was real or fake, it got me clean and turned my life around. Actual monster or drug-induced vision, I never want to see that much darkness and strangeness again. When you walk down evil and dark paths in life, you will always encounter evil and dark things. And I'd like to pose the question, whether these horrors are grounded in reality or just figments of our imagination. Is there really a difference between them? And beware the devil of the pine.
Chesterton's fence is the idea that if something exists, someone had a reason to create it. Before you tear it down, before you ignore it or change it, you should first understand its reason for existing. Chesterton's fence works not just for the structures around us, beyond our lifetimes, but also for the culture and folklore around us. You may have heard these before. Things like why you should never whistle in the woods, why you should never respond to voices that call for you if you can't see the face they came from, no matter how familiar they are. I received a story recently, a story called It Came from the Cave, from Of the Ojibwe, who claims it is a true story, and that there's something very hungry and very malevolent stalking the woods of Minnesota, looking for meat every decade or so. The Ojibwe have a word for it, but the sender of this story refused to state it here, out of fear. The rules I mentioned before may have been what saved his grandfather and him from a horrible and painful demise. Tell me, dear listeners and viewers, what kind of creature is so terrifying that you can't even speak its name? Something that doesn't look for meat to eat it, but to destroy. I grew up in a hunting family, my mother's side mostly. Her father, Emmett, was the one who taught me to shoot, to track, to clean a deer and pack out the meat. He had Ojibwe blood from his grandmother, and while we weren't traditional in any formal sense, certain old beliefs had filtered down through the generations and settled into the way he moved through the world. He didn't talk much about them, though. They just were rules you followed without needing to understand why, like keeping your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. I respected those rules even when I didn't believe in them. I wish I'd asked more questions while he was still around. But I'm here to tell you a story. The story about how one November, something came out of the cave near our cabin. Or maybe it was something that had always been there, waiting in the dark, and that was simply the year it decided to make itself known. Our cabin sat in the northern Minnesota wilderness, about 50 miles south of the Boundary Waters. So remote that the nearest town was about 2 hours by paved road. And from there it was another 40 minutes down a series of old trails that got worse every year. My great-grandfather had built the original structure back in the 1940s, and Emmett had expanded it over the decades, adding a second room and a covered porch that looked out over a small creek. It was primitive by most standards. No electricity or running water, a wood stone for heat and kerosene lamps for light, but I loved it there in a way I've never loved anywhere else. The smell of that place is burned into my memory, that wood smoke and coffee and gun oil smell. Not to mention the wet leaves, pine sap, and mineral scent from the creek. For most of my life, it felt like the safest place on earth. About a quarter-mile northeast of the cabin, up a rocky ridge thick with old-growth timber, there was a cave. I don't know how deep it went. I never found out, and I never intend to. The mouth was wide, maybe 15 feet across, and it descended at a shallow angle into absolute darkness. Even on bright summer days, you couldn't see more than 20 feet inside before the light just stopped, like something was eating it. I hated that cave. I hated it as a child, and I hate it now as a grown man. I don't think hate is even the right word. It's more like the feeling you get when you're standing at the edge of a high drop. That twisting pressure in your stomach. That whisper in the back of your skull telling you to step back. I felt watched whenever I was near it. Studied, sized up. I told myself it was just the darkness playing tricks. Your brain inventing threats in places it can't see. But over time I noticed that animals avoided the area too. Deer trails curved around that ridge rather than crossing it, and birds did not nest in the trees nearby. My grandfather had one rule about the cave, and he only stated it once. I was maybe 10 years old, and I'd wandered closer than I should have while exploring. He found me standing at the base of the ridge, looking up toward the dark mouth, and he grabbed my shoulder hard enough to leave a bruise. He told me I was never to go near it, never to look into it, never to even think about it whenever I was out in these woods. His voice, though, was calm, but there was something underneath it that was different than usual. When I asked why, he shook his head and said some places were better left alone. I assumed he was worried about the practical dangers, like dangerous animals or unstable rocks. That made sense. That was easy for me to believe. So I believed it for 12 more years. My grandfather was not a superstitious man, in the way that most people might use that word. He did not believe in ghosts or UFOs, or any of the things you might see on TV. But he carried certain rules from his upbringing, which had been passed down from his grandmother and her people, and he followed them with a quiet consistency that I only recognized in hindsight. Don't whistle after dark. Do not say the names of the dead in the woods. If you kill an animal, think it. Small things, easy to dismiss as quirks or old habits. But there was one warning that stuck with me, even before I understood why. I was 15, helping him scout a new tree stand location in early autumn. We'd split up to cover more ground, and when I finished checking my section, I called out to him. But he didn't answer. I called again, louder, and I heard his voice respond from somewhere to my left. So I started to walk towards it. Then he was suddenly right in front of me, coming from the opposite direction. I asked him if he'd heard me calling, and he said he had. I asked why he hadn't answered me the first time, and he stopped walking. He said to me that if I ever heard something call my name out in those woods, I should never answer it, not until I could see its face. I remember laughing, thinking he was joking, but his expression didn't change. I wanted to know what he meant. He said that there's something out there that likes to learn voices. It would listen, and it would practice, and eventually, it would try to use it. He said it had a face that I would not want to see. I didn't know what to say to that. I asked if he was serious, and he just told me to remember what he said. Then he started to walk again, and we never spoke about it after that. I thought about it, though. I thought about it every time I noticed him scanning the trees before responding to my shouts. I thought about it every time I caught him standing still, listening to something that I couldn't hear. I told myself it was just an old man's thing, a story he'd been told as a child that had calcified into some habit. I wanted to believe that. The drive up that year was the same as every year before it. We left before dawn and stopped for breakfast at a diner near the highway, then again for gas at the last station before the logging roads began. The truck was loaded with enough supplies for a week. We'd made this trip every season together since I was 12, and there was a comfort in this routine. It felt like a ceremony or ritual. The first thing I noticed was the quietness. Not all the sound was gone. The truck engine rumbled, the tires crunched over gravel and frozen mud. Wind moved through bare branches. But beneath all that, there was a stillness that felt horrible. Normally, the woods this time of year were busy. You'd see movement everywhere, life preparing for winter. But that day, there was nothing. The trees were empty and the underbrush didn't stir at all. I watched through the window as we drove, and I swear I don't think I saw a single living animal in the last 10 miles before the cabin. My grandfather noticed it too. I could tell by the way his hands tightened on the steering wheel. I even caught him flicking his eyes to the tree line a few times. But as usual, he didn't say anything about it. So neither did I. When we arrived, we unloaded the truck, carried everything inside, and got the wood stove going. By the time the cabin was warm, the sun was starting to sink. I told him I was going to walk the nearby trails before dark, check for deer sign, get a sense of where we should focus in the morning. He nodded and told me not to go too far. There was something in his voice that made me want to ask what was wrong, but I didn't. I wish I had. The trails out there were empty. Not just quiet, but empty. The scrapes and rubs that should have been everywhere, the territorial markings bucks leave during the rut, were completely absent. I walked a full mile in a wide loop around the cabin and found not a single thing to suggest that deer even existed here. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe rut had pushed them further than usual, I thought. But that didn't feel right. Deer don't just abandon an area, not like this, not all at once. When I got back to the cabin, my grandfather was standing on the porch with a cup of coffee, looking out at the darkening woods. He asked what I'd found, and I told him. He didn't seem surprised like I was. He nodded slowly, his gaze drifting toward the northeast, toward the ridge, where that cave we couldn't currently see stood. He told me we'd see what morning brought, and then he went inside. I stood out on the porch for a while longer, watching the last light fade from the sky. Only moments later, I felt watched. So I went inside before the full night came, and I made sure to lock the door behind me. We hunted the next morning anyway, though I think we both knew it was futile. My grandfather suggested we sit stands within sight of each other, rather than spreading out. And I agreed, without a question. We were in our positions before dawn, watching dim light slowly fill the spaces between the trees, waiting for movement that never came. And I mean nothing. Deer, squirrel, bird, nothing. The woods were empty and still like a photograph. I sat in that stand for 4 hours, and that entire time the only living thing I saw was my grandfather, motionless in his own stand about 100 yards away. We climbed down around midday. I was frustrated, ready to complain about the wasted morning, but the expression on my grandfather's face stopped me. He looked nervous. I'd never seen him like that before. His eyes were tired and afraid. I don't think I'd ever seen him afraid of anything. Cautious, sure, but not afraid. We started walking back toward the cabin. I was slightly ahead, following the trail we'd made that morning, when this smell blew in on the wind. It was subtle at first, just a hint of something strange beneath the clean scent of pine and frozen earth. But with each step it grew stronger, until I had to breathe through my mouth. Coppery decay, the unmistakable stench of death. I found the carcass about 50 yards off the main trail. It was a doe, probably a year or two old. She hadn't been dead long either. A day, maybe 2 at most. But something had destroyed her. No other word fits. Her throat had been torn out, not bitten, but ripped. The flesh peeled back from her spine, like someone had tried to separate her head from her body, only to give up partway through. Her belly was open, organs pulled out and scattered across the leaves, but almost none of the meat had been taken. Whatever had killed her had not been interested in eating. I have field dressed dozens of deer in my life. I've seen what coyotes or even wild dogs do to carcasses, what bears do, what happens when a gut-shot animal runs for a mile before dying and the scavengers find it. This wasn't any of that. This was violence for the sake of violence. It could almost be seen as a message, but at that time, I didn't understand that. The worst part was the tree. About 10 feet away from the carcass, an old oak tree rose from the forest floor. Its bark was gouged with claw marks, deep, vicious slashes torn through to the pale wood beneath. I walked over to it, my boots crunching on frozen leaves, and looked up at the marks. They started at about chest height and ran upward in parallel lines. 4 claws, maybe 5. The highest marks were at least 8 feet off the ground. Whatever had made them had been tall and strong, and it had wanted to leave a record of what it could do. I stood there staring at these marks, trying to make them fit into any category that seemed normal. A bear would be dinning by that time of year, and besides, bears don't kill deer and leave them uneaten. The marks were too large for a cougar, and cougars don't claw at trees like that anyway. I ran through every predator I could think of. Yet, nothing made sense. My grandfather's voice snapped me out of it. He was standing at the edge of the small clearing, looking at the eviscerated doe, and his face was the color of old ash. He asked me to show him the tree, so I did. He studied the claw marks without speaking, reaching up to touch one of the gouges, running his fingers along the bark. Then he looked toward the ridge, once again toward that cave. When I wondered out loud what could have done this, he didn't say a word. He stood for a moment. I saw him grinding his teeth. When his voice finally did come out, it was flat and quiet, and he said we were going to change our plans for the rest of the week. No more morning hunts. We would go out at midday if we went out at all, and we would stay together, making sure to be back inside the cabin before dark. He told me to leave my rifle loaded from now on, even if we're indoors. I was getting frustrated. I didn't like his stoic vagueness during times like this. Why should I continue to be scared and confused when I could just be scared? But I didn't question him. He was wiser than me. He was my elder. So I obeyed. We walked back to the cabin, neither of us talking. I kept my hand on my rifle and my eyes on the trees, watching the shadows between the trunks, searching for any movement. My grandfather walked beside me, and every few steps, I saw him looking over his shoulder, back towards where the cave would be. As we neared the cabin, I stopped. Something made me turn around, some instinct or premonition. I looked back toward the dark line of trees at the edge of the clearing, and I saw something. It was standing between two tall pine trees, about 200 yards away. At that distance, I could barely make out any details at all. I couldn't see a face or features, but I could see the rough shape of it. Something unnervingly tall, and so thin it looked wrong. It stood upright on two legs, but there was nothing human about the way it held itself, the angle of its limbs, and the absolute stillness of its posture. Whatever it was watching us. I knew it because I could feel it watching. In the blink of my eye, it was gone. Just trees and shadows and those empty, silent woods. My grandfather's hand closed around my arm. He'd seen where I was looking, but he pulled me toward the cabin, and I went, because I didn't know what else to do, and I was scared. We didn't speak about it that night. We sat by the wood stove with our rifles across our laps, and we listened to the darkness outside, waiting for morning. I told myself it had to be some sort of dead tree or trick of the light. I didn't believe that. Neither of us slept that night. We didn't discuss it. I doubt my grandfather would. We didn't make any formal arrangements either. It just happened. Just the understanding between two people that something out here was completely messed up, and that we should not make ourselves part of it. My grandfather sat in the chair nearest the wood stove, with his rifle across his knees. I took the cot by the window, my own rifle propped against the wall within arm's reach. We kept one kerosene lamp burning low, just enough light to see each other's faces, but not enough to blind us to whatever might be moving in the dark. Remember when I said the cabin had always felt safe to me? It's small, yes, and primitive, but solid. My great-grandfather had built it to last, and my grandfather had maintained it with the same meticulous care he applied to everything. That night, though, it felt like a shell. The walls felt thin, Every creak of settling timber, every gust of wind against the windows sent my heart racing. Then, the sounds started around midnight. They weren't dramatic at first, sounded like a twig snapping somewhere in the distance. Then another, but closer. The rustle of something moving through dead trees, circling wide around the cabin. I thought to myself, it could be anything. Raccoons or possums or deer that had finally wandered back into the area. But the rhythm was wrong. The pauses between sounds were cautious and planned, like something that knew how to move through woods without being heard and was choosing not to. At some point in the early hours, I heard something brush against the exterior wall. It was subtle, almost gentle, but it was higher than a deer could reach. In fact, it was higher than made sense for anything on 4 legs. I instantly looked at my grandfather with wide eyes. He was gripping his rifle super tight, with one finger against his lips, in a silent, hush. Still, we didn't speak, but it made sense now. Because if we spoke then, it would know we were there, even though I'm pretty sure it already did. But a sound from us would be confirmation, basically screaming at the thing outside that its prey was right here, behind thin wooden walls. Dawn came slowly. When the first real light broke through the trees, I felt something loosen in my chest. In daylight, the terror of the night before seemed almost silly, until I looked at my grandfather's face and saw that he had not experienced that same relief. He almost looked sick, a man so worried but trying so hard to hide it that it backfired completely. I could have vomited at the sight of that fear just behind his eyes. He stood and moved to the window, looking out at the clearing where we'd parked the truck. It was quiet for a long time, but finally he said that we were leaving. Today, now. We'd pack only what we needed and drive out, not coming back until spring, if we came back at all. No arguments from me. I was already reaching for my boots. The truck had been visited. I saw it as soon as we stepped outside, and the relief I'd felt at dawn curdled into something cold and heavy. The driver's side door was marked with scratches, 4 parallel gouges running from the handle to the wheel well. They weren't deep, barely breaking through the paint, but they were clear. Another message. The front left tire was also flat. I crouched down to examine it while my grandfather stood watch. He held his rifle in such a way that he could aim and fire immediately if needed. The tire had not been slashed. Instead, it appeared as though something had bitten through it. I could see the puncture marks, the way the rubber had been pierced and torn by something with teeth. The size of the bite was wide, too large for anything I could name. Around the truck, the ground was churned with tracks. I tried to see where they came or where they went, but they were confusing. There seemed to be no recognizable pattern. They overlapped and contradicted each other. Some were bipedal, the impressions of feet that might have been human if the stride hadn't been so long. Others showed what looked like hands pressing into the mud, as if whatever made them had dropped to all fours, to move faster, or even to smell the ground. The gait shifted randomly between the two, and I could not construct any anatomy that would move that way in my head. My grandfather had a spare tire, luckily, and he changed it, without a word, of course, while I stood guard. It took nearly an hour. The whole time I felt that watching sensation pressing against my back, that awareness of being observed. The woods around the cabin were utterly still. No birds and no wind. Nothing but that terrible, patient attention. When he finished, my grandfather stood and wiped his hands on his pants. He looked up at the sky, gauging the position of the sun, and I saw something in him that made my stomach tighten again. He then said that the old roads would be slow-going, muddy, rutted, treacherous in places where erosion had eaten away at the surface, and he said we would not make it to the main road before dark. Then he said we'd have to wait until morning. One more night. We should have stayed inside. I know that now, but the thought of sitting in that cabin for several more hours waiting for darkness to fall was unbearable. My grandfather suggested we scout toward the south, looking for a shorter route out, a path that might cut our drive time enough to give us a margin before sunset. I agreed because I needed to move around. I needed to feel like we were doing something other than waiting to be hunted. We found another carcass a quarter mile from the cabin. This one was a buck, a mature 8-point, and it had been dead for several days. The corpse was bloated, the smell was rancid, and it had been destroyed in the same way as the doe we'd found before. I made myself look at it long enough to confirm what I already knew. Then we moved on. That wasn't the end of it. There was another carcass, much fresher. A doe maybe 2 days dead, destroyed in the same way. Then we found a third, and it was still warm. I found it in a shallow ravine, steam still rising from the exposed viscera in the cold morning air. The blood hadn't even congealed yet. Whatever had killed this animal had done it within the last hour, maybe less. It had been alive when we woke up that day. It had been killed while we were changing the tire. My grandfather stood at the edge of the ravine, looking down at the corpse, and I watched his face as he worked through that same realization that I'd just reached. These kills were not random. They weren't even about food. These were markers, boundary signs. When I thought about the location of each body, the first to the northeast, the second to the east, and the third to the south, I understood. They formed a perimeter around our cabin. Something was marking its territory, and our cabin and us were inside of it. I asked my grandfather what was going on, demanded to know what he knew and what he'd been keeping from me, what any of this meant. My voice came out louder than I intended, cracking, and he didn't answer for a long time. But eventually he simply said we had to go back inside. He talked while the afternoon light faded outside the windows. He did not, obviously, tell me a complete story. He did not lay out some neat narrative with a beginning and middle and end. Instead, he spoke in fragmented, half-finished thoughts, like someone describing something they've spent a lifetime trying to not think about. I didn't push him. I was finally getting some answers, so I just listened. I'll do my best to explain what he said. He'd seen it before. He was young then, 19 or 20 years old, hunting with his grandmother in these same woods during a hard winter when food was scarce and the animals behaved strangely. Something had come to their camp one night. He never saw it clearly, just movement in the darkness, shapes that didn't seem right, sounds that couldn't come from any normal animal. His grandmother was so scared, she made him hide beneath a pile of blankets in the corner of the tent. She told him to stay silent, no matter what he heard, no matter what called his name. She had done something, he didn't know what. Some kind of prayer or ritual, words in a language he didn't know. She made these gestures that seemed to push against the darkness outside. And whatever it was, the thing left. They survived the night. Afterward, she told him about something that lived in those old places, saying that it slept for years at a time, sometimes even decades, in hollows, deep woods, or caves. It woke when it was hungry, and when it woke, it killed, and what it hungered for was not food, but death. It killed for pleasure. She said the thing was sick, not an animal and not a spirit. but something caught between. She claimed that it had once been human, maybe, or had worn human shapes, but had been twisted into something nightmarish. It could learn, it could mimic, it could think, and it hated everything that wasn't itself. She told him to never acknowledge it or answer it if it called. Never even let it know you'd seen it. She called it a name that he would not repeat to me, a word from a language that was almost extinct even then. My grandfather's voice broke as he told me this. He said he'd thought it was gone now. He'd thought maybe his grandmother had driven it away for good, or that it had died or moved on in the decades since. He thought maybe it had been just a story all along, an old woman's superstition, a way of making sense of a frightening thing in the night. He said he was sorry to me, that he never should have brought me here. I then asked him what happened to his grandmother. He didn't answer. He stared at the floor, and I knew not to ask that again. The sun was low when I stepped onto the porch to bring in firewood from the stack by the door. I was only outside for a moment, long enough to fill my arms with split logs, to feel the cold air on my face, and to glance toward the tree line out of habit. And it was then that I heard my grandfather's voice calling my name. It came from the trees, not from inside the cabin where I'd left my grandfather, but from out there, maybe 50 yards into the forest. And you want to know what's really messed up? It sounded exactly like him. A perfect copy. That gravel in his tone and the way he pronounced my name with the emphasis on the wrong syllable. It was a quirk of his accent I'd heard my whole life. He was calling me towards him, telling me to come quick, saying that he'd found something. I froze with the firewood in my arms. I could hear my grandfather behind me inside the cabin, the creak of the floorboards under his boots as he walked around. He was still inside. He was right there. So what was out here? The voice called again. Come on, it said. Hurry up, it said. The same tone and cadence. Every detail was spot on. I remembered his warning from years ago. His voice telling me never to answer until I could see a face, so I didn't move or respond or acknowledge it. I stood there with my arms full of wood, staring at the dark line of trees. As if becoming impatient, the third time it called for me, something was wrong with it. While the voice was still my grandfather's, still accurate, there was a wetness underneath it now, a thickness like someone speaking through a mouthful of blood. The words came slower, and I could hear effort behind it. Whatever was doing this, it was straining itself to mimic my grandfather, something that didn't have a human-shaped mouth and was struggling to keep up the act. I backed toward the cabin door. I didn't turn around. I couldn't make myself look away from the trees, from those shadows between the trunks where something might be standing and watching. I got inside, and I locked the door. My grandfather was at the window with his rifle raised, his face a little paler than when I'd left him. He'd heard it too. Night came quickly. We kept the lanterns low and the fire banked, sitting in near darkness with our rifles, watching the windows like the first night. The sounds started soon after full dark. This time they weren't as subtle. We heard footsteps circling the cabin. They weren't constant. They would come in bursts, a dozen steps, then silence. Then another burst from a different direction. Sometimes they sounded like a man walking. Sometimes they sounded like something else, a shambling rhythm, an irregular drag and thump that did not match any gait I could imagine. I tried to track the movement, to predict where the next sound would come from, but the pattern kept changing. I got used to the sounds, but not to the silent gaps between, because during those quiet parts, I didn't know where it was or where to expect it. I kept thinking of that movie, Silver Bullet, at the end where the werewolf bursts through the wall. I kept thinking how that could happen here, and I would have no idea which direction it would come. Every time it went quiet, I was wondering if this was the moment it would stop playing and burst through. Once, something pressed against the wall hard enough to make the timber groan, and I could hear breathing on the other side, raspy, wet breathing, like its lungs were full of fluid. The thing sounded sick and diseased and hungry, but something told me that was probably its natural state. Asterisk on natural. I looked at the window then and saw a shape blocking out the stars. Our visitor was very tall and very thin. I could make out the silhouette of a head and shoulders, bony and stretched out features, and a misshapen skull. It stood there for a moment, perfectly still, and I felt its attention on me. But then it moved away, and the window showed only darkness again. Hours passed by, the circling continued. My grandfather whispered that we couldn't show fear, that we could not show any weakness. He said it was studying us and learning us, looking for a crack it could exploit. And he said all we could do, all we should do, was wait it out. A question popped in my head, one that it turned out I didn't want an answer for. That question being, what if it did find a crack? It was the deepest part of the night, and the cold was creeping through the walls, through the floor, through every gap in the old timber frame. But we hadn't heard footsteps in nearly an hour. I was starting to hope it was over, that whatever was out there had lost interest in us. Maybe it had moved on. Then something knocked on the door. 3 slow knocks, almost polite. I looked at my grandfather. All he did was aim his rifle at the door, the barrel trembling slightly in his grip. Another 3 knocks. And then I heard my own voice come through the wood. It said my grandfather's name, asking to be let inside. It said it was cold out here, that it had gotten lost in the dark, to please open the door. Every word was perfect, every aspect of the voice. My mind was boggled by the way it even understood my quirks, the way I swallowed certain syllables. It was me. It was exactly me, my voice, asking my grandfather to open the door. I felt the blood drain from my face. My throat closed up. I couldn't have spoken back to it if I wanted to. My grandfather hovered his finger over the trigger. Then there was silence. Long, stretching silence. Suddenly, from just outside the door, so close it might have been inches from the wood, there was a laugh. Then the footsteps retreated. The presence withdrew, and the night went quiet. Once again, we stayed up as long as we could. We sat in the darkness with our rifles, hoping that we didn't have to use them. Eventually, light seeped through the windows. It was morning, and we'd survived. I felt scraped out, though. My body was aching from hours of tension, but we were alive. The door was intact. Whatever had been outside had not gotten in. My grandfather stood slowly, his joints cracking, and moved to the window. He looked out at the clearing, at the truck, at the tree line beyond, and I watched his face crumble. I walked over and stood beside him. In the clearing, in front of our cabin, arranged in a neat little row, were 7 deer heads. No bodies, just the heads, positioned upright on the stumps of their severed necks, facing the cabin, facing us. Their eyes were open. Their mouths hung slack. They'd been placed there with care, with precision, with an attention to detail that spoke of intelligence and something that was very prideful in its work. They hadn't been there when darkness fell, and yet here they were. My grandfather spoke in a whisper, his voice barely audible, saying that it wasn't going to let us leave. Those deer heads watched us with their glassy eyes, and I understood with a sickening clarity that this was communication, yet another message. This thing communicated through violence, if it wasn't using our own voices. My grandfather broke the silence. He said we were leaving, now, not in an hour, not after we packed anything, not after some plan. Now. I was so relieved to hear that, because I think if we stayed another night, we'd probably end up like the deer heads. So our bags stayed where they'd fallen the day before. The food we'd brought for a week sat untouched on the counter. I grabbed only my gun and a handful of extra cartridges from the table and the truck keys. My grandfather did the same, that was all. At the door he paused. I watched his lips move silently, forming words, and I realized he was praying. He was reciting something. Made me think it was a fragment of what he heard his grandmother speak all those years ago in a tent while something outside circled them. At the time, I wasn't sure if I believed it would help. I don't know if he remembered the words correctly, but he said them anyway. And then he opened the door. The morning air was biting cold. The sky was overcast. We walked to the truck. I kept my eyes on the tree line, scanning for any movement. But I couldn't stop glancing at those deer heads as we passed, 7 of them, arranged in a perfect row. It was so creepy. We made it to the truck without an issue. I unlocked the doors and we climbed in, and the sound of those locks clicking shut was music to my ears. The engine turned over with no problem, and I put it in gear and started down the road, away from that cabin, and especially away from that cave. But that road was worse than I remembered. There were ruts filled with half-frozen mud, sucking at the tires. Sections where spring erosion had carved channels across the path, forcing me to slow to a crawl painfully. I had to pick my way through terrain that threatened to swallow the wheels. We couldn't go too fast. I wanted to floor it, believe you me, to put as much distance as possible between us and that place. But the road would not allow it. For the first mile, there was nothing, just the grinding of tires on rough ground. But then I saw movement, parallel to the road, about 30 yards into the trees. There I saw a shape flickering between the trunks, keeping pace with us. I actually saw it. Brief glimpses, but I saw it. Pale skin, angular juts of limbs, something tall and thin moving through the forest with a speed that should not have matched our vehicle, even in these rough conditions. It seemed like every time I glanced, it was switching positions between 4 legs and 2. It didn't seem to be chasing us or running away. I felt like it was escorting us, matching our speed exactly, staying just visible enough that we knew it was there. My grandfather watched it too, but he didn't say anything, as was his way. He watched it through the window, his face like a stone statue. I drove faster, knowing it was probably a little risky, and the shape in the woods kept pace without effort. We rounded a bend, and I slammed on the brakes, because across the road lay a tree, a fallen, mature pine, 3 feet thick at the base, completely blocking our path. The crown stretched into the woods on the left side. The root ball jutted up on the right, a wall of tangled roots and clinging earth. At first I thought maybe the wind had blown it over, but that was stupid, I thought. I'd been out here the whole time. There was no storm, no wind strong enough to do this. Instead, it looked like it had been torn from the ground, uprooted. And then I saw them, the parallel gouges, the claw marks. Yep, It hadn't fallen, it had been placed there. My grandfather was already opening his door. I called out for him to wait. I had to think about this, but he shook his head and said we had no time and no choice. The woods on either side were too dense to drive through. We couldn't go back. We had to move this tree, and we had to do it now. He told me to stay in the truck, keep the engine running, to watch the trees and be ready. Before I could reply, he was outside, moving to the front bumper, unwinding the winch cable mounted there. I watched him nervously through the windshield. I was more scared for him than myself. He worked quickly, wrapping the cable around the trunk, securing it with the hook. When he was ready, he signaled me. I put the truck in reverse and gave it gas, and I felt the cable go taut. The tires bit into the mud, and the tree began to move. Slowly, but it was definitely coming along, scraping across the road. I was watching the tree, making sure it kept moving, but I should have been watching the woods. The shape emerged from the shadows behind my grandfather. It stepped out from between two thick pine trees, 20 yards away, and for the first time I saw it so clearly. Not a glimpse, not a silhouette in the darkness. I saw it in the pale morning light, and I will never unsee that for as long as I live. It stood upright on two legs. It stood about 7 feet tall, maybe more than that. But it was so thin, its height seemed more like a mockery. It had these extra joints in places, suggesting extra articulation. It had mottled pale skin, almost white, like the belly of a dead fish. Half hairless too, covered in what looked like mange or maybe rot. I could see the juts of ribs and hips through its skin, the knobs of spine. Its skull was elongated, stretched backward, the jaw hanging open to reveal teeth that didn't seem to fit its mouth. They were jagged, uneven, some short and blunt, others long and curved like hooks. The eyes were set too far apart and were quite large. They reflected light as if they were glowing from within. Those eyes revealed a creature that was smart, filled with malice and hunger. But it also seemed excited. Even though it looked sick and diseased and ancient, it looked oh so happy to be here with us. This thing looked like it should have died 1,000 years ago, but simply said no and kept going, clinging to existence through sheer spite and appetite. I shouted a warning, but my grandfather had already seen it. He stood, frozen, the winch cable still in his hands, staring at the thing that had emerged from the woods. I expected him to run, to raise his rifle, to do something, but he stood there instead, and he spoke to it. Now, I could not hear the words through the glass. I couldn't make out what he was saying, but I did see his lips move slowly. He wasn't screaming or pleading for his life, but saying something carefully. His posture shifted as he spoke. He wasn't at all trying to make himself look aggressive or intimidating. I wasn't sure what he was trying to accomplish. His shoulders had dropped and his chin lifted. He looked at the creature and he spoke to it as if he knew it, like they had unfinished business. Remembering my grandfather's story, perhaps that was the case. He had words for this creature that had to be said. The creature tilted its head. The gesture was more curious, almost mocking. It stood motionless, those terrible eyes fixated on my grandfather. And for a while I was certain it was going to rush forward and tear him in half. I had my hand on the door handle, ready at any moment to throw myself out and get in the middle of it, but probably just die uselessly trying to save him. However, it didn't attack. It stepped back, one step then another. Instead of turning away, it just backed up,
It withdrew, fading into the darkness of the forest, glowing eyes the last thing to disappear. My grandfather stood there, staring where it was for a moment. Then he dropped the cable, walked back to the truck, and climbed inside. His face was blank. His hands were shaking something fierce. He told me to drive. With the tree out of the way just enough, I was able to. God, I wanted so bad to ask what he'd said to it. How did he save the both of us with nothing more than words? I put the truck into gear, edging past the half-cleared tree, branches scraping against the doors. I didn't care about any damage. I'm sure he didn't either. We just wanted to get out of those woods. We drove, and the shape in the trees followed us for another mile, maybe 2. I kept seeing glimpses of it between the trees. Frankly, I wasn't sure when it stopped following us. It wasn't the kind of thing where it had a moment of departure or final sighting. It was there 1 second and gone the next. And the moment it wasn't there, the entire woods, the entire universe to us, felt different. It felt before like we were under the entire ocean, this immense pressure. And it completely lifted whenever that creature could no longer be seen or felt. My grandfather sold the cabin, so we never had to go back, as if we wanted to. For all I know, it's collapsed by now, or just sitting empty in those woods, slowly rotting, becoming reclaimed by the forest. But I'll never find out. I don't care to now trespass and go check. My grandfather, though, he acted different after that trip. Drained, somehow quieter than usual. He stopped hunting entirely. When I found out he sold his rifles, I was astonished. And when asked about it, he told people he'd lost his taste for hunting. One time he even said that his knees no longer allowed him to walk that way anymore. He said a lot of things that weren't true. But I never spoke up. I never contradicted him. Only one time did I try to talk to him about it, maybe 6 months after these incidents. I asked what he'd said in the woods to that creature, what words he could have said to make it turn away and spare us. But he shook his head, saying simply that some things are better left buried. But he did say that his grandmother had given him a gift that he'd used, and that was all I needed to know. 3 years later, he had a heart attack, and he didn't make it. His health hadn't been great for a while. It was heartbreaking, but not necessarily surprising. A natural cause. Much better than both of us being mauled to death by something that shouldn't exist. But the timing is pretty close to these events, and it makes me wonder if he had bargained with the thing. Is that possible? Was that the type of entity we were dealing with? Something that could bargain with souls? Had he sold himself to save me? I've looked for information over the years. Old stories from the Ojibwe or the Cree, the other peoples who lived in those lands before anyone else. I've even gone over some cryptid forums and paranormal databases, found a few dusty old books in university libraries. And while I've found some things that match, there's never a perfect match. So, like most stories you might hear like this, I don't know what it was. Or is. I don't know where it comes from or how old it is, why it chose that place to make its home, and why it let us go. That thing could have killed us any time it wanted, could have taken us in the cabin on that first night, could have dragged us from the truck. It could have run us down on the road like the deer it slaughtered and left to rot. It could have been our heads on those stumps, not deer. It was faster, clearly stronger, maybe even smarter. We were never a threat to it. We did not escape from it. We were released.
My God, get ready, because this story scared even me. It almost made me regret living in the Ozarks. This story is titled Box Fan and was sent to me by a viewer named simply Jeb. In it, he recalls a series of bizarre childhood rules and events at his grandparents' mountain home in the Ozarks, which ultimately led to the most traumatic moment in his life, the moment he realized monsters are real. This is the Unexplained Encounters podcast. I sleep with the fan on every single night, regardless of the reason. No matter the temperature, a box fan runs on the floor next to my bed at full speed. My wife thinks it's a white noise thing, something to help me sleep. She's gotten used to it over the years. She bought me one of those sound machines for Christmas a couple years back. It plays ocean waves and rain and all that stuff, and I thanked her. But I put it in the closet and kept on using the fan. She never asked why, but I'm sure she wondered. I think she could tell by my face that I didn't want to explain. I'm 34 years old. I've slept with a box fan on since I was 11, and I'll probably sleep with one on until the day I die. This is not a comfort thing. At least, not in the way you expect. I've never told anyone the full version of what I'm about to write down. Not even my wife. I've explained parts, yeah, like during a particularly bad night terror that had me standing in the hallway at 3 a.m. with my hands against the wall, like I was bracing for something to hit the house, and my wife found me there, asking what I'd been dreaming about. I didn't remember, I said, but that was a lie. Not too long ago, my grandfather passed away. He was 91 years old, lived a full life, and had been in a wheelchair for the last 12 years. A stroke had taken most of his left side. At the funeral, I was standing by the coffee and those little crustless sandwiches that only exist at church receptions when my cousin Parker walked up, and without any preamble or greeting, he leaned in and said, "You remember that night?" It wasn't a question, and I didn't treat it like one. I simply nodded, and we stood still for a while, until his wife called him over to deal with one of his kids, and that was it. We haven't talked about it since. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't shake something loose. So here it is. My grandfather owned 130 acres in the Ozarks. Most of it backed up to Mark Twain National Forest land, in a part of southern Missouri where the nearest grocery store was a 40-minute drive, and the nearest hospital was further than that. He had retired from the Missouri Pacific Railroad before I was born, and he spent his days doing whatever he wanted on that land, which mostly meant tinkering with small engines and sitting on his porch, growing tomatoes that he'd give away to anyone who stopped by. He was no farmer, though people sometimes assumed he was. He just had land, and he liked having it, and he kept it the way some men keep their guns, maintained and ready, though ready for what was never entirely clear to me as a child. The house was old, but solid. He and my grandmother had built it in 1961 with money he'd saved from the railroad, and it looked like what it was. A post-war rural home designed by people who valued function but had a limited interest in aesthetics. Single-story, partial basement, wood-paneled walls inside that had darkened over the decades to the color of strong tea. It smelled of coffee grounds and something chemically that I eventually identified as mothballs, which were stuffed into the closets. The porch wrapped around two sides and had a concrete floor that was always gritty underfoot. There were two rocking chairs out there that had worn smooth grooves into the concrete from decades of use. The property itself was mostly open yard around the house, maybe 2 acres of mowed grass, then the tree line on 3 sides. The 4th side was the gravel driveway, a 1/4 mile of loose rock that popped under tires, and announced every arrival long before you could see the vehicle. Beyond the driveway was just more trees. A barn sat about 200 yards from the house, listing to the south. It had stayed like that for as long as I'd been alive, as though it had decided 30 years ago how far it was willing to lean and had just committed to it. There was a creek that cut through the back portion of the property, where the woods thickened up, and in the summer it ran shallow enough to wade in, and deep enough in a few spots to sit down in, up to your chest. Every summer, my parents sent me and my cousins out there for 2 or 3 weeks. Parker was 2 years older than me, fearless, in a stupid way, and I say that with the most love possible. Leia was my age, quiet, and loved reading books more than anything. Sometimes baby Derek would come too. He was Aunt Diane's youngest, maybe 4 or 5 years old during the years I'm talking about, but he was mostly just a background presence, trailing after the rest of us and crying when he couldn't keep up. During the day, that property was the best place on earth. I genuinely believed that. We had the run of the entire 100+ acres, and we used every inch of it. I remember catching crawdads in the creek with our bare hands, racing them on the flat rocks. We explored that barn hundreds of times, which was full of old equipment and barn swallows, and rusty junk that felt like pirate treasure to a 9-year-old. Grandpa even had an old 3-wheeler ATV. Yeah, if you didn't know, you could get a 3-wheeler back then. They were a bit more common than what you might see today, because they were soon considered way too dangerous. But back then he would let Parker drive it around the property while the rest of us clung to the back like it was a mechanical bull. Grandma kept a drawer in the kitchen full of candy too. Off-brand candy though, mostly. Most of it being butterscotch discs and peppermints. But occasionally, if you're lucky, there would be Snickers in there, hidden away specifically for the kids. Those really were the good days. I want to be clear about that. Those days were genuinely wonderful. It was the nights that were different. I've spent a long time trying to articulate exactly how the shift happened each evening, and the best I can describe it is that my grandfather had an internal clock that the rest of us could not see or hear, and around 5 or 6 o'clock every day, it would go off, and he would become a different person. Now hold on there, he didn't get mean, he didn't yell or become harsh. He just sort of went somewhere else inside himself. You could see it in the way he moved. He would straighten up from whatever he was doing, and his eyes would go to the sky like he was reading something written up there in a language meant just for him. His jaw would start to clench repeatedly, and then he would herd all the kids inside. The rule was that we had to be in the house before the first star appeared in the sky. Not before sunset, which would have been reasonable, but before the first star. In June in Missouri, the sun doesn't fully set until around 9 o'clock, but the first stars can show up in the east while the western sky is still pale. And Grandpa knew this. He watched for them every night with a patience that bordered on obsession. He would sit on the porch in his rocking chair and face east, just waiting. And the moment he saw that first pinpoint of light, wherever we were on the property, he wanted us inside. If we were down at the creek, he'd ring the iron bell mounted on the porch post. A real cast iron bell, too, the kind you would see at old schoolhouses, and you could hear it across the entire property. That sound meant now. It did not mean start heading back, it didn't mean get an attitude or argue. It meant get your butt inside. Once inside, the house changed, too. Grandpa would go room to room pulling down the blinds, and these were not typical blinds. Every window in that house had thick, opaque roller shades, the heavy kind that you might find in a dark room or a hospital room where a patient needed total darkness. They were mounted inside the window frames, and when you pulled them down, they sealed the glass almost completely. No light got in, and I suppose more importantly, no light got out. He pulled every single one of them down every single night, without exception, and we were not allowed to raise them or peek behind them until morning. He never explained why. It was simply the rule. And in that house, his rules had the weight of physics. You didn't question gravity, and you didn't question Grandpa. The doors were another thing. He had a deadbolt on every exterior door, which, for a rural house in the middle of nowhere, was already unusual. But the front door also had a chain lock and a sliding barrel bolt that he had installed himself, a heavy steel piece that seated into a bracket that he had lag-bolted directly onto the doorframe. Every night, I'd hear him making his rounds. The back door first, then the side door off the kitchen, then the front. Click, click, thunk, slide. The same order every time. The sounds of the house being sealed. And then there were the fans. Every bedroom had a box fan. The cheap kind you could grab at a hardware store for $12 or so, with plastic blades and a rattling motor, and 3 speed settings that were basically loud, louder, and broken sounding. In the room where the kids slept, a guest room with 2 twin beds and a folding cot, Grandpa would set the fan on a wooden chair between the beds and turn it on high before we went to bed. It roared. It pushed air around that didn't need pushing. The house did have central air conditioning that worked fine. The fan would dry out your eyes and your throat so that by morning you'd wake up feeling like you slept in a kiln. Parker hated it and complained about it every summer. Leia slept with a pillow over her face to block the wind. I would just pull the sheet up to my nose and breathed through the fabric, and I dealt with it. One summer, Parker asked Grandma directly why we had to sleep with the fans on. She said the house got stuffy at night and the fans helped circulate the air. Parker pointed out that the air conditioning was literally running, and Grandma gave him a look that was pleasant on the surface, but had something underneath it. Something that communicated very clearly that this line of questioning was finished. Then she said, "Your grandpa likes the fans on, so the fans stay on." And that they did. I understand now what the fans were for. I've understood this since I was 11. The fans were loud enough to cover the sounds from outside. Almost. That was their entire purpose. They were there so it was harder to hear what was walking around the house at night. I should tell you about the moon. There's a specific memory I keep coming back to, from a summer when I was 8 or maybe 9 years old. I was sitting on the porch with Grandpa after dinner while the sky was doing its long summer fade from orange to purple, and the moon was rising in the east, enormous and nearly full, a deep amber color. I said something about it, like, "Look at that moon," or maybe, "The moon's huge tonight." At first, I didn't think my grandpa was going to say anything. He rocked in his chair and looked at the moon, and he didn't look happy about it, like I was. Eventually, he said to me, as if I wasn't even there, "I hate that damned thing." I thought he was joking around. I even laughed, but it came out awkward and forced. He didn't laugh. Over the years, I started to notice a pattern without fully understanding it. Grandpa was worse on certain nights, and it took me a long time to connect those nights to the moon because I was a kid and I wasn't tracking lunar cycles for fun. But looking back, the pattern was unmistakable. On nights when the moon was full, he was tense and vigilant, more alert than usual and more watchful, up later than Grandma. On nights where there was no moon at all, when the sky was just a black field of stars with no light to speak of, he was something else entirely. He was afraid. I don't think I had a word for it when I was young, but that's what it was. On moonless nights, my grandfather was a man in the grip of a real, grinding fear. He would check the locks more than once. He'd sit in the living room long after everyone else went to bed. And come morning, he would look gray and hollowed out, like someone who had spent the night awake and watching for something that might or might not come. Some nights, despite that fan, I could hear things. The fan covered a lot, yes, but it didn't cover everything. And on certain nights, there were footsteps outside that house. They were slow footsteps pacing around, like someone circling something else, taking their time. It would move along one side of the house, pause, sometimes right outside our bedroom window. A pause long enough that I'd be holding my breath in bed, eyes open, seeing nothing because of those blackout blinds, thankfully, and then continue on around the next side. When I mentioned it at breakfast once, doing my best to sound casual about it, Grandma would smile and said that Grandpa had trouble sleeping and he liked to walk the property at night. Said he was checking the animals in the barn to make sure nothing was getting into the feed. Parker, who was old enough by then to hear an explanation and measure it against what he actually believed, asked what exactly Grandpa was searching or checking for. Grandma changed the subject so smoothly, it was almost a magic trick, and before we knew it, we were talking about what we wanted for lunch. One night, I remember getting up to use the bathroom. I think I was 10 years old. The hallway was dark and the bathroom was on the far side of the living room, which meant I had to walk through the main part of the house to get there. As I passed through the living room, I stopped. Grandpa was in his recliner. The TV was off. Every light in the house was off. He was sitting perfectly upright with his deer rifle laid across his thighs, and his eyes were open, and he was staring at the front door. He didn't look at me. He didn't move. He did not acknowledge me in any way. He sat there like a man who had been sitting there for hours, and intended to sit there for hours more, watching that door with deadly focus, as if he expected it, or prayed that it wouldn't open. I went back to bed, and I listened to the fan and the footsteps outside, and I did not go back to sleep for a long time. The last thing I need to mention before I get to the rest of this is the basement. During the day, the basement was fair game. It was an unfinished space with concrete floor, cinder block walls, exposed ceiling joints, and it held the washer and dryer, a bunch of storage shelves, and a workbench Grandpa used for small projects. It had these narrow slit windows that sit at ground level from the outside, wider than they are tall, hinged at the top so they could swing inward for ventilation. During the day, Grandpa sometimes propped them up to air out the place. After dark, the basement, though, was off limits, and the way Grandpa communicated this was different from his other rules. Those other rules, the blinds, the fans, the inside before stars rule, those were enforced through routine. He just did them and he fell in line because that's how things worked. The basement rule was the only one he ever stated out loud, directly, looking right at us. He said, "You do not go in that basement after the sun goes down." And his face when he said it was not the face of a man setting a household boundary, but rather someone telling you not to put your hand into a running engine. He was not making a rule as much as he was describing a very real danger. For years, that's what summers were. The days were creek water and crawdads and the smell of cut grass and Grandma's fantastic cooking. But the nights were blackout blinds, locked doors, the drone of a box fan drowning out whatever moved in the dark outside. I accepted all of this. I was a kid. It was part of my world. Like Santa Claus, you accepted these kinds of things without analysis. And this was Grandpa's house, and these were Grandpa's rules, and the world at Grandpa's house simply worked differently than it did at home. So I never really questioned it, and I followed every rule to the letter, right up until the summer I turned 11. That was the summer Grandpa had his stroke, when the rules came apart, and I finally truly learned what all of it had been for. Now, I know I said the last thing I would mention before the real story would be the basement thing, but there is one more thing I need to tell you before I get to what happened the summer I was 11. This is the story my grandfather told me on the porch. I was around 9 or 10. It was a full moon night. I remember that because the moon was the reason I was outside at all. I couldn't sleep despite the fan, or maybe because of it. My throat felt like sandpaper and I needed some water. When I padded out to the kitchen to get some, I could see through the gap at the bottom of the living room blinds. The porch was lit up silver white, bright enough to read by, and the front door was open to the screen. Obviously, this was all very bizarre. Grandpa never left doors open at night, never had the blinds in a way we could peek through them. But there he was on the other side of the screen door, sitting in his rocker, with the rifle across his knees, staring out at the yard and the tree line beyond it in all that cold moonlight. I pushed open the screen door and he looked at me. I expected him to tell me to go back to bed right away, but he didn't do that. He looked very tired. In fact, I'd never seen him so tired. And I want to say it wasn't like a sleepy kind of tired either. The man looked absolutely worn through, a tiredness that went beyond muscles. He studied me for a second, then he tipped his head toward the other rocking chair. I sat down in it with my feet dangling, because I was too short to reach the concrete. We sat there for a while without talking. The moon was so bright it threw hard shadows across the yard, and the tree line at the edge of the mowed grass looked like a wall someone had built out of pure blackness, but then backlit it from the inside with pale gray where the moonlight caught the upper canopy. It was beautiful enough to take your breath away. Every few seconds a bat would cut through the light above the yard, there and gone so quick it was like a glitch in your vision. Then Grandpa began to talk. He didn't look at me when he did, and he didn't raise his voice above a low murmur. It really looked like he was talking to himself rather than to me. He told me a story, and I'm going to relay it here the way I can remember it, which means it might have gaps or rough edges, because I was a child then when I heard it, and he was not a man who knew how to tell a story in any organized fashion. He was blunt and sparse, with a lot left out that he either assumed you'd fill in or preferred you didn't. So here goes. When my grandfather was young, 20 or 21, he said, something had started getting into the livestock on the properties around his family's land. His father, my great-grandfather, raised cattle, and a few of the neighboring families had cattle or hogs or both. Over the span of maybe a month, animals started to turn up dead in the fields and pens, and from the way Grandpa described it, dead was putting it generously. He said the animals were taken apart. He used that phrase specifically. Taken apart. Like a mechanic taking apart an engine. Pieces here, pieces there. Organs separated from the body and moved to places they shouldn't be. He said one of the neighbor's heifers was found with its rib cage opened up and emptied out, with the contents arranged in the grass beside it, in what he called a kind of order, though he wouldn't say what that meant. And I wasn't asking. I remember thinking, how is he telling a kid my age all of this? But he kept going. The initial assumption was dogs. Feral dogs were a real problem in that part of the Ozarks. Packs of them could form up out of strays and dumped pets. They could bring down a calf if they were hungry and numerous enough. But the men who looked at the remains said it wasn't dogs, and it wasn't coyotes either. Because dogs and coyotes are messy, frantic killers that tear into whatever they can reach and leave a scattered wreck. Whatever was doing this, it was doing it with a kind of deliberateness, and that did not match any predator that they knew of. Grandpa said his father came back from examining one of the kills and sat at the kitchen table, completely silent. When Grandpa's mother asked him what was wrong, he simply said, "Something's pulling them apart with its hands." Now, nobody called the game warden or the sheriff. This was the rural Ozarks in the early 1950s. These men solved their own problems. My great-grandfather organized a hunt. He put the word out to the surrounding families. Grandpa's Uncle Earl, 2 men from the next property over whose names I've long forgotten, or maybe I never knew, and a cousin of some kind, who I think was only there mostly because he owned dogs that had been used for tracking boar. In total, there were 5, maybe 6 men, including my grandfather, who was the youngest at the time, and was allowed to come because he owned a rifle too, and knew how to use it, and because his father was not the kind of man you argued with successfully. They went out on a night when the livestock killings had been at their worst. Grandpa said they waited for the moon to be up so they'd have light. They brought rifles and lanterns and the tracking dogs, 2 of them, big bony hounds with scarred up ears, and they went into the trees behind my great-grandfather's property at around 10 o'clock at night. Grandpa told me about this part of the hunt in pieces, and some of what he said I've had to reconstruct from what I remember, and what makes sense in context. Because, like I said, he was not a natural storyteller, and I was a kid, sitting in the dark, trying to follow an old man's fragmented account of something that happened 40 years before I was born. The dogs lasted about an hour. They went in eager, excited hounds with a scent to follow, heads down and pulling against their leads. But then they stopped, both of them, at nearly the same time. They froze where they stood and began shaking. Grandpa said one of them urinated on itself. They refused to move forward, and they refused to stay quiet. They started to make a sound that he described as a continuous whine, high and thin. Not a game call, but something from when it's gone beyond fear into a place where its brain had stopped working properly. One of the dogs ripped free of its lead and bolted off. They heard it crashing through the underbrush for about 30 seconds, and then the sound faded and they never found that dog. The remaining hound pressed itself against its owner's legs and had to be dragged along for the rest of the night, like a piece of furniture. So after the dogs became useless, the men kept going on their own. They were deep in the timber by this point, in that old-growth Ozark woodland where the canopy closes overhead and the moonlight comes through in patches. Everything between those patches is ink dark. Grandpa said they could hear something moving in the trees around them. He was specific about this part. He said it wasn't moving through the underbrush like a deer or a boar would, pushing through branches at ground level. It was moving above them, in the canopy. He said they could hear branches creaking and snapping up high, the sound of something heavy transferring its weight from limb to limb, and it was fast, much faster than walking pace. He said it circled them for a while, up there in the dark above the lantern light, and the sound of it was like a man running on all fours across treetops, which is an image I've never been able to get out of my head, even though I heard this sitting on a porch 20-some years ago. They kept moving because they were men who had committed to doing something, and because turning back now would have meant walking through the same stretch of forest they had just come through, and whatever was pacing them in the canopy would have still been there. Grandpa said they walked for maybe another half hour, with the sound above them coming and going, sometimes close enough that debris would fall on them, small twigs and bark and pieces of leaf. Other times far enough away that they nearly convinced themselves it had gone. The remaining dog had given up walking entirely and was being carried by its owner. Then the thing came down out of the trees. Grandpa didn't describe this like a dramatic moment. He said it matter-of-factly, like someone saying it started to rain. The crashing above them stopped, and there was a heavy sound about 40 yards ahead of them, like something landing on the ground from a great height. Then, silence. It was Uncle Earl who saw it first. Earl was at the front of the group, a few paces ahead of the others, carrying a lantern in one hand and his rifle in the other. He stopped walking and said very low without turning around, "It's standing up." Grandpa raised his lantern. At the far edge of the light, about 30 yards out where the glow gave way to solid dark, he could see a shape between 2 trees. He said it was tall, taller than any of them, and Earl was over 6 feet. It was standing on 2 legs and it was perfectly still. The lantern light was too weak at that distance to give him anything more than an outline, but he said the outline was enough. He said it looked like someone had taken the general idea of a person and built it after stretching the measurements. He said the head set forward on the neck reminding him more of a vulture, with a long-looking snout or perhaps a nose, and its shoulders were enormous, far too wide for the head they supported. The arms hung past where arms should stop. Then it dropped forward onto all fours, and it was gone. The sound of its movement exploded back into the canopy above them, crashing through the branches heading north, fast and getting farther away. The men stood there in a circle of lantern light, with their rifles up, and nobody said anything for what Grandpa estimated was about 2 full minutes. They should have gone home. They all knew that. But they didn't, because Uncle Earl said the thing was heading toward the Dawson property, where cattle had been killed the week prior. And because these were Ozark men in the 1950s, and going home would have been something they'd have to live with for a long time, they followed. The timber got worse as they went north. The terrain broke up into ridges and draws and rocky shelves where the footing was bad even in daylight, and the men started to spread out because you couldn't walk 6 abreast through that kind of country. They kept in contact by calling to each other. Grandpa said his father would shout, and the others would shout back, a kind of roll call every few minutes to make sure nobody had fallen or gotten turned around. The thing in the canopy had gone quiet, or at least they couldn't hear it over the sound of their own movement across the rough ground. Suddenly, there was a gunshot, a single sharp crack that bounced off the ridge walls and came from the east, from Uncle Earl's direction, because Earl had drifted the furthest from the group. Grandpa said everyone stopped where they were, and in the silence after the shot, they heard Earl screaming. He was far enough away that the sound was thin and echoing and hard to locate precisely. But it was unmistakably a man screaming in a register that Grandpa said he'd never heard from a grown person before, and never heard again after. Then there was a second shot, which cut off the screaming. Then nothing. Just the trees in the dark, and all of them standing in it. For some time, Grandpa went quiet after he told me that part. He rocked in his chair and looked at the moon, and his hands were still on the rifle across his lap. I could see that even decades later, the memory of that silence after the second shot was costing him something to sit with. I waited because even at 9 or 10, I understood that you don't interrupt a man when he's in a place like that. When he started again, his voice was flatter. He said they'd found Earl's rifle at the bottom of a draw, wedged between 2 rocks. It had been fired twice, both rounds spent. There was blood on the rocks and on the ground, a lot of it, and there were drag marks leading down into a ravine so choked with brush and fallen timber that they couldn't push through it in the dark. They stood at the edge of that ravine, calling Earl's name until the sky started to lighten up in the east. My grandfather didn't tell me what they found when they went back in daylight. He said, they told his wife it was an animal attack. I noticed that phrasing even then, young as I was. They told her. He didn't say it was an animal attack. He told me what they told her it was, and the gap between those 2 things was wide enough to fall into. The official family story, the one I'd heard at Thanksgiving tables and funerals my whole life, without knowing it had any connection to my grandfather's property, was that Earl had died in a hunting accident, had shot himself, and by the time the search party had reached him, animals had gotten to the remains. A tragedy, but the kind of tragedy that happened in the rural Ozarks. People accepted it, because it was the kind of thing that could be accepted. Grandpa sat with me for a while longer after he finished. The moon had moved since he'd started talking, and the shadows in the yard had shifted with it. The tree line looked different than before. Not to say it was menacing, exactly, but more aware. Like when you walk in a room and you didn't know that someone was in there and they never announced themselves. You simply see them suddenly. Eventually, he looked at me, and his eyes were clear and direct. He said, "There's something in those woods that doesn't have a name, and it's smarter than you want it to be. That's why we have the rules. You understand?" I nodded. "The worst nights are the new moons," he said. "On a full moon, you can see it coming. On a new moon, it can see you, and you can't see a thing." He told me to go back to bed then, and I went. I pulled the sheet up to my nose, and I listened to the box fan roar. But I did not go back to sleep that night. In the morning, I looked out the window at the tree line in the early sunlight. It was just trees, the very same trees I'd played under the day before. But now they meant something completely different. After that night on the porch, I never doubted or wondered about the rules again. I would pull the blinds down myself, turn the fan on before anyone told me to, and I would be the first inside before the first star even showed, every single time without being asked. The footsteps outside some nights that Grandma said were Grandpa checking on the animals. I knew what those were now. My grandfather was not inspecting the barn. Grandpa wasn't even outside. Something in those woods had taken my grandfather's uncle apart in a ravine 40 years ago, and it was still here. I understood the rules. I followed the rules. And those rules kept us safe every summer of my childhood, until the summer my grandfather collapsed in his kitchen with a mug of coffee shattering on the linoleum and the left side of his body going slack. Suddenly, the only person who truly knew what the rules were for was unconscious and driven to a hospital. Grandpa's stroke happened one morning in the middle of our second week during that stay. He was standing at the counter pouring coffee from the percolator, the same thing he did every morning at the same time, and his left hand simply opened on its own and let the mug fall. It hit the floor, breaking into 3 pieces, and coffee went everywhere. Grandpa looked down at it, then looked at Grandma, and said, "Joyce, there's something wrong with my arm." Then he sat down in a kitchen chair heavily, like someone had increased the gravity in the room, and the left side of his face slid downward and stayed there. Grandma called 911. She called Aunt Diane too, who lived 4 hours away in the suburbs outside St. Louis. Then she did what she could, which was to hold Grandpa's right hand and talk to him in a steady voice while the 3 of us stood in the kitchen doorway, watching, not knowing what to do with ourselves. I remember that the ambulance took a long time to get there. That's how far out we were from anything. They loaded Grandpa onto a stretcher. He looked so small and frail. I remember thinking that my grandpa might die, and I was scared. This man, who had been the largest presence in every room he ever entered, now looked like a gray-faced old man with only one working hand. Grandma couldn't go with him, not until Aunt Diane came, and once Aunt Diane showed up, Grandma left in a hurry. I remember just after she left, looking at the blinds on the windows, thinking that no one in this house would know to pull them down, and why. Aunt Diane and her husband Cal arrived around 3 in the afternoon, hugging Grandma and wishing her and Grandpa the best as she left. Aunt Diane was Grandpa's youngest daughter, a very sweet woman with a loud laugh who worked as an office manager somewhere. She drove a minivan and had probably not spent a full night in this house in 15 years. Uncle Cal was fine, a big, soft-spoken guy who sold insurance and was decent with kids. He gave lots of those cheesy kid compliments and high fives, like "good job, sport," that kind of thing. They were the kind of adults you'd want around during a family emergency, for sure. Warm and capable. Aunt Diane spent most of the evening on the phone with the hospital and with other relatives, leading a sort of crisis management with the family. Uncle Cal ordered pizza from the one place that would actually deliver that far out, which took over an hour. He even let us eat it in the living room in front of the TV, which Grandma never allowed. That first evening, I kept waiting for someone to start the routine, hoping someone was watching the sky and would call us inside if we were outside, or go room to room with the blinds, setting up fans, locking doors. But nobody did. The sun went down and the windows stayed uncovered, and the doors stayed latched with their regular locks, not with the deadbolts. No chain, no barrel bolt, nothing. The fans stayed in the closet where Grandma stored them during the day. That house felt utterly naked, like a body without skin. Everything that was supposed to be protected was now open and exposed to whatever was out there. I almost said something. I stood in the hallway and rehearsed it in my head. Something about how Grandpa liked the blinds down and the fans on. Something casual that wouldn't require me to explain why. But I couldn't figure out how to say it without sounding strange. I was 11 years old, but the weight of adult attention during a crisis was paralyzing, so I didn't say anything. I went to bed in the guest room with Parker and Leia. The window was uncovered, and the fan was off. I lay there in the most awkward silence, so enormous and wrong, I could hear my own heartbeat. I slept eventually. The following day was almost normal. Uncle Cal took us outside. We rode the three-wheeler and threw rocks in the creek, and Aunt Diane drove to the hospital, coming back in the late afternoon with a cautiously optimistic report. Grandpa was stable, responsive, but they were keeping him for observation and tests. There was also talk of moving him to a larger facility in Springfield. She looked exhausted. Uncle Cal made spaghetti for dinner. It was watery and undersalted, but we all ate it. Nobody had the energy to care about food quality at the time. That evening, Parker pulled me and Leia aside in the hallway. I could tell he was being very sneaky about something. "They don't care what we do," he said, meaning Aunt Diane and Uncle Cal, who were back on the phone in the master bedroom with the door mostly shut. "We should stay outside tonight, after dark. We're never going to get that chance again." Leia looked at me. I could tell she wanted me to say no so she wouldn't have to. And I nearly did. But Parker was 13 and I was 11. At that age, that's a big gap. And some part of me, the side that was tired of being so afraid every summer, tired of the fans and the blinds and the locked down feeling of Grandpa's nighttime house, that side wanted to know what the property was like after dark. I'd spent years sealed inside while the world outside continued without me, and I wanted to see it. So I said okay, and Leia said okay because I had, and Parker grinned. We went out the back door at around 8:30, with the sky still holding on to the last orange glow in the west, but the east had already gone to deep blue. The very first thing that struck me was how different the property sounded at night. The creek, which was a pleasant background murmur during the day, was loud, more present, so to speak, in the dark, even aggressive sounding. The bugs were deafening, a whole wall of sound from every direction, cicadas and crickets and tree frogs layering over each other in a pulsing roar that seemed to breathe. And underneath all that was the woods. The tree line was about 60 yards from where we stood at the back of the house, and in the dying light, it looked solid, a dark mass without depth or detail. We had flashlights, 2 of them, from the kitchen junk drawer, but both were so weak that they barely reached 20 feet. Parker swept his across the yard like a searchlight. It revealed a narrow cone of grass and bugs, but nothing more. Beyond that cone was just more dark. He started to walk toward the tree line. Leia and I followed, too scared to be away from our oldest member. For about 20 minutes, it was what Parker had promised. An adventure. We walked along the edge of the trees without going in, shining our flashlights into the first few yards of timber, seeing trunks and underbrush. Occasionally, we found a pair of tiny reflective eyes, probably belonging to some small or low-to-the-ground raccoon or possum. Parker kept up a running commentary during this, about how this wasn't even scary, and that Grandpa's rules were just an old man being paranoid. I let him say those things because I simply didn't know what to say, and I liked the lack of silence. Suddenly, Leia stopped. She was slightly behind me and to my left. When I turned around, she was standing very still with her flashlight pointed at the tree line, about 40 yards south of where we were. Her flashlight was weak, and it barely reached the trees at that distance. But at the very edge of its throw, where the light gave up and the dark took over again, there was a shape between two trunks that I could not make sense of. It was taller than any of us by a significant margin. It was also narrow, standing on two legs, but it was completely motionless. The flashlight was much too dim to give any texture or color, so it remained a silhouette, a vertical interruption in the pattern of the trees behind it, and it was facing us. "Something standing there," Leia said. Her voice was perfectly calm. Parker swung his flashlight toward it. For half a second, both beams hit roughly the same area, and in that combined light, I saw, or I thought I saw, the shape shift, a sudden movement, quickly, like something rearranging its posture. Leia's light flickered then. These were cheap, battery-powered flashlights. In that half-second of reduced light, the shape was gone. Just trees. Just ordinary dark between tree trunks. Parker said it was a deer. He said it with enough conviction that I knew he didn't believe it. And I think Leia knew too, because she was already walking toward the house, and she was walking fast. We followed her, and how we kept from actually full-on running, I have no idea. Perhaps we were too scared to run, but we walked at a pace that was as close to running as you could get. And when we made it to the back door and went inside, shutting it behind us, Parker locked the knob lock and then stood there looking at the deadbolt above it. He looks at us, then half laughs, saying, "It'll be fine." So we left it unlocked, and we didn't say anything else about it. We stood in the kitchen, breathing harder than the walk justified, and Parker then said, "That was fun." But Leia and I stayed quiet. He then said, "We should sleep down in the basement tonight." I felt my stomach drop when he said it. The basement was the other rule, the one Grandpa had spoken out loud with his eyes locked on mine, and hearing Parker propose breaking it felt like hearing someone suggest swimming in a river during a storm. But Parker was already talking about it like it was decided. He'd seen the old Nintendo down there, he said, when Aunt Diane had gone down to do laundry earlier. And there were games, and probably other stuff. And the basement was cool, and it would be like a fort. And he reiterated, when would we get another chance? I looked at Leia. She had her arms crossed over her chest, and she was staring at the floor. We were both wondering the same thing, I think. How much resistance was worth the cost of Parker's ridicule? She must have arrived at the same answer I did, because she shrugged one shoulder and said, "Whatever." And Parker took that as unanimous consent and started gathering supplies. We brought sleeping bags and pillows from the guest room. Parker grabbed a bag of chips and 3 cans of Coke from the fridge. Leia brought a book, which was optimistic. We trooped down the wooden stairs into the basement, and Parker pulled the chain on the single bare bulb at the bottom. The room came to life in harsh yellowish light. Everything else was concrete and shadow. Honestly, for a few hours, though, it was great. Parker found the NES under the workbench, still connected to a small TV that must have been old when Reagan was president, and after 20 minutes of blowing into cartridges and fiddling with the AV cables, he got it to work. We played Excite Bike, then Duck Hunt without the light gun, just using the controller, which didn't work perfectly, but we didn't mind. Leia found a stack of board games on a shelf, Sorry and Clue and something called Aggravation that none of us had ever heard of. We played Clue on the concrete floor with the chips and soda spread around us, like we were having a picnic. Parker discovered a cabinet near the water heater that contained, among other things, a collection of candy so old that some of it was in packaging I didn't recognize. We tried a few pieces. They tasted like sweetened chalk. We ate them anyway, because adventure was the whole point. Really, it was the most fun I'd had at that house in years, maybe ever. We were loud and stupid and free, and Aunt Diane and Uncle Cal never came down to check on us. For those few hours, the basement was just a basement, and the rules we were used to, they were just the eccentricities of an old man who was currently in a hospital bed 40 minutes away, with tubes in his arm. We fell asleep in stages. Leia went first. She had set up her sleeping bag near the base of the stairs, and was out cold by midnight. Parker lasted a little longer on the sagging couch against the far wall, talking to me about a girl from his school, while his sentences got slower and more fragmented, until they stopped entirely, and his breathing evened out. I lay in my sleeping bag in the middle of the floor. I was between the two of them, looking up at the ceiling joists and the cobwebs, listening to the silence. No fan, just silence. I hadn't really thought about that part until that very moment. I'd been distracted by the games and the food and the novelty of it all. But lying there in the dark after Parker killed the light, the silence of that basement was absolute. No fan roar to fill the space, and no white noise to blur the edges of whatever sounds the night might be making. There was, though, the faint ticking of the water heater, and the even fainter hum of the electrical panel on the wall. But beyond that, nothing. I listened to my cousin's breathing. It was so dark and so quiet. It felt like I was deep, deep underwater. Eventually, and I don't know when, I fell asleep. But when I woke up, I was very cold. Genuinely cold. A damp chill had gotten through the sleeping bag and into my skin. It made no sense because it was July in Missouri, and the basement had been stuffy and warm when we'd come down. I pulled the sleeping bag tighter around myself. That's when I felt the draft. Moving air coming from somewhere to my left, carrying a smell that did not belong in that basement. The green, wet smell of outside, of grass and dirt and night air, and underneath it was something else. A warm and sour and biological smell. It reminded me of a dog's breath, but heavier and denser, more concentrated. One of the slit windows was open. I couldn't see it. The dark in that basement was the most complete dark I'd ever experienced, where open and closed eyes were the same thing. But I could feel the outside air coming through it. I could feel that the air was wrong, that it carried the heat and smell of something that was not the night. And every hair on my body stood up at once. I heard it before I could even make sense of it. Breathing. Low and wet, raspy on the exhale. A large animal trying to keep quiet. Something was in the room with us. Something was inside the basement. And it was breathing. It was close. I stopped moving, and I stopped breathing. Every muscle in my body locked into a rigid, frozen state that I did not choose and could not have overridden if I'd tried. My higher brain, the part that reasons and plans and makes decisions, had been disconnected from the controls entirely, and what was running me now was something much older, much simpler. Something that said to me, "You must not move. You must not breathe. You must no longer exist." The breathing shifted. It moved through the room, slowly, with a carefulness that was worse than speed, because speed would mean a panicked animal, and this was not panicked. It was methodical. And beneath that breathing, accompanying it, I heard the footsteps, a light, clicking, tapping cadence on the concrete floor. The sound of something with claws, walking on a hard surface. And the rhythm. It didn't match anything that walks on two legs, but it didn't quite match anything that walks on four. The sound of it moving across the concrete floor in the perfect dark was the most alien and dislocating thing I've ever heard. It moved past me, close enough that I could feel warmth coming off of it, the radiant body heat of something large and very alive, and I caught a wave of that smell, that sour, biological, overly wet dog smell. But up close, it was sharper, and there was more underneath it, something that reminded me of blood. It passed within what had to be 2 or 3 feet of my sleeping bag, and I lay there with my eyes wide open in the dark, and I saw absolutely nothing. I felt it go by me, like a weather system. Then it stopped, near the couch where Parker had been sleeping. I heard the breathing change then, faster, shorter, with a sniffing quality, like it was sampling the air around him. Then it moved again, toward the stairs, toward Leia. It stopped. The breathing was maybe 4 feet from my head, 4 feet from Leia's sleeping bag at the base of the stairs. I could hear her slow, unconscious breathing, and the thing's breathing layered over it, and for a span of time that I cannot accurately estimate. Was it 5 seconds, 30, a full minute? Those were the only sounds in the world. Then the thing made a sound, a low and soft sound from deep in its chest, barely louder than the breathing. It wasn't a growl, and it wasn't a whine. It sat somewhere between the two, carrying an emotion I should not have been able to read, but I could. It was interested. Whatever was standing over my cousin in the dark was curious about her. Leia shifted in her sleeping bag, a small unconscious movement, the kind of half-roll that sleeping people do, and she made a sound, a murmur, maybe a fragment of a dream, nothing coherent. But then her eyes opened. No, I couldn't see it. I knew because she spoke then. Her voice was muzzy and confused and half asleep, and I heard her say, "Is that a dog? Who let a—" The rest of her sentence was replaced by a sound that I will hear for the rest of my life. A sudden detonation of movement, claws scrabbling on concrete, a heavy, wet impact of a body hitting the sleeping bag, and the sound of the bag being seized and wrenched sideways across the floor so quickly that Leia's confused question turned into a scream that did not sound like language or even a human voice anymore. Just a raw and primal shriek of an animal in terror. It bounced off the concrete walls, filling the basement from floor to ceiling. I heard the sleeping bag dragging, fast, impossibly fast, scraping across the concrete toward the far wall where the open window was. Trust me, I would soon know where that open window was exactly. I could hear Leia thrashing about inside the sleeping bag. The thing had hold of the outside of it and was pulling her. I could hear the fabric tearing in long, ripping sounds as claws and teeth shredded through the outer shell. Parker was screaming from the couch, "What's happening?" And somewhere above us, through the ceiling, I heard the concussive thud of adult feet hitting the floor and running. The dragging reached the wall, and there was a different sound. The sleeping bag being hauled upward, lifted off the ground toward the slit window. The window frame groaned. Leia was screaming in short, breathless bursts, and I could hear the fabric of the sleeping bag catching at the edges of the window, tearing further. I understood, with a sick, lurching horror, that whatever had her was trying to pull her through that window. An 18-inch wide slit window 4 feet off the basement floor on the inside, but ground level on the outside. Something out there was hauling a child in a sleeping bag up the wall, attempting to drag her through it with the disturbing strength of something I don't want to share a world with. The basement light suddenly came on. Aunt Diane had hit the switch at the top of the stairs, and the bare bulb exploded the room back into existence. Every detail was harsh and yellow again, and suddenly, violently real. I saw the basement. The scattered sleeping bags and the crushed chip bag. The Ness still connected to the silent TV. Parker was now standing on top of the couch, his back against the wall. His face was white and his mouth was wide open. His hands were up near his chest like he was bracing for a hit. And across the room, against the far wall, there was Leia's sleeping bag, hanging. The top half was wedged into the open slit window, pulled upward and bunched into the narrow frame. The bottom half hung down the wall, limp, with Leia's weight inside it sagging toward the floor. The bag was shredded in long lines, 4 slashes evenly spaced across, and through the tears I could see the color of Leia's pajamas and even the skin of her arm. She wasn't moving or screaming anymore. She had gone silent, so absolutely terrified she'd stopped moving. Then the bag dropped. Whatever had been holding it from outside released it all at once, and Leia and the sleeping bag collapsed to the basement floor in a heap. From outside the window, inches away, just on the other side of that ground-level slit, I heard something move. A single heavy thud. The sound of a large animal pushing off the grass, heading back for the tree line, leaving us there in the aftermath. Uncle Cal came down the stairs 3 at a time, his face aghast. He grabbed Leia off the floor, sleeping bag and all, and carried her rapidly up the stairs. Aunt Diane was behind him, one hand on the wall, the other over her mouth, asking questions. Parker scrambled off the couch and ran for the stairs. I saw him glancing at the still open window several times as he did. I was the last one up. As I reached the bottom step, I too turned and looked back at that window. It was still open, swinging slightly inward on its hinge. Beyond it, through the narrow rectangle of the opening, I could see a strip of the yard due to the light that spilled out from the basement. There was grass, the first few feet of ground outside, and at the edge of the light already pulling back into the dark, there was a pair of eyes. They were low to the ground and caught the basement light like an animal's. A yellow reflective shine. They were close together, but that's all I could see due to the dark. They looked at me for less than a second, but then they were gone, and I swear I could hear the sound of something moving fast through the woods. I ran up the stairs, and I didn't go back down. Leia was physically fine. There were some light scratches from the window frame on her arms and shoulders, a bruise across her ribs where she'd been pinned inside the sleeping bag as it was pulled against the narrow opening. But nothing was broken, nothing that would leave a scar on the outside. Uncle Cal went out with a flashlight, walking the perimeter of the house, while Aunt Diane sat with us in the living room with every light on. Uncle Cal came back about 15 minutes later, said he couldn't find a thing. He started to explain it. It was a bear, he said, attracted to the smell of the food we'd brought down there. And I could see in his face that he was constructing something that he could believe, not something that was currently true, but something that would become true. There was no more sleep to be had that night. We stayed up in the living room together until dawn, with the TV on and the volume up, every light on in the house. Leia sat in the corner of the couch with her knees pulled to her chest and did not speak. nor would she speak in the morning or the morning after that, and she would not talk to me or the rest of us for the remainder of that summer. Aunt Diane called the hospital that night. She was in the kitchen and she was keeping her voice low, but I was in the hallway and I heard most of it. She described what happened. She used the word animal several times and the word window several more. When she stopped, there was some silence, long enough that Aunt Diane said, "Mom, are you there?" But then my grandmother's voice came through, and I could hear what she asked. She had said, "Were the windows closed?" That was her first question. Not if Leia was okay, or what happened, but about the windows. It was like she knew exactly what would have happened if the windows were not locked, or if someone had gone down into the basement where the windows didn't lock. Grandma, like Grandpa, probably knew what was out there, but did not have the first-hand experience like Grandpa had. Grandpa would not have forgotten to lock the place down. But Grandma, in a panic, well, I can't blame her. This was not her fault. I really can't say it was anyone's fault. We were driven home 2 days later. Our summer was over. I hope that makes you understand why the sound of a box fan brings me some sort of comfort, or security might be a better word, because my mind has subconsciously associated things with that event. It knows that before the attack, there was box fan noise when we slept, but on the night of the attack, there was none. So until the day I die, there will be a box fan running full blast in my room, because I do not want to hear what's lurking outside my window. If you know me, you know I'm always on the lookout for stories with new, terrifying monster encounters. Skinwalkers and Wendigos are nice and all that, but I crave something new. That's why today I'm excited to share with you a story I got from a user named Dinsif called The Tree God of Alaska. And if there's any truth to this story, then I should warn anyone living in or visiting Alaska that there might be something extremely dark and ancient lurking in the woods and around cabins looking for its next target. Believe what you will or won't, but this story might be a good reason to stay away from Alaska. Lee died last spring. Pancreatic cancer, which is about as unfair as it sounds. But he went at home with his wife and kids around him, and I don't think he was scared. I drove up for the funeral, even though my back doesn't do well with long trips anymore, and afterward his daughter Jenna pulled me aside and asked about the scar on her father's left hand. "He never told me how he got it," she said. "Every time I asked, he would say it was from a camping trip, but it always looked like someone bit him." I told her it was a long time ago, and I didn't remember the details. But she knew I was lying. Jenna was as sharp as her dad, but she let it go anyway. I'm an old man now. Lee was the best friend I ever had, and he's gone. And I think that means I can finally talk about what happened on the Dalton Highway in October of 1989. It's been decades. That's long enough. So, I met Lee sophomore year in the weight room at Central High. Neither of us belonged there. The weight room was for football players and wrestlers, guys who moved through the hallways like they owned the place. And Lee and I were the kind of kids who ate lunch in the library and hoped nobody would talk to us. But we'd both gotten it into our heads that lifting weights might make us less invisible and make us want to be less invisible. So there we were, trying to figure out the bench press while a bunch of juniors snickered at us from the squat rack. Lee dropped a 25-pound plate on his foot the first day. Didn't even flinch. Just picked it up and racked it like nothing happened. And when I asked if he was okay, he said, "I've had worse." We started lifting together after that, spotting each other mostly, though neither of us ever put up enough weight to really need it. Lee was funny in a way that snuck up on you. He had a deadpan, dark kind of humor. Could always find something absurd in anything. I learned about his home life in pieces over the next 2 years. His dad was a drinker who thought belts were for more than holding up pants, and his mom was a substitute who was somehow always busy, so she wasn't home to see the bruises. Or maybe she saw them and didn't know what to do. Lee never talked about it directly. He would say things like, "I'm staying at my grandma's for the weekend," when his dad was on a bender. Or he'd show up at school moving real stiff and say he had slept wrong. Junior year, his parents finally divorced. His mom moved them to a 2-bedroom apartment on the east side of town, and Lee seemed lighter for a while. But something had already settled into him by then, a sort of weight he had to deal with. He apologized all the time for things that were never his fault, or weren't even things at all. Sorry for being in the way, or sorry for talking too much, sorry for existing, basically. I didn't know how to help him with any of that. I was 19 and stupid, and my own parents were fine. Distant, at worst, but fine. I'd never been hit in my life, so I just tried to be there for him, which probably wasn't enough. Lee's big thing senior year was the van he got. He bought it off a guy named DJ, a '78 Dodge tradesman with rust along the wheel wells and an engine that sounded like it was coughing up a lung. The cool part? Well, DJ had started converting the back into a camper before his wife got pregnant, and he had to sell it. Lee finished the job over the winter. In the back was a plywood platform for a mattress, curtains his mom sewed from old bed sheets, a 2-burner camp stove that he mounted to a piece of plywood that was definitely not up to code. "We're going to Alaska," he told me in February of senior year, showing me the completed interior like it was the Sistine Chapel. "After graduation, the Dalton Highway, you and me." I asked him why Alaska, and he got this look on his face. He was serious. He kind of looked hungry too, but "Because it's the emptiest place I can think of," he said. "I want to go somewhere so big and quiet that everything sort of just falls away." At the time, I wasn't really sure what he meant. I thought he was being dramatic, the way people are at that age. But I said sure, because Lee was my best friend, and because I didn't have any better plans. We left right after I'd failed to register for community college, and Lee had failed to find a job that didn't make him want to walk into traffic. The van made it through Montana, through the endless plains of Alberta, through the Yukon with its mountains that looked like God had crumpled up paper and forgotten to smooth it out. We broke down once near Whitehorse, the alternator, which cost us 3 days and most of our repair fund. But otherwise, the trip was the adventure we'd wanted it to be. Lee narrated the whole thing like he was hosting a nature documentary. He'd look out the window at a moose standing in a field and say, in something akin to a David Attenborough voice, "Here we see the North American moose in its natural habitat, contemplating the futility of existence." He made me laugh so hard once that I had to pull over because I couldn't see the road. We crossed into Alaska in late September. The light was already changing with those shorter days and longer twilights. We saw shades of purple I didn't know were possible. A week into Alaska, we stopped at a roadhouse about 50 miles south of the Yukon River crossing. The place looked like it might collapse any second, and the handful of locals inside looked at us like we were from Mars. Maybe we were, really. We got talking with one of them, a guy named Harold or maybe Howard, I can't remember. He was maybe 60, with a beard that had given up on being a particular color, and hands that looked like they'd done hard work most of his life. He asked what brought us up this way, and Lee told him we were driving the Dalton Highway to Dead Horse. "Bold choice for October," the guy said. "You boys know what you're getting into?" Lee said we did, though I don't think we did. The guy bought us around. First beer I'd ever had that wasn't stolen from my dad's garage fridge, and no one ID'd us, so that was great. They and we could have gotten in a lot of trouble. He then started to tell us about the area. The pipeline and the work camps. And the cold, especially the cold. Then Lee asked about local legends, which was something he always did wherever we stopped. He had a thing for that stuff, like ghost stories and folklore. He liked the idea that the world was more magical or strange than it looked. The guy got quiet, though, for a second, and I thought maybe Lee had offended him. But then he said, "There's the Mickelson place. That's not really a legend, though. That's just something that happened." I should note here that I'm changing the name of the place to avoid unwanted attention there. Anyway, apparently the Mickelsons were homesteaders, the guy told us. A family of 4, husband, wife, and 2 kids, who'd staked a claim about 40 miles north of where we were currently sitting back in the late 50s. They were found dead in the winter of 1962. Officially, it was ruled an animal attack, probably a polar bear, though that didn't make much sense given how far they were from polar bear territory. But that's what locals believed, because of the bodies. "The bodies were wrong," the guy said, and he wasn't looking at us anymore. He was staring at his drink. "You see, the father was in the root cellar with the door barred from the outside. The mother and kids were in the main room, but they weren't lying down like they'd been attacked. They were sitting down, arranged around where the table should have been. Except there was no table, just them sitting in a row, looking at nothing." Lee asked about the wounds. "They looked like big bites with very sharp teeth that took its time, but they were real clean. This is why people think it's a polar bear that did it." Then Lee asked something that made me give him wide eyes, if the house was still there. The guy said it was, probably, if you know where to look, about 40 miles north, off a certain back road that didn't show up on the maps. Sure, I thought. "Nobody goes out there, though," the guy said. "Why not?" Lee asked. That's when the guy stood up to leave, but he told us, "Place feels wrong. Even the animals stay away from there." I was hoping Lee would forget about the story. I mean, people in bars aren't exactly the most trustworthy. But 2 days later, we made camp in a pullout about 30 miles north of the roadhouse, and Lee woke me up before dawn saying he wanted to go for a walk. It was insanely cold. Cold enough that my breath looked like dragon's flames, and my fingers were numb within minutes. The sun wasn't completely up yet. We followed what looked like an old trail leading away from the road. I wasn't sure why just yet. Lee hadn't explained much if there was something to explain. He was in front, looking like he was leading me somewhere. It didn't look like a casual morning walk to me. But I followed, because I always followed Lee. The landscape was tundra giving way to sparse black spruce, bunch of skinny half-dead trees all over the place, spaced far enough apart that you could see pretty far in every direction. There was no wind, though. Not really any sound, just our footsteps and breathing. I've been in quiet places before, but this gave me some weird vibes. We'd been walking for about 20 minutes when Lee stopped. "Holy crap," he said. There it was. The house was smaller than I'd expected. Just a homestead cabin. Little thing, could have been built in a summer or 2 by hand. Half of it had collapsed where the roof caved in, and the remaining walls did not look stable. But there was a section that was still standing, intact enough you could probably go inside, if you really wanted to, and I didn't want to. Lee was frozen, not cold frozen, excited frozen. He stared at that house like he was expecting it to come alive and give him a hug. "This is it," he said. "This is the place the guy was talking about." I said it could have been any old cabin. There were probably dozens of these cabins out here, abandoned homesteads from people who'd come north looking for something and found out the hard way that Alaska does not give anything for free. But Lee shook his head at me. "No, man. Look, I dreamed about this place." I raised an eyebrow. "No, listen. 2 nights ago, I didn't tell you because it seemed stupid, but I dreamed about a house that looked exactly like this. The roof caved in, the door hanging open like that, all of it. I rolled my eyes. Man, that's just a coincidence. Or maybe you saw a picture of this place at the roadhouse somehow and it leaked into your brain. Lee didn't argue. He just kept staring at the place. Hey, we should go back. It's cold and I'm hungry. And there's not really much worth seeing here. Lee nodded, but he did it slowly. I could tell he didn't want to leave. But why, I wasn't sure. We turned around and started walking back toward the road. I was more relieved than I wanted to admit. Something about that place had gotten under my skin in a bad way. It wasn't really any reason I could understand yet. The house just looked like an old house, and the trees looked like trees, but standing there, looking at that partly collapsed cabin, I felt like I was being watched by something that didn't have eyes. We were almost back to the van when we heard something strange. It came from the direction of the house, a sound that I thought at first was wind moving through the collapsed structure. But as I said before, there was no wind. Then I thought it was an animal, a caribou or maybe a moose, making some kind of vocalization that I wasn't familiar with. It wasn't that either. It sounded like a caribou call, but wrong, stretched out, pitched low. It went on for maybe 5 seconds, then stopped. "Did you just hear that?" I asked Lee. He was standing by the van's passenger door, but he wasn't getting in. Now he was looking back the way we'd come, back toward where the house was hidden by sparse trees. "Hear what?" he said. "That sound like an animal, or I didn't hear anything." I knew he was lying. I knew Lee well enough to know when he was lying. But his face was blank, and his eyes were fixed on that tree line, and he wasn't blinking. "We should move the van closer to the house," Lee said. "Man, why in the world would you want to do that?" "So we don't have to walk as far when we go back." Go back. I should have said no to him. Should have said we weren't going back, that we were getting back on the Dalton Highway and driving to Dead Horse, like we'd planned, forgetting about that house and the story that guy at the bar told us. But Lee was already getting in the van. I was freezing cold, so I didn't feel like arguing. I told myself it didn't really matter. It was just a house. We'd look at the house, creep ourselves out, then leave, and that would be that. I got in and started the engine. The thing coughed to life, and I pulled back onto the road, driving until we found a spot where I could pull off closer to where the house was, because that's what Lee wanted. We parked about 200 yards away, close enough we could see the roofline of the house through the trees, more like what remained of it. Lee was quiet now. When I looked over at him, he was still staring at the house. He looked weirdly satisfied, almost like he was getting off to the fact that we were so close to the place. I was so confused by him at the time. Like, what are we even doing, dude? But I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be whiny on the trip. I often go back to that moment a lot, now that Lee has passed, thinking about how easy it would have been to just keep driving from that point. To have put my foot down, telling him that we were leaving. End of story. But I didn't do that. And 200 yards away through the thin black spruce, the house waited for us. And so did something else. That night, the first night, Lee seemed fine. Better than fine, actually. He was animated, in a way that I hadn't seen him since we'd crossed into Alaska, telling stories about people from high school and laughing about his own jokes before he even finished them. We made dinner on the camp stove, canned chili, which we'd been eating so much of that I still can't look at it without feeling slightly sick. We played a few hands of rummy by the light of the battery-powered lantern Lee had bought at a gas station in Whitehorse, and talked about nothing important. I kept glancing out the back windows. That house was out there, of course. Invisible in this darkness, sure, but I kept thinking about it. Lee wasn't as focused on it as he was before. Now he was shuffling the cards and talking about a girl named Marcy, who'd sat behind us in junior year in English. How he'd always wanted to ask her out, but never worked up the nerve. "You should have done it," I told him. "I think she liked you. I mean, she always laughed at your worst jokes." "Whatever. She was laughing at Mr. Petey's toupee anyway," Lee said. "I just happened to be in the way." He grinned. "Besides, what would the plan have been? Take her back to my apartment so she could meet my mom's cat and see the water stain on the ceiling that looks like Nixon?" We turned in around 11. Lee took the mattress platform in the back. I'd gotten used to sleeping in the passenger seat, reclined as far as it would go, which wasn't far enough, but was better than sleeping on the floor. I fell asleep pretty quick. But I woke up because the van was moving. It wasn't being driven, but it was slightly rocking, like something or someone shifting their weight around. I opened my eyes and saw Lee sitting up in the back, his silhouette outlined against the window by the faint light of stars. He was staring at the house. I couldn't see his face, just the shape of him, motionless, except for his breathing. "Hey, Lee." He didn't answer for a few seconds. Eventually, though, he did answer. "Just looking." His voice was flat. Not like sleepy flat, but like he was emotionless. "At what, dude?" "The house. It's pitch black out there, man. You can't see a thing." "I know." He lay back down. I heard him pull the sleeping bag up around himself, and I heard his heavy, slow breathing. I told myself it was just a waking dream. The guy was just half asleep, disoriented, maybe had a nightmare or dream of some kind of the Mickelson story, and he woke up confused. But then I heard that sound again. That strange caribou call from somewhere outside. Closer than last time, but not right next to the van. Definitely closer. Not sure if whatever made it was closer to us, or if we were closer to it now. "Lee, you heard it that time, right?" "Huh?" he said. He didn't seem impressed or worried. "Oh, yeah." "What do you think it is?" "I don't know." I waited for him to say something else. Maybe sit up and investigate it with me or make a joke about it. But he didn't do that. He just lay there, and a few minutes later his breathing changed. He was asleep. But I didn't sleep the rest of the night. It was snowing in the morning. Couldn't tell if it was going to storm later or not. Lee was up before me, which really wasn't like him. He was the type to sleep until noon if you let him. But now he was in the driver's seat, drinking instant coffee from the metal cup we shared, looking out towards the trees. "We should check out that house," he said when he heard me move around, "before the weather out there gets worse." I wanted to tell him no. I'd spent the last 4 hours of darkness lying awake, listening for that sound again, feeling like there was something outside. But it was daylight now, and in daylight things that seemed scary tend to seem more pathetic or not there. It was just an old cabin, old woods. "Fine," I said. "But I'd rather not stay too long, okay?" The walk only took a few minutes, mainly because the snow started to come down harder. Up close, the cabin looked even more decrepit than it had from a distance. The door was open, not hanging open like we first thought. It was standing open, like someone had pulled it wide and just walked away. Lee went inside first. The interior smelled kind of funny, and I tried not to assume it smelled like corpse considering the legend we were told. It took a second for my eyes to adjust in the dimness. Then I really saw what was left of the place. Water damage had warped the floorboards and stained the walls. There was furniture left, but it had now collapsed into piles of wood and fabric That might have been a chair or a table, something that could have been a bed frame. But one room, through a doorway to the left, looked different. I followed Lee through that doorway and stopped. The room was intact, not just structurally. I'm not kidding when I say this. It looked preserved. No dust on the floor or animal droppings in the corners. The walls were clean, or as clean as walls could be after 30 years of abandonment. There was a window on the far side, clouded with grime but unbroken, and through it I could see the white sky and falling snow. "Look at this," Lee said. He was tracing his fingers along the wall nearest the door. I moved closer and saw what he was touching. Marks in the wood. Some kinds of patterns. Circles overlapping, scratched deep into the grain with something sharp. They covered the wall, hundreds of them. Layer over layer, like someone had spent years adding to it. "What do you think made these?" Lee asked. It creeped me out that he said what instead of who. I don't know, man. Someone crazy, probably. "These aren't random." He was still feeling them with his fingers, moving from one circle to the next. "There's a pattern. See how they overlap? It's like I don't know, man, like a language." I told him we should go. The smell was getting to me and the room felt really weird, especially with those patterns. And with the way this room was, it felt like someone was still living here, and I didn't want to be around when they got back. That's when I saw the shoe. There was a shoe lying in the corner, a kid's shoe with a buckle across the top. It was old, with cracked leather but preserved by the cold. Right away I thought of the kids from the story, the Mickelson children, the ones that were found sitting by a table that wasn't there. I felt something real cold moving through my stomach. Lee walked over and actually picked it up. "Dude, put it down," I said. He looked at me and grinned. "It's just a shoe." "Yeah, but put it down." He did, but slowly. "Come on, let's leave," I told him. Lee shrugged his shoulders, but he followed me out of the house, back into the snow, and we walked to the van without talking. When I was about halfway back, I noticed Lee had fallen behind. I turned around and saw him looking down at his left hand. "What's wrong?" I cut myself," he said. He held up his palm. He was right. There was a deep slice across the meat of his hand, just below the fingers. Deep enough that I could see the dark red of the muscle beneath the skin. Red was running down his wrist and dripping onto the snow. "Oh my God, when did you do that?" I don't know." He was looking at the wound. I could tell he was confused and concerned. I didn't feel it." Back at the van, I dug out our first aid kit, wrapping his hand with gauze while he stood there. The cut was bad. He was probably going to need stitches. But Lee didn't seem bothered by the injury itself. He thanked me when I finished, flexing his fingers to test the fix, and he said we should probably head out. I agreed. I wanted to put as much distance between us and the house, what with all the strangeness piling up like this. When I suggested we drive south, back toward the roadhouse and then Fairbanks, Lee said he wanted to stay one more night. "But you just said you wanted to head out." He shook his head. "I meant after another night. I just remembered." He pulled his pack up to his chest, then pulled out a camera. "We should go get some photos of the house, in better light." "Your hand is gonna need stitches," I told him. "It's whatever, it doesn't even hurt." "Lee, one more night, then we'll go." I should have pushed him harder, or even threatened to walk away. But Lee was stubborn when he wanted to be, and I told myself at the time the cut wasn't that bad if that's how he was acting. So one more night wouldn't make a difference. One more night. Lee didn't take any photos. The next morning, he said the light wasn't right. The morning after that, he said he didn't feel like it.
and by day 3 he'd stopped mentioning the camera at all. By then, he wasn't even eating. When I made breakfast, he'd take a few bites, then set his plate aside, saying he wasn't hungry. He was sleeping all the time, 10, 12, 14 hours at a stretch. But he woke up looking more exhausted than when he'd gone to bed. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his skin was looking more and more pale by the day. He was saying things too, these utterances across conversations. "Do you think people deserve what happens to them?" he asked one day. "What do you mean?" "Like if someone's already broken, maybe the world's just finishing the job, you know?" I told him that was a messed up way to think about things. He shrugged, then changed the subject. On day 3, he said, "My dad said there was something wrong with me when I was born. Like there was something inside me that didn't work right." He hadn't mentioned his father in months, maybe longer than that. "Your dad was a jerk," I said. "He didn't know what he was talking about." "Maybe." Lee was looking out the window again. He was doing that a lot now. But what if he did? What if some people are just made for bad things to happen to them? I found him outside the van that night, standing in the cold without a jacket. It was 2 a.m. I'd woke up from a dream I couldn't remember, and I noticed the back door was open, snow blowing in onto the mattress. He was facing the house, standing there, arms at his sides, head tilted slightly, like he was listening to something. "Lee, what the heck are you doing?" He didn't turn around, but he said, "Listening." "To what?" "I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like there's someone out there saying my name. Not quite, but almost like they're right on the edge of saying it." I grabbed his arm and pulled him back toward the van. His skin was ice cold. He'd been out there long enough that his lips were starting to turn blue. He came with me without resistance, climbing back into the van, letting me wrap a blanket around him. "We're leaving tomorrow," I said. "Okay." "I mean it, Lee. We are done out here." "Okay." He lay down and closed his eyes. In moments, he was asleep. The next morning, he was still sleeping when I got up. I found his sketchbook. Lee had always been a decent artist. Nothing professional, but he could draw a face that looked like a face, a tree that looked like a tree. He'd brought the sketchbook to document the trip, he said, to draw landscapes and capture something a camera simply couldn't. But the pages were filled with the same image, each and every one. And I had no idea what I was looking at. I'll describe it to you as best I can remember it. It was a very tall and a very thin figure, with an extremely long neck, longer than the body, rising from the shoulders and curving slightly before ending in a head tilted to one side, with a face that was blank, but not entirely featureless. The eyes were 2 slits, and he'd drawn this thing, whatever it was, over and over, page after page. Some versions were rough sketches and just a few lines. Others were detailed and shaded, clearly worked on for hours. In some of them, the figure was standing at the edge of a tree line. In others, it was closer, much closer, filling most of the page. In the last drawing, it was reaching out. I closed the sketchbook and put it back where I found it. I didn't say anything to Lee about it when he woke up. I heard the sound again that night, closer than it had ever been, right outside the van, at most 20 feet away from us. That stretched, horrible vocalization. I went outside. I don't know why. It was the middle of the night and freezing cold, and I knew.
I knew that whatever was making that sound was something I did not want to meet. But I went. I went anyway. There I saw a shape at the edge of the tree line. In the dark, I could have told myself it was a dead spruce. The silhouette was roughly the right size, roughly the right shape, but there hadn't been anything there before. By that point, I knew every tree in that sparse forest. I had stared at them for hours while Lee slept, trying to convince myself that nothing was wrong, that we were alone like we were supposed to be. This was new, and it was too tall. And the top of it, the part that should have been branches, was tilted a bit. Whatever it was, it didn't move, but the sound was coming from its direction. I was sure of it. I went back inside, telling Lee we were leaving in the morning. He agreed immediately, which scared me more than if he'd argued. He was too agreeable sometimes, prone to changing his mind. Perhaps he was humoring me, like I was a child, afraid of something in the closet. That night, I wedged myself against the back doors and didn't sleep. Around 4 a.m., I heard Lee whispering. He was definitely asleep. His eyes were closed, his breathing slow and regular. But his lips were moving fast, sounds coming out. I couldn't make out any words. It wasn't much more than a murmur. There was frost on his breath even though the heater was running full blast. I watched him until dawn. That next morning, Lee's hand had gotten worse. The wound was sort of gray-pale at the edges now. Dark lines were creeping up from the wrist, which meant infection, and that meant hospital, fast. "We have to get you to a doctor, man," I said. "It's fine." "It's not fine, Lee. Look at this." I pulled up his hand to show him. He flexed his fingers. I could tell it was hurting him, but beyond that, there was nothing else to his face. No worry, no concern. "It'll be okay," he said. "Lee, these lines mean the infection is spreading. If we don't get you antibiotics..." I said, "It's fine." His voice was different, harder than I'd heard it before. He looked up at me, and for a second I didn't recognize my best friend. He looked cold and hostile, like he was talking to a stranger now, or perhaps I was a threat to him. Then it passed. Suddenly, Lee's expression softened, and he rubbed his eyes with his good hand. I'm sorry," he said. "I'm just tired. You're right, we need to go back." That flip-floppiness again. I started packing up while Lee was in the passenger seat, staring out the window. He didn't offer to help. He sat there watching the tree line, his wrapped hand resting on his knee. When I got behind the wheel and started the engine, Lee spoke again. "I don't think I'm supposed to leave." "What?" "I don't know." He was still looking out the window, his voice distant and confused, like he was trying to describe a dream that was already fading. I just don't think I'm allowed." I put the van in gear and pulled onto the road anyway. We made it about 5 miles when Lee started to hyperventilate. He was gasping, clutching his chest, tears streaming down his face. I pulled over and he bolted out of the van before I could stop him. Just threw open the door and started back the way we'd come. I caught up to him on the shoulder of the road. He was trembling, mumbling things that didn't make sense. "He knows me. I was already his. I have to go back. I can't leave." "Lee, look at me, man. Look at me." His eyes were horrible. His pupils were massive, like he was in the midst of the world's worst trip. He looked at me, or perhaps through me, then said, "I was always going to end up here. Don't you get that? Some people aren't just made for this." I grabbed him and began to drag him back to the van practically. But he didn't put up a fight, Instead, he went limp, all the resistance draining out of him like water. I got him into the back and told him to stay there. Just stay there while I figured out what to do. I heard the sound again as I climbed into the driver's seat. The caribou call coming from somewhere behind us. Much, much closer. In the rearview mirror, I could see the tree line. And past that tree line, I could see... No, I couldn't have seen that. We were 5 miles from the house now. There was no way to see the house from here. But I saw it. I swear for a second, I saw it. Like the distance we drove never happened. I started to drive, and I didn't look back. We drove for 2 hours before I felt safe enough to stop. By then, we'd passed a work camp and a cluster of vehicles that might have been a surveying team, and the road felt like a road again instead of a thread stretched across something that wanted to swallow it. I pulled into an actual campground, one with marked spaces and a pit toilet, and, most importantly, other people. A pickup truck with Oregon plates was parked 2 spaces over, and I could see a man and a woman setting up a tent in the fading afternoon light. Other people. Normal people doing normal things. I nearly cried with relief. Lee slept for 14 hours. I stayed awake for most of it, watching him breathe and waiting for him to start whispering again, or for his eyes to open with that wrong and empty look. But he just slept, deep and seemingly peaceful. The guy was exhausted. The color started to come back to his face around hour 10, and by 12 hours, he looked almost like himself again. When he finally woke up, the first thing he said was, "I'm sorry." I asked him what he remembered. "Not much, to be honest." He sat up, rubbing his face with his good hand. "I remember the house. I remember feeling a certain way. Kind of like heavy, like something was sitting on my chest that whole time. And then it's just pieces." "Did I really try to walk all the way back?" "Yeah. I basically had to drag you back to the van." Jesus. He looked down at the bandaged hand, flexed his fingers. "I feel like I've been sick for a month. What the heck happened to me?" "No idea. Once we got to that weird house, you just started acting strange, and it got worse till we drove away. But look, we need to go get your hand looked at before you die of an infection. There's a hospital in Fairbanks." Lee agreed. We set out the next morning, and I'll never forget what happened that night. The van's radiator had been threatening to overheat since Whitehorse. At about 4 hours south of the campground, it finally made good on that threat. The temperature gauge climbed into the red, and I pulled over before something expensive happened. We were in the middle of nowhere now. No work camps or surveying teams, just road and tundra and the mountains in the distance, already capped with snow. "How long?" Lee asked. "It'll probably take a couple hours," I replied. "We need to let it cool down completely before we add more fluid." He nodded. He'd been pretty quiet compared to his usual self during the drive, but it was a different kind of quiet, like thoughtful instead of being vacant. My best friend was back, though he did look a bit worried now, which was good. He had been looking out at the landscape, really looking at it, like he was seeing it for the first time. "God, it's beautiful up here," he said. "I didn't notice it before." "Well, you were pretty out of it." "Yeah. Do you think there's something wrong with me? Like fundamentally wrong?" I thought about his father. The years of belts and bruises and being told he was born broken. I looked at him. "No, Lee. I think some bad things happened to you, and you're still dealing with them. That's not the same as being wrong. Lee didn't reply, but I could tell some of the tension left his shoulders, and he smiled at me. We waited. The sun set. I'll tell you, there's nothing quite like the Alaskan sunset. It might be freezing cold out, but if you can endure it, you may just see the most beautiful sights in the world. We wrapped ourselves in sleeping bags and talked about what we would do when we got home, and whether Lee should see a doctor about more than just his hand, or places we would want to visit someday, places that weren't trying to kill us. Around 9 p.m., I fell asleep. I didn't mean to. I was exhausted. I'd barely slept in days, and the sleeping bag was warm. Lee's voice was familiar again and comforting, and at some point, my eyes closed and just wouldn't open again. I woke up suddenly because of the cold. This didn't feel like the cold of a heater that had been off for some time. It was sudden and sharp, like a door open. I opened my eyes, and I saw that the passenger side was empty. The door was hanging open. Outside, the stars were bright and hard, and the temperature had dropped to something that hurt to breathe. Lee was gone. I grabbed the flashlight from the glove compartment and went after him. His footprints were easy enough to follow in the thin layer of snow that had fallen while we slept, a trail of boot prints leading away from the van toward the tree line about 100 yards to the east. I followed them quickly. The footprints ended at a pile of clothes. Lee's jacket, his shirt, his jeans, boots, socks, underwear, everything he'd been wearing was now folded neatly in the snow, like he'd taken them off with care and set them aside. Beyond the pile, a new set of prints continued toward the trees. Bare feet, Lee's. I ran after them. I found him about 100 yards past his clothes, still walking. The guy was naked now, his skin already turning colors I didn't want to think about, and he was moving with a steady stride, like someone going to meet a friend. His feet were leaving blood in the snow. The cold was already damaging the tissue, and he was walking on wounds that he apparently wasn't feeling. "Lee!" He didn't stop, and he didn't turn to me. He showed no sign that he had heard me at all. I caught up to him and grabbed him by the arm. His skin was ice, so cold it burned my palm. I pulled him around to face me, and what I saw made my stomach drop. His face was slack, peaceful. His eyes were open, but they weren't looking at me. They were focused on something past my shoulder, in the direction he'd been walking. There was this small smile on his lips, so satisfied, so comfortable. "It's better this way," he said. His voice sounded dreamy. "I was always going to end up somewhere cold." "Lee, we have to go back. You're gonna die out here." "I know, and that's okay. I was already his. I've been his the whole time. Probably always." I tried to reply, but my breath became a choking gasp, because I saw something then. Something at the tree line. I saw what was waiting for Lee. It was so tall, and so very thin, emaciated. Limbs so long and thin, they looked like tree branches. And the skin across the entirety of it was charred, dark and cracked like something had been burned, but was still somehow alive. There was nothing between its legs, just smooth, dark skin where anatomy should have been. Its neck, though, it rose from the shoulders and kept rising longer than the torso, longer than the arms, curving slightly as it went up, like the stem of a wilting flower. And at the top of that impossible neck was a head that lolled to one side, heavy, dangling at an angle that would have broken a human spine. The face had no mouth, no nose, and instead of eyes, I saw instead these long horizontal slits, like wounds that had never properly healed. And those slits were fixed on Lee with something I can only describe as patience. Whatever that freaking thing was, it wasn't moving or beckoning him. It was standing there at the edge of the trees waiting, and if you were too far away from it, you would think it was just a tree. But I was close enough now, and there was a reason Lee was staring at it. It was the someone who had always been coming, or so he thought. The one who was walking towards you one step at a time. And here was Lee, approaching it, or at least trying to. "Lee," my voice cracked. "Lee, please." He looked at me, and I saw that flicker again in his eyes, the real him coming out for a moment. He panicked and said, "I can't stop. I don't know how." I hate to admit this next part, because I never would have done it, not in any other situation ever. But I punched him then, square in the jaw. I'd never punched anyone before. I didn't even know how to make a fist properly. For some reason I thought you kept your thumb inside your fingers. I swung and my knuckles connected with his jaw. It was sloppy and it hurt me, but he dropped like someone had cut his strings. I then grabbed him under the arms and started dragging him back toward the van. He was heavy, 180 pounds of dead weight, and my feet kept slipping in the snow. My hands were cramping from the cold and the weight, and behind me, I could hear something. A dragging sound. Something heavy moving across the frozen ground, coming much, much closer every second. I didn't dare look back. I'd learned enough in the past week to know that some things you shouldn't give a second look. You just run. I made it to Lee's pile of clothes and didn't even stop to grab them. I made it to the van and somehow got the back doors open and somehow hauled Lee inside and somehow got the doors closed behind us. I blame adrenaline. The engine wouldn't start on the first try. Either the cold had thickened the oil, or the universe just wanted me and Lee to suffer a bit more. But it caught on the third attempt, and I threw it into gear and floored the accelerator. The temperature gauge climbed into the red immediately, but I didn't care. I couldn't afford to. I drove with the warning light screaming at me until the tree line was a mile behind us, 5 miles, 10 miles. Thank God we got that far. I drove until the sky started to lighten up. Soon I could make out a work camp ahead. Lights and vehicles and people. I pulled over and finally looked over at Lee. He was unconscious, his breathing shallow. His skin was mottled with the red and white of severe frostbite in places. But he was alive, and when I checked his face, the slack, peaceful expression was gone. He looked like a hurt and confused and very, very cold Lee. The hospital in Fairbanks saved his life, though they couldn't save all of him. Frostbite had destroyed tissue in both feet, 2 toes on the left and 1 on the right. The surgeons removed them 3 days after we arrived, while I sat in the waiting room and tried to explain to a police officer how my friend had ended up naked in the Alaskan wilderness. I explained that he'd been sleepwalking, that the stress of the trip had gotten to him and I'd found him just in time. Sort of. I could tell they didn't believe my story, but didn't have anything else to go off of. Lee backed up everything I said when he woke up. We were good at playing off of each other like that. When I talked to him alone, he said he didn't remember leaving the van, or taking his clothes off, or walking into the cold. He said the last thing he remembered was falling asleep in the passenger seat, that I had been telling him about a trip my parents had taken to Yellowstone when I was 8. The cut on his hand healed cleanly. The infection that had been spreading up his arm, the dark lines that terrified me, were gone. The doctors were puzzled. They said it looked like it had never been infected at all. Just a clean wound, already starting to close,
which now suspiciously looked more like a bite mark. Lee spent 2 weeks in the hospital. I stayed in Fairbanks the whole time, sleeping in the waiting room or in the van in the parking lot, living off of vending machine food and the kindness of nurses who brought me some food on occasion. When they finally discharged him, we drove south together, slowly, carefully, stopping every few hours so Lee could elevate his feet and I could check on the healing. Lee went on to have a decent life. Not perfect. He always struggled with depression on and off, and he spent some time in therapy. He had a rough patch in his 30s when his marriage almost fell apart, but he came through that. He raised 2 kids who loved him, and he held down a job that didn't make him miserable. He grew old with a woman who understood his dark moods and loved him anyway. He walked with a slight limp from the missing toes, but he walked. In fact, I'd say he walked better than most of us ever run. We stayed friends all those years. We would see each other at least once a year, talking on the phone every few weeks. We would send each other stupid articles we found online. He was the best man at my wedding, and I was there when his daughter was born. But through all that, we rarely talked about Alaska. But it was always there between us. This thing we survived together. But then came the pancreatic cancer. Lee passed. He went fast, thankfully. Probably a mercy when you're dealing with that particular disease. And that circles us back around to where I started. His daughter was asking about the scar on his hand, and I lied to her face, telling her I didn't remember how he got it. I told her it was just a long time ago. But here's the truth. I don't know what happened to us back in 1989 in Alaska. I'm not a religious man. I don't believe in ghosts or demons. I've spent 35 years trying to find a rational explanation for what I saw, and I've never found one that satisfied me. I'll try to explain what I think I believe, to at least give you people some satisfaction. I think there are places where something went horribly, terribly wrong a long time ago. Old, dark places. And those places remember things. And sometimes those things reach out, looking for the kind of person they can use. People who are already hurt. People who are already carrying something dark inside them that they can make use of. People like Lee. And the thing I saw in those trees, the tall burned figure with the insane neck, I don't think it was hunting Lee. I think it was cultivating him. Finding the cracks that were already there and widening them, feeding on his pain, waiting for him to give up and walk right into its arms. And if he had, I don't know what would have happened. I'm just glad I was there to bring him back before he could do that. If you're out there and you're listening or reading this, I'd really love to know what you think it was. Is there a demon or something that matches the description? An entity that feeds on people's sadness or depression? Before I go, let me just say this. If you're ever driving through Alaska, and you see a partially collapsed, old rustic small home through the woods on the side of the road, you should probably forget you ever saw it. Big enough to eat vultures. From Before You Know It. I was in 7th grade when our science teacher, Mr. Johnston, yes, there's a T in that name, announced we'd be taking a field trip to the mountains to study birds. We'd been going through a unit on ecology, and he thought it would be a good idea to have us observe real wildlife, instead of just flipping through textbooks. At the time, I was about 12 or 13. And although I loved birds well enough, I wasn't really an outdoorsy kid. I spent most of my free time at home playing computer games or reading fantasy novels, so the idea of hiking around in thick woods wasn't exactly my number one choice. Still, I'd never been on a proper mountain hike, and I remember being sort of excited to try it out. When the day of the field trip rolled around, Our class piled into a school bus first thing in the morning. It was late spring, so the weather was pleasant. Crisp air with bits of sunshine peeking through the clouds that would later clear up into a bright sky. The mountains were only about an hour's drive from our school, somewhere near the edge of the Appalachian region, and the bus ride was filled with typical middle school chatter. Most of us brought backpacks with water bottles, snacks, and the required tools. A small notebook and a pencil to jot down observations of at least 10 different bird species. Mr. Johnston's instructions were clear. Find 10 birds, note their color, shape, behavior, and any calls they make. Then when we get back to school, we'll compare them with a field guide to figure out which birds we'd seen. I remember sitting next to my friend Carmer on the ride there. He was flipping through a pamphlet Mr. Johnston had handed out, which had pictures of common birds in the region. That included blue jays, cardinals, robins, woodpeckers. My other close friend, Sean, was behind us, leaning over the seat and talking about how he hoped we'd see a hawk or maybe even a falcon. I was just hoping I'd catch sight of something interesting enough to write down. I didn't want to go back empty-handed. We arrived at a small parking lot near one of the trailheads. Mr. Johnston and the other chaperones divided us in 2 groups of 3 and reminded us of the 2 big rules. First, stay on the main loop trail, and second, don't leave your group for any reason. That second rule was aimed at the troublemakers in the class, but it did apply to all of us. Carmer, Sean, and I were able to stay together as a group, luckily enough. We'd always been a trio, actually. Neighbors who ended up in the same classes, so it made sense. Mr. Johnston gave us a bit of direction about which route to follow. The main loop trail wound around the base of a large mountain slope. They told us we wouldn't be going anywhere steep, mostly just a wide, fairly even path, so we could walk without too much worry. The path was surrounded by thick trees, and we could hear the occasional bird call. For a bunch of kids who mostly lived indoors, it was pretty exciting. I was actually enjoying myself more than I thought I would. It felt like a whole nother world compared to my small suburban neighborhood. We started out by just slowly walking along the trail, listening for birds. Every so often, we'd spot a robin hopping near a bush, or a pair of cardinals fluttering between branches. I would scribble down notes in my little notebook. Red bird with crest, distinct chirp. Or small brown bird, quick flight. We weren't sure which species was which yet, but that's kind of the point, right? Sean had the idea to find the biggest tree we could find and sit underneath it, hoping we'd have a good vantage point for spotting bigger birds. We knew there were supposed to be hawks or maybe even the occasional eagle in the region, and he wanted a wide open area of the canopy to look up into. After walking a bit deeper along the trail loop, we spotted a huge oak towering over all the others. Its trunk was thick with these deep ridges in the bark, and the roots were partially exposed, weaving in and out of the dirt. We stopped right there and Sean said, "That's gotta be the biggest one so far." Then Carmer said, "Yeah, that's huge. We might get a better angle if we sit under it. Could see those hawks you want to see so bad." I agreed, so we stepped off to the side of the trail. It wasn't like we were wandering into unknown territory. The tree was still close to the path. We sat down on the mossy ground, using the trunk of the tree as a backrest. The sun was coming through the leaves and creating these little moving patches of light around us. Sean started to scan the canopy with this small pair of binoculars he had borrowed from his dad. Carmer was flipping through the pamphlet again, reading out loud about different hawks, red-tailed hawks and Cooper's hawks and stuff like that. "Think we'll see a bald eagle?" I remember Carmer asking, half joking because we knew that was probably unlikely. But it was fun to imagine. Sean laughed. "That'd be sick. They're huge, you know, like over 6-foot wingspan. If we see one, I'm definitely filming it on my phone." He wasn't supposed to have his phone right now, but okay. Meanwhile, I kept my pencil ready, in case we spotted something worth noting. We chatted about random stuff for a while, mostly video games we'd been playing. I tried to talk to them about my fantasy novels I'd read lately, but they didn't seem to care too much. All in all, it was typical kid stuff, though it felt cooler. Because instead of sitting in class, we were in the middle of the woods doing a field trip. It was shaping up to be a good day. And then we heard a strange call from above. It sounded like a hiss or a chirp at the same time. It was loud enough that all three of us shut up immediately. I thought it was some sort of bird we'd never heard before. Maybe it was one of the hawks we wanted to see. But it had a weird rasping undertone to it. Sean adjusted his binoculars upward. "Did you hear that? Where'd it come from?" he whispered, not wanting to scare anything away. We looked up at the branches overhead. The tree had a very thick canopy, so it was a bit tricky to see anything clearly. But I did spot this huge shape up high. A large, dark mass that wasn't shaped like any nest I'd ever seen. It looked a bit like a bundle of furry bark or maybe a clump of leaves that was swaying in the breeze. But as I stared, it looked oddly symmetrical. Definitely didn't blend in the way leaves or moss might. Carmer was the first to say something about it. "What is that? A hawk's nest made of fur?" Sean squinted through his binoculars. "It's not a nest, it looks fuzzy or something. Maybe a cluster of caterpillars or a raccoon that got stuck. That's weird." I tried looking too, but I only had my eyes, and it was way far up. And whatever it was so still that for a moment I thought maybe it was part of the tree. But then I recalled that weird hissing sound. I had never heard of any raccoon or anything else just staying completely motionless like that, especially with a bunch of noisy kids sitting right under it. We were coming up with guesses then. Some sort of weird insect colony. A big wasp nest covered in leaves. Could be an optical illusion of bark. We didn't feel comfortable climbing up to check, obviously, and we weren't about to do that even if we could. "Let's just keep watching," Sean said. "Whatever it is, maybe it'll move eventually." We sat there for several minutes, occasionally hearing bird calls in the distance. A couple of chickadees flew overhead and we noted them down. Then a cardinal hopped onto a low branch to our left, which Carmer quickly wrote into his own notebook. But we kept glancing up at that fuzzy shape, hoping it would move so we'd have some sort of explanation. I remember my arms having some goosebumps, even though the weather was warm that day. Out of nowhere, this big turkey vulture glided in and landed on a branch not too far from that black mass. My friends and I got a good look at the bird. Dark feathers, bald red head, exactly like the pictures we'd seen online. Vultures were quite common in mountainous areas, and seeing one that close was actually pretty cool. Sean was excited. He whispered, "Yes, a turkey vulture. That's definitely going on my list. They're kinda gross, but they're huge birds." Carmer turned to me and started to say something about the vulture's wingspan, but then we both froze. I happened to glance up at the black mass again, and it had moved. It was so quick that for a second, I wasn't sure if I'd imagined it or if it was real. My eyes kept adjusting, trying to understand what I'd seen. The vulture, perched on that branch, started to flutter its wings as it sensed something. Before we could even react, that black mass rushed forward like a blur. It covered the distance from wherever it was perched in the blink of an eye. The next few seconds are seared into my memory. The black shape grabbed the vulture, and I heard the worst noise I'd ever heard. This sharp squeal combined with a low hiss. This mass, which was definitely covered in thick, dark fur, latched onto the vulture with multiple spindly limbs. It was so fast, but I caught a glimpse of these huge fangs or mandibles. It clamped down on the vulture's body, and there was this horrifying wet sound as it pulled the bird close and bit into it. Carmer let out a yell immediately, and Sean backed up so fast he nearly tripped over a tree root. I think I screamed too, just from the pure shock of it, because as the creature adjusted its grip, I could see it more clearly. It looked like a giant spider, the size of a huge dog, maybe bigger than a Saint Bernard. It had a bulbous abdomen and thick hairy legs braced around the branch. Its eyes were dark, or maybe too small for me to make out, but the fangs were huge, glistening with something. And it was eating the vulture right in front of us, or at least piercing its body. I couldn't even comprehend how a spider like that could exist. You'd think it was impossible, but there it was. The vulture tried to flap its wings, but the creature held on, pulling it closer. I only saw a little bit of blood, or it could have been some other fluid, trickling from the poor bird. But the real horror was that slurping sound. I think it was drinking the vulture's innards. That was all I needed to see and hear before my stomach turned. I dropped my notebook and the three of us bolted away from the tree. We didn't care about making too much noise then. We tore down the trail, hearts pounding, legs moving so fast. I remember hearing Carmer panting behind me, and Sean was shouting something like, "Go, go, go!" We sprinted until we almost ran right into one of the chaperones, who was guiding another group of students. We basically collapsed right in front of them, out of breath, crying. Of course, the chaperone asked what happened. At first, we could barely speak, but eventually, Sean blurted out something about giant spider and it ate a vulture. I was still shaking. The other kids in the group looked at us like we were insane. The chaperone's eyes went wide for a second, then she tried to calm us down, saying that couldn't be right. We probably just saw a large bird attacking a smaller bird. But Carmer was adamant, describing the fur, the legs, and the fangs. We begged the chaperone not to go look for it, insisting we should all go back to the ranger station or at least to the parking lot. It turned into a bit of a commotion with the rest of the class. Mr. Johnston was called over, and we tried to explain to him what we'd seen. A few of the kids were starting to make jokes too, talking about movies with giant spiders. That one movie, Eight-Legged Freaks, was mentioned. But I could tell by the way my friends and I were trembling that what we saw was real, or at least very real to us. After a lot of back and forth, one of the park rangers who was on duty around that area decided to walk up the trail to check if there was a bear or some sort of predator that needed to be dealt with. But we refused to go back there with them. We waited in the parking lot along with Mr. Johnston and the others. I recall sitting on a wooden bench with Sean and Carmer, all of us quiet. My mind was a mess. I felt guilty for leaving my notebook behind, but no way was I going back for it. That horrifying image of the spider sinking its teeth into the vulture's body was stuck in my head. We must have sat there for half an hour before the ranger came back down. He said he saw no sign of anything unusual. There was no blood, no giant spider, no dead vulture. Just some scattered feathers near a large tree, which he explained could be from any bird that got snagged by a hawk or other predator. He tried to assure us that we'd probably just witnessed a brief moment of nature taking its course. Could have been a bobcat for all he knew, something that we easily misinterpreted. But we were so convinced about what we'd seen that nothing really comforted us. Even the bus ride back was quiet. Most of the class just thought we were stirring up drama for the sake of it. At one point later on, I remember hearing someone saying that we tried to ruin it so that the field trip was canceled and we had to go back early. I wouldn't do that. But there were a couple of kids who believed us, especially the ones who saw how upset we were. The teachers mostly chalked it up to middle schoolers mixing up an animal encounter with a wild fantasy. After that day, Mr. Johnston never brought it up in class. But he did say something like, we shouldn't get ourselves worked up during field trips because it ruins it for the rest of the class, which made me feel even more guilty. For the rest of the semester, I couldn't look at the diagrams of insects or arachnids in the biology textbook without feeling queasy. For a long time, I got some sort of arachnophobia, checking corners in my room at home for anything eight-legged, even though I knew that thing wasn't just gonna pop up out of nowhere. It sort of changed the way I felt about going outside and about spiders. But to this day, we never did find out exactly what it was. I think it's funny nowadays. Little boy goes out on a trip to find birds, but finds the biggest spider he's ever seen. Do you ever get the feeling that a certain person you've encountered just isn't actually human? What if there are human-looking things out there that simply aren't one of us? The following story is titled, "It Wears Human Skin." It's from a viewer with the pen name Garlini. It's one of the more unsettling stories I've read in a while. He claims to be a park ranger for an unspecified national forest. Things can be weird out there at times, but a series of events with striking similarity seems to prove that there is something out there in the American wilderness, and it loves to wear human skins. Forgive me because I'm no writer. I'm not very good at telling stories. In the past couple of weeks, I've typed this out about 4 times, deleting the previous ones. This is basically just the version I stopped editing, the version I settled on. So I'm a park ranger. I've been with the National Park Service for almost 8 years, all of it in the same district in the Northwest. For obvious reasons, I can't name the park, and I can't give my real name. But if you work in NPS and you're reading this, you either already know who I am, or you've heard a version of what I'm about to describe. And in that case, I would appreciate it if you kept it to yourself. I'm doing this to get the word out. I think people should know. My dad was the one who got me this job. He was a ranger in the same district for about 26 years before I started, which is how I even knew the posting was available. He called me one day and told me that they had an opening, and that the application window was short. I was 23 and working at a hardware store in Bremerton, going nowhere in particular with my life. So I applied. Now I wish I could say there was something romantic about it, some deep love of the outdoors that pulled me in, but truthfully, my dad handed me a life and I took it because I didn't have one of my own yet. I grew up visiting him on the job, weekend rides in the duty truck, helping him restock trail registers and eating peanut butter sandwiches on the tailgate, while he filled out paperwork. I liked those visits. What I didn't understand until I was actually doing the work myself was that those visits were curated. Dad only brought me along on the easiest of days. He never took me on a body recovery, for example, or out to look for a lost child or a 3-hour bushwhack to tag an injured elk for Fish and Wildlife. Basically, the version of the job I grew up seeing with him was a highlight reel, and I didn't really find that out until I was already on payroll. I should tell you that I'm not built for this work, not the way he was. Dad could spend 4 days alone in the backcountry and would come back looking 10 years younger. On the other hand, I spend one night in a fire lookout and my hands shake for an hour the next morning. I've been on sertraline since I was 19. I check the locks on my duty cabin twice before bed, then I check them again when I get up to use the bathroom at 2 a.m. I know the second check is pointless because I did it 3 hours ago and nobody has come in since. But I do it anyway because my brain needs the confirmation that everything is safe and secure. That's how my mind works. And I manage it. Most days I'm fine. I do my job well enough. Nobody's ever had a complaint about me yet. My performance reviews would say things like reliable and thorough, which are the words people use when they mean you're not exciting, but you do show up. Now let's truly get into the story. The first thing happened in my second year. Early September, the tail end of hiking season. It's around the time the days are still warm out, but the light starts dropping off fast after 5. We got a report from a woman at the main trailhead lot that her husband had not come back. He had left that morning for a day hike on one of the eastern loops, a 12-mile trail with moderate difficulty. The man was 44 years old and was experienced. He had done the route before, too. He told her he'd be back by 4, and at 7, she called us. This happens more than people think. Usually the hiker miscalculates time or twists an ankle, or just sits down somewhere pretty and loses track of the afternoon. 9 times out of 10, they walk out on their own, sheepish and apologetic,
and you meet them on the trail with a flashlight while they're already heading back. Anyway, we started the search at first light the next morning. There were 4 two-person teams fanning out from the trailhead, each covering a section of the loop and the surrounding off-trail areas. I was paired with another ranger named Colby. Colby's a seasonal guy in his second summer who talked too much and hiked too fast. We were covering a section off the main trail, the east side, where the loop cuts close to a gully that feeds into the creek system below. It's dense in there. Think Douglas fir, western red cedar, ferns up past your waist in some spots. Lots of deadfall, too. Big old trunks gone soft with rot that crumble when you step on them. Not a place a day hiker would normally wander into. But we check everywhere because lost people don't go where they're supposed to, obviously. Colby was about 30 yards ahead of me, working a line closer to the trail, when I pushed through a stand of sword ferns and looked down into the gully. I found the body around 10 a.m. It was lying face up at the bottom of the gully, about 50 yards off the trail, settled into the ferns, like someone had put it there. It was flat on its back, arms at its sides, legs straight. The first thing that registered with me was how pale the skin was, but evenly pale. Like the color on the skin had been mixed in a bucket, then painted perfectly. There was no mottling or lividity, no discoloration or bruises. But then I saw the face. The mouth was open, real wide, far wider than normal, living or dead. I checked later and the joint was intact, no dislocation or displacement. The mouth was just stretched open, like the muscles that should have held it shut had simply stopped existing. The lips were pulled back from the gums, and the teeth were gone, most of them. They were scattered on the ground around the head, in the ferns and the dirt, like someone had dropped a handful of chiclets into the grass. I could see them, small and white, on the brown mulch. Some of them still had the roots attached, long, pale, tapered roots, intact and whole. They'd come out clean from the inside, it looked like, pushed outward through the gums. A few of them had landed 6 inches from the face. Whatever had forced them out had done it with enough pressure to scatter them. I called this in. Then I sat down on a mossy log about 20 feet away and waited nervously. When you find a body, you mark the GPS, you radio the coordinates, and you don't touch anything. A few minutes later, Colby came crashing through the brush. I told him to stay back, and he did, though he kept craning his neck trying to see past me into the gully. I told him he shouldn't look, but he looked anyway. He didn't say anything after that, which was the quietest he'd been all summer. I sat on that log for 45 minutes waiting for the recovery team. Colby stood about 10 yards behind me, texting on his phone, which technically wasn't supposed to get reception out here, but sometimes it did. I spent most of that wait trying to figure out what was bothering me, beyond the obvious. It took me a while, but then I realized it was the smell. There was no smell. A body in the woods in September, even one that's only been there overnight, should smell like something. Maybe not rot yet, but there's biology to it still. The system shuts down when you die. Sweat, waste, and the first stages of bacterial work. I've had the unfortunate pleasure of experiencing the heaviness in the air around a fresh body. And you notice that, even if you can't name it at the time. I'd been on 2 other body recoveries by then, both exposure cases from the previous winter found in the spring thaw. And both times, the smell was what told me I was close before I ever saw the bodies. This one had nothing. I was 20 feet away and the air smelled like dirt and wet ferns. To my scent, it was just the smell of the morning fog burning off the canopy. The body was not, well, participating in the forest around it. It was like it was part of the scenery, a prop someone had left on the ground. The other thing I noticed while I sat there was the complete lack of insects. Again, I'll remind you this was September in the northwest, in a gully with standing water and decaying plant matter. How were there no insects? Mosquitoes had been chewing on me and Colby since we left the truck. I had 3 bites on my neck alone, but the body had nothing on it. Nothing crawling on it or buzzing around the open mouth or eyes. Flies will find a dead animal in the woods within minutes. I'd been sitting there close to an hour, and that body was untouched. Like to nature, this was not a food source. Nature itself was treating it like it wasn't even biological. The recovery team hiked in around noon. They bagged it and carried it out, and I went back to the trailhead, doing my paperwork in the bed of my truck. I liked doing that because my office felt too small and too inside. Then I drove home and sat down for a while, waiting for my leg to stop bouncing. Here's the catch. That body did not match the missing hiker. Different build. The hiker was 6'1", broad-shouldered, a weekend weightlifter according to his wife. The body was slight, 5'8" at most, with a narrow frame. Completely different estimated age, maybe late 20s against the hiker's 44. They had different hair colors too. When the dental records came back, what was left to compare anyway, they didn't even match anyone in any database. Same thing with the fingerprint match. No missing persons report anywhere in the state fit the description. The medical examiner's report said cause of death was undetermined. They could find no trauma, no toxicology, no disease, no signs of exposure, no evidence of animal predation. The notes mentioned the jaw and the teeth but framed it as anomalous post-mortem changes of unknown etiology. I read that phrase in the report and remember thinking it was a very comfortable way to say, I have no idea what happened here, and I'd like to stop thinking about it. There was one other thing in the ME's notes that I didn't understand until later. Under internal examination, a single line was there. Absence of expected organ weight. Thoracic and abdominal cavities presented without significant visceral mass. Noted for further review. Even after reading it 3 times, it still didn't click. I mean, I'm not a medical professional, so I wasn't sure what I was expecting. I didn't know what without significant visceral mass meant in practice. It would be years before I understood what that examiner was saying. That, in the most cautious language possible, they were saying the body was mostly empty. That further review part never even happened, as far as I know. The case stayed open. Nobody closed it, and nobody pursued it. It just stopped moving. The missing hiker, the 44-year-old husband, he was never found. His wife called the station every week for 2 months straight, then every other week, then once a month, then she stopped. I wasn't the one who took her calls, but I was in the office for some of them, and the sound of someone's hope thinning out is not something I like to describe. You could hear it in the pauses between her questions, because those gaps got longer. No one connected the body in the gully to the missing hiker, because there was nothing to connect. It was a different person entirely, as far as anyone could tell. 2 unrelated events that happened to occur in the same area at roughly the same time. Coincidence or bad luck, just the woods doing what the woods can do to people. Now, my dad was still alive back then, still working the district, same as he had been since before I was born. He was 58 years old, and his knees were starting to go, but he still hiked faster than anyone under 30 on the staff. I told him about the body over dinner a few nights after. Just the broad strokes. The teeth, the jaw, the ME's non-answer. He listened closely, never interrupting. He kept his eyes fixed on mine the whole time, and stopped moving his fork. Eventually, when I was done, he said something to me like, 26 years and I've seen a dozen things I couldn't explain. The woods don't run on our schedule, and they don't owe us any answers. He said stuff like that. I don't think he meant it to be dismissive. He just had a way of putting things in a box and pressing the lid down flat, stacking something heavy on top afterwards. And when he did it, you believed the box would stay shut, and you wanted it to. so I let it stay shut. I was 2 years into a job I wasn't even sure I could handle on a good day, and I had a father who could look at the inexplicable and simply shrug. I wanted more than anything to be someone who could do that too. So I hid that memory in the same place I put all my memories that threatened to crack the floor I'm standing on. Somewhere so deep down that even the medication won't touch it. For a while, that worked fine. My dad died 14 months later. It was pancreatic cancer, caught too late. Apparently, pancreatic cancer is quite sneaky like that. He went from diagnosis to gone in about 11 weeks. I'm not going to write too much about this. After all, it's not what the post is about. And because I still can't do it without my hands starting up again. I'll say this, he didn't complain, and he wasn't scared. On the last day he was conscious, he asked me how the trail conditions were looking for spring. That's just my dad. He died and I stayed in the district, and I kept doing the job. It kept me distracted. People told me he would be proud of me for keeping the job. Maybe. I think he'd be more confused than proud, honestly. He knew I was scared of everything. He just had the grace to never say it out loud. The next few years were quiet. I did my routes, took my meds. I got to know the other rangers who cycled in and out. Some of them were good, but some of them were just passing through on the way to get better posting. I found a rhythm that worked, as long as nothing disrupted it. Which is another way of saying I built a life out of holding very still, hoping nothing noticed me. That body in the gully I found, sat in my mental box, and the lid still held. But I did think about it sometimes, late at night when the cabin settled, those moments when your brain decides sleep just isn't happening. But thinking about something and doing something about it are very different activities, and I've always been better at the first one. 4 years went by, and then they found the second one. Before I go on, let me talk about Philip and Richard. Philip Herrera started the same year my dad died. He was 24 at the time, fresh out of a forestry program. He could sit next to you at lunch for half an hour without saying a word, and you'd somehow enjoy the company. But he wasn't exactly shy. He just didn't start conversations. But if you initiated one with him, he'd ride it wherever you wanted to go, and he would remember the details weeks later. He once asked me a follow-up question about something I'd mentioned in passing about my truck's transmission 3 months after I said it. The thing about Philip was the horror stuff. He was into it. Some dudes like fly fishing, hunting, but Philip liked scary stuff. Creepypasta, folklore, paranormal podcasts, VHS-era slasher films, the whole shebang. He had a bookshelf in his cabin that was half field guides, and the rest was paperback horror anthologies with cracked spines. When he first started, whenever he would meet a ranger in the district for the first time, he would ask them what the strangest thing they'd ever experienced on the job was. The only time he really initiated conversations. Most folks gave him nothing. It was stuff like weird noises or a tree that fell awkward, or the rudest hiker you've ever heard. He wrote all of it down in a little notebook. I was no exception. He asked me too. I had told him about the time I found a boot on the trail with no foot in it, and no owner anywhere nearby. I didn't tell him about the body in the gully though. Not sure why. Maybe because the boot story fit neatly in Philip's notebook, and the body could stay in the box. Then there's Richard K. He had been in the district for about 3 years by the time the second body turned up. He was 33, had previously did something with insurance in Portland that he never talked about, and I always assumed that meant he didn't like it. He transferred to NPS through some career change program, and took to it immediately. Richard was the guy who packed an extra Cliff Bar in case you forgot yours. He'd give you his rain shell if yours was in the truck. He named the chipmunks around the station and got genuinely upset whenever one of them stopped showing up. He was very soft-hearted, almost to a fault, but it was so genuine that it never really got there. The man cared about things openly and without embarrassment, and being around him made you think, dang, I wish I was like that. The three of us weren't best friends. We were co-workers who liked each other, which I think is its own rare and specific thing. We would eat lunch together when our schedules overlapped, and we would carpool to the grocery run in town sometimes. One time, Richard lent me a book once, and he never asked for it back. Philip and I watched a Mariners game at his cabin one night, but neither of us said much. But that was fine. We were three dudes who were comfortable around each other, and it didn't need to be more than that. It was my 6th year, in late October. A couple in their 30s had reserved a backcountry campsite on the North Fork Trail, a 2-night permit. When they didn't check out on their scheduled date, and their car was still in the lot the following morning, a search was initiated. Their campsite was found and intact. The tent was still staked, and there were sleeping bags inside, a cook kit hanging from the bear wire. There were 2 packs leaning against a log, food still in the canister, untouched. We could not find any sign of a struggle, no sign of anything at all. It looked like 2 people had stepped away to get water and never came back. The car in the lot had a coffee mug in the cup holder with a ring of dried milk in the bottom. I was on the search team with a ranger named Gillette. We were working a grid pattern north of the campsite, pushing through heavy brush along a deer trail that followed a ridgeline. About a quarter mile out, in a thicket of salal and Oregon grapes so dense I had to turn sideways to get through it, I saw the body. My legs stopped working for a second, genuinely. My brain sent the signal and my legs said no. I knew what I was looking at before I consciously processed any of it. The skin, the color, and that same flat, even mannequin pallor. A body lying on its back in the brush with its arms at its side and its mouth wide open. I stood there for about 10 seconds, which is a long time to stand still in the field with your partner 20 yards away calling your name. Eventually, I heard him. Gillette was asking if I was okay. I told him I found something and that I needed a minute. He probably thought I was about to throw up, but I wasn't. My body was doing something else entirely, trying to be in 2 times at once. I was standing there in the October brush, staring at a body, and I was also sitting on a mossy log 4 years ago, in a gully, smelling nothing where there should have been something. This one was female. Small build, dark hair, mid-20s maybe. No match to either of the missing campers. It had that same incorrect freshness, and the same untouched skin and absence of smell, and that disinterest from insects, even though I saw them everywhere else. The mouth was open, the jaw wide, but this time the teeth were all there, every one of them, clean and white and in place. The jaw wasn't wrenched or torn, but open, relaxed open, if that makes sense, sort of like someone falling asleep on a long car ride. Even so, it looked like the same thing. I could feel it in my bones. Whatever I'd found in that gully 4 years ago, here was another one, 12 miles north. I called it in. Gillette and I sat with it. He kept looking at me funny because I think my face was doing something I wasn't aware of. I asked him not to include that in his report, and he said, "Include what?" A good man. The ME's report came back 10 days later. I requested a copy, which I had to justify to my supervisor, a woman named Chloe, who was efficient and disinterested in anything that created extra paperwork. But I explained that I'd found a similar body years ago, and I wanted to compare notes. She gave me a look that lasted about 2 seconds too long, but then approved the request. Here are the notes. Cause of death undetermined. No trauma, no toxicology. Internal examination noted the same thing as the first. Reduced organ mass. The body was lighter than it should have been for its size, and this time the examiner added something new. Lacerations in the esophagus and upper trachea. Deep vertical scratches running from somewhere below where the stomach should have been, and up through the throat, like something with a rough surface had dragged itself through from the inside. The scratches were clean and dry. There was no blood or inflammation, no signs of healing, Whatever made them did it close to the time of death, or close to whatever we were calling death, since nothing about these bodies followed the rules of dying, or humanity for that matter. A thought came to mind when I finished reading the notes, that whatever had left the first body behind had gotten better at crawling out. The missing couple was never found. Their families called, and those calls followed the pattern I already knew from 4 years back. I had to sit in that office and listen to hope die again. I tried to connect the two cases officially. I wrote up a summary and kept it dry and factual, then submitted it to Chloe with a request, asking for it to be forwarded to the regional office for review. She read it in front of me and said, "These are two unidentified remains found 6 years apart in different locations. They have no apparent connection to each other or to any missing persons. What exactly do you want regional to do with this?" She wasn't being cruel. She was right. On paper, there was nothing to connect. I wanted to say that they're the same and they feel the same, that we're dealing with strange bodies that have nothing inside them and the same nothing around them, and that if you look closely that nothing about this makes sense. But you can't write that kind of stuff down in a federal report. This isn't some note in a survival horror game. So I just thanked her for the time and went back to my cabin, and I sat on the edge of my bed for a while. Three months later in January, Philip, Richard, and I pulled a 2-night backcountry assignment, a trail survey after a series of late fall storms. We had to check for washouts, downed trees blocking access, structural damage to the footbridges on the upper loop. It was a long enough route that camping made more sense than trying to rush it in a day. I almost asked to swap off the assignment. I had been sleeping badly since October, worse than my usual bad, and the thought of 2 nights out there put a knot in my chest, which I couldn't have explained to anyone without sounding like I was going mad. But I didn't swap, because Philip and Richard were both on the roster and I trusted these guys, and also because my dad would have done the survey without even thinking twice. Even then, I was still measuring myself against a dead man's calm. I packed my bag and went. The first day was good, actually. Cold and clear. One of those January days where the air feels like it's been cleaned. We hiked the lower section, flagging 2 washouts and a bridge with a cracked stringer. We ate trail mix and jerky, and we made camp at a designated site on a flat bench above the creek around 4. Richard brought an absurd amount of food. Summer sausage, a few different kinds of cheeses, crackers, bags of those little mandarin oranges. He laid it all out on a flat rock like a buffet. Philip said it looked like a charcuterie board for people who shop at gas stations. Richard took that as a compliment and said thank you, that he had worked hard on it. We got a fire going as the light dropped. The temperature was falling, but the sky was clear and there was no wind, which is rare up there in the winter. The smoke went straight up. We sat on logs around the ring and ate too much of Richard's food, talking about nothing important. Philip was trying to convince Richard to watch some Korean horror movie that he said was the best thing he'd seen in 5 years. Richard said he didn't like scary movies because they made him feel bad for the characters. Philip said that that was the point, but Richard said no. He meant he'd feel bad for days afterward, and it would just ruin his week. Knowing Richard, I believed him. Around 8, the conversation hit one of those comfortable lulls where no one feels the need to fill it, and then Philip said, "You guys hear about Bud Gianelli?" Richard shook his head. I hadn't either. Philip poked at the fire with a stick and settled back. "He was here before either of you. Retired maybe a year before you started," he said, nodding towards me. A quiet guy, apparently. The old-timers said he almost never talked about himself. But there was this one thing he told a couple people, and it made the rounds. "Of course you know what it is, huh?" Richard said. "Of course I do." Philip snapped the stick in half and tossed the short end into the coals. "So, Bud's doing a solo patrol in the upper North Fork. Late summer, maybe 05 or 06. Long day, nothing happening. He's heading back down and he comes around a switchback. And there's a guy on the trail about 50 feet ahead, just standing there. Bud calls out. The guy turns around and waits for him.
"Okay," Richard said.
They walk together for about a mile. Bud tries to make conversation. The guy answers, but barely. Just short replies. He doesn't volunteer anything. Bud figures he's just tired. Maybe he's one of those hikers who doesn't want to chat. No big deal. So they're walking, and at some point Bud stops to fix his boot. Laces came loose or whatever. He looks down for maybe 15 seconds. Philip paused. He looks back up. The guy is gone. Richard waited. Gone where? That's the thing. The trail was straight for 100 yards in both directions. No side trails, steep hillside on one side and a drop-off on the other. There was nowhere to go. The guy was just gone. He could have ducked into the trees to piss, Richard said. On a steep hillside with no shoulder, in 15 seconds, without making a sound, without Bud hearing a single footstep. Philip shrugged. Sure, maybe. Richard looked into the fire. Okay then, that's weird. It gets weirder. Bud told a couple guys about it over beers. They asked him what the man looked like, and he couldn't say. He'd start to describe the face and just trail off, like the memory wouldn't stay in his hands. After a few weeks, he could barely remember the encounter at all, just that it happened and that it bothered him. What do you mean he couldn't remember? I mean the details wouldn't stick. He knew there was a man, he knew they walked together, but the specifics kept sliding away. The face, the clothes, the voice, all of it just sort of dissolved. Nobody said anything for a few seconds. The fire popped and sent a thread of sparks up into the dark. That's freaking creepy, Phil, Richard said. Philip grinned. I laughed, but I was thinking about the trail Bud had been on when it happened. Upper North Fork. The second body had been found about 2 miles from that section. I didn't say that. I sat with it and let the conversation move on. We turned in around 9:30. I was in my bag, Philip was in his tent, Richard was in his, and I was staring at the nylon ceiling trying to convince my brain to shut down, which is a negotiation I lose most nights. The creek was loud enough to cover the small sounds. It was peaceful. Otherwise, it was total silence out there. Without the creek, it would have been too unsettling for me to fall asleep. Out there at nights like this, you have to have something else to listen to. The downside was, though, that I could not hear what was moving around us. I don't know what time it was when I heard Richard's zipper. If I had to guess, I think it was around midnight. I heard him get out of his tent, footsteps on frozen ground, and I assumed he was going to take a piss. I almost went back to the half-asleep I'd been managing. Then I heard him say something. Not to me, but outward, toward the tree line. It sounded casual and friendly, like someone had wandered into the camp. Hey, you okay out there? You need some help? I was out of my bag quick. I unzipped my tent and the cold hit me, and I saw Richard standing about 20 feet from the fire ring. He was facing the trees to the north. He was looking at someone. I could see the shape of a person standing just past where the ember light gave out. They were about 40 yards from camp in the trees, standing upright and still. I could tell they were facing us, but I could not see the face. I couldn't see much detail at all. I could see the outline, average height and average build. They stood like they were waiting for a bus. There was nothing overtly wrong with what we were looking at, and yet my whole body went cold anyway. Richard took a step toward the shape. Hey, do you need some... Richard. I said it too loud for the middle of the night, but I didn't care. He turned and looked at me, and I could see his face in the faint orange light. He looked confused, not scared. He hadn't felt that wrongness like I had yet. I said to him, "Come back to the fire, right now." He looked at me, then looked back at the figure. Something in my voice must have been enough, because he walked back to me without an argument, though he kept glancing over his shoulder. Philip was awake now too, sitting up in his tent with his headlamp on, asking what was happening. I told him there was someone at the edge of our camp. Philip put on his boots and grabbed his flashlight, then aimed it at the tree line. The moment the light hit, there was nothing there. The space where the figure had been was now empty, just trunks and branches in the dark. "What? I saw someone," Richard said, though it sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as us. "They were right there," he pointed. Philip swept the light back and forth. "Could have been a hiker, lost maybe." "They were just standing there," Richard said. "Well, did they say anything?" Philip asked. Richard started to answer, then stopped. His mouth opened and closed, and his eyes went somewhere far away for a second. Then he said, I think so, yeah. They said something, but I can't. It was hard to hear over the creek." I didn't ask what the figure had said. I didn't want to know if Richard had heard what I'd heard from my tent just before I came out, because I had heard something too. Under Richard's voice, under the creek, there had been something else, low and flat, a voice trying to sound normal, but I could hear something underneath. So faint I could almost convince myself I'd imagined it. Something that buzzed, a deep rumbly vibration like a wasp trapped in a cello. It lasted maybe 2 seconds. It was the worst thing I'd ever heard. "Let's keep the fire up," I said. "I'll take first watch." They were both fine with that. Philip got the fire rebuilt. Richard sat close to it and kept his headlamp on, aiming at the trees for the next hour, even though the fire was bright enough to see by. I sat with my back to the flames, watching the dark. I was shaking instead of sleeping. At first light, we packed up. I said I wanted to head back early, skip the second night, and nobody questioned it. Philip was quiet on the hike out, but it was different than his usual quiet. Richard was the opposite. He wouldn't shut up the whole way. He talked about the food he'd brought, the bridge that needed repairs, about the Mariners' off-season moves. He reminded me of someone that wanted to fill the air with enough normal words that the abnormal might go away. A week later, I put in a request to be taken off overnight assignments for the rest of the season. My supervisor approved it. I think she assumed it was my anxiety, which, in a way, it was. 5 months later, in June, a day patrol ranger named Tate found a man sitting on a boulder near the Elk Creek trailhead, about 30 feet off the parking area. The man was sunburned and dehydrated. He had a cut on his forehead that had scabbed over badly, and he was sitting very still with his hands on his knees, staring at the gravel between his boots. Tate tried talking to him. The man looked up and told him, "I need to go home." Tate asked him his name and where he'd come from. The man answered both questions, but did not elaborate. He had been missing for 2 days, a solo hiker, backcountry permit, supposed to be on a 3-night loop through the upper draw. His car was in the parking lot, and his pack was gone. Tate called it in. The man was coherent enough that it wasn't a medical emergency, but he was clearly in rough shape. The man was hypothermic despite the June warmth and dehydrated, scratched up from off-trail travel. They brought him to the station and got him water and a blanket. Then they started the standard lost hiker debrief. Where did you leave the trail? When did you realize you were lost? Do you remember landmarks? He answered everything in short sentences. He'd left the trail at the Upper Fork Junction. He'd gotten turned around sometime the first afternoon and spent a night in the open. He found the creek the next morning and followed it down. A pretty typical lost story. The ranger doing the debrief wrote it up, and that would have been the end of it. Except Tate mentioned it to Philip at shift change. It was an offhand comment. "We found a guy sitting by Elk Creek. Looked like he'd seen a ghost." Tate didn't mean it literally. It's just a saying after all. But Philip, you know how he has a nose for this stuff, he asked a couple of follow-up questions, and something about the answers made him come find me. "You should talk to this guy," Philip said. He was standing in the doorway of my cabin with his hands in his pockets and a look on his face I hadn't seen before. The lost hiker from Elk Creek. He told Tate something about meeting another hiker on the trail before he got lost. Tate didn't push him on it, because the guy was pretty shut down by then, but the way he said it. I don't know, man. I think you should go talk to him. Philip didn't say why he thought I specifically should be the one to do it. He didn't reference the camping trip or that figure in the trees. We never really talked about that night much anyway. And yet he came to me. And I think that tells you something about what Philip knew without knowing it. The man was still at the station at the time. He'd refused a ride to the hospital and was sitting in the break room drinking a Gatorade, staring at the microwave. I pulled up a chair across from him, and I told him I was a ranger and that I'd heard he'd had a rough couple of days. I said I just wanted to make sure we had the full picture. I asked if he could tell me what happened from the beginning. He didn't even look at me right away. He was tugging at the label on the Gatorade bottle, nervously. Eventually, he said, I met someone on the trail." I waited. His story came out slowly. He was on the upper fork about 4 miles in, moving slowly because his pack was heavy and the trail grade was steep. He came around a bend, and there was a man on the trail ahead of him, about 60 feet out, walking the same direction. He said the man had an average height and build. He wore a green jacket and jeans and had a pack on. The man heard him coming and turned around, waiting for him to catch up. He gave a little wave, too. Our survivor here waved back. They fell into step together. The man seemed normal at first and friendly. He said hello, said something about the weather, the standard trail small talk. The survivor asked where he was heading. The man gave an answer. The survivor told me he couldn't remember what the answer was. They walked together for maybe a quarter mile. The survivor did most of the talking. He told me he was a talker on the trail, liked to have company, and the other guy seemed to like having company. After a few minutes, he started to notice things, though. The man had a flat, level voice. Every word came out around the same pitch and the same volume, like the worst actor reading off a card. The survivor figured maybe the guy was just tired, maybe shy or not a native speaker. Then he described something that made my heart skip a couple beats. He said that there was something underneath the man's voice, a low hum or vibration, like the sound you hear when you're near a power transformer, a deep electrical buzz you can feel in your back teeth. Except it was coming from the man's chest or throat. He only noticed it during pauses in conversation when the man was not speaking, and even then it was faint. He told himself he was imagining it. But then, the eyes. The survivor tried to make eye contact, but couldn't. The man would turn his face toward him when he talked. The orientation was right. The head was aimed at his. The face was aimed at him. But the eyes were off. They'd be pointed at a spot just to the left of the survivor's face, or just above his forehead. When the survivor shifted, leaned a little or turned his head, the man's eyes did not track. They would adjust, but always to a different, wrong spot. It was like they were approximating where to look without understanding the concept. I remember the way he described it, like trying to make eye contact with a painting, and I liked that, though it was extremely creepy. Probably why I remember it after all this time. Said everything's facing you, but nothing's looking at you. The survivor stopped on the trail and told the man he needed to check his map. The man stopped too. This was the part where the survivor put the Gatorade bottle down and his hands went flat on the table. The man just stood there. He didn't take off his pack and he didn't sit down. He didn't drink any water. He just stopped moving and stood there on the trail facing the survivor, arms at his sides. He could have been a mannequin in a store window like that, completely lacking shifting weight or fidgeting. People don't stand perfectly still like that. People are always doing something. This man had stopped, and the stopping was complete. Like pausing a video, nothing like stopping mid-hike. The survivor said he stood there pretending to look at his map for about 30 seconds, and in that time, the man did not move once, did not blink, he did not breathe, or at least didn't see him breathing. But that buzz, it was still there, louder in that silence. He folded his map and put it back in his pocket. He told the man he had just realized he needed to double back because he had missed a junction. The man didn't respond right away, but soon he said, "Okay." Same flat tone. The survivor turned and started to walk back up the trail. He told me the worst part of the entire experience was the 15 seconds after he turned his back, because he didn't hear footsteps behind him. He didn't hear anything. He wanted so badly to run, but he kept his composure and walked briskly, without looking back. He left the trail at the first game path he found and pushed into the brush and kept going. That's when he got completely and hopelessly lost. He spent the night under a Douglas fir with no shelter and no fire. He barely slept. Twice during the night, he swears he heard someone call his name from the trees. Clear, calm, his first name, spoken in that level tone from before. He told me he had never given the man his name. He said he was sure about it, would swear his life on that fact. I talk too much on the trail. I know that. I told the man where I was from. I told him about my dog. I told him about the drive up. But I'm telling you, I never gave him my name. I know I didn't. Because right before I got off the trail, I was thinking, why did he never ask? Most people ask. I then asked if the other hiker followed him off the trail. He said he didn't think so. He never saw the man again after he turned his back. But both times his name was called, it came from a different direction. The first call was uphill to the east. The second was downhill to the west. Both calls sounded the same distance away. I didn't say anything after he finished. I was kind of turning it over in my head. He kept peeling at the Gatorade label again. He'd gotten most of it off by now, and was now working at the adhesive residue with his thumbnail, scraping it into little gray rolls on the table. I watched him do it, and I didn't trust myself to speak yet. I took a few deep breaths. Then I asked him one more question. I asked if the man's eyes had ever looked directly at him, even once, even for just a split second. He thought about his answer for a very long time before he gave it. But finally he said, No, I don't think he ever did. I drove home that night and sat at my kitchen table, pulling up both ME reports on my laptop. I read them carefully, side by side. The first body. The teeth were pushed out, jaw forced open, mostly empty inside. The second body, the jaw was open, teeth intact, throat scratched from the inside, also mostly empty inside. And now we had a living witness who had walked beside something that couldn't make eye contact, could not modulate its voice, which stood like nothing on earth stands when it wasn't moving. Forgive me, but I'm gonna tell you what I think is happening. I obviously don't have all the evidence for this, I have 2 bodies and a camping trip, and a delirious hiker who heard his own name called from the dark by something he had never given it to. In terms of evidence, that's all I have to go on. But anyway, what do I think? Well, I think something is out there in the deep back country, in the parts of the forest where the trails thin out and the canopy closes and you can walk for 8 hours without seeing another human soul. I think, whatever it is, it builds these things, these bodies. They're more like suits to it. I don't know what it builds them from, and I don't know how. I think it wears them and walks out there to where people are, and it tries its best to look like one of us. And I think it's been doing this for a long time. The first suit was crude. It climbed out and broke the teeth on its way through, leaving the jaw wrenched open, and it didn't care. But the second one was better, cleaner. The teeth stayed put. The exit was more controlled. The only sign that anything had passed through was the scratching inside the throat, and you would need an autopsy to find that. Because of all of this, I think about what the third one might look like. Whether there will be anything left to find at all, or whether it'll just stand up and walk to a trailhead, get in a car, and drive somewhere, sitting down at a kitchen table across from someone who has been waiting for it to come home. I'm reminded of that Bud Gianelli story, about him walking a mile beside a man whose face he couldn't remember a week later. I wonder if Bud noticed the eyes or the voice, and just filed it away as something the woods didn't owe him an explanation for. Maybe Bud was lucky. Or maybe he just wasn't what it was looking for that day. Frequently, I think about what Richard, Philip, and I saw in the tree line that night. There was no mistaking that there was someone out there. But was it really someone that needed help? Or was it something else? I'm terrified to think about what would have happened if none of us had woke up. Or if I had never stopped Richard from walking towards it. By morning, would there have been one more empty suit in the brush? One of our tents now permanently empty? Before I leave you, I want to say that if you hike alone in the back country, I'm not going to tell you to just stop doing it. People have been walking in these woods for thousands of years, and most people walk back out just fine. What I am trying to say is, if you meet someone else on the trail, and something feels very wrong, if the voice doesn't sit right with you, or the eyes never quite meet yours, trust that feeling. Those feelings exist in you for a reason. Being rude is much better than going missing forever. Turn around, walk away, and don't look back. Dirtface, from Clary Stories. Don't know if it's weird or not, but my habit is disappearing into this little patch of woods behind our neighborhood. It's only a 5-minute walk from my front door to this old path that nobody else seems to bother with, which is basically the dream when you're an introverted teenager like me. I'll just pop in my earbuds, kick on some music, or maybe a random podcast if I'm feeling fancy, and stroll around until I'm ready to head home. A lot of my friends think I'm nuts for wandering around out there by myself, but it's not like I ever see anyone else, so it feels pretty safe. That's why I didn't think twice when I went out on a random Tuesday afternoon. I had an annoying day at school that day, 2 pop quizzes, a pep rally I couldn't care less about, so I wanted to clear my head. I had my backpack over my shoulder, my phone in my hoodie pocket. I was streaming music through my earbuds. I was halfway through a playlist when I decided to veer a little off the usual path, just to see if there were any interesting mushrooms or cool flowers. Random stuff to distract me from school drama that I was thinking about. I was walking at a decent pace when my foot hit something that didn't feel like the usual soft dirt or crunchy leaves. It was kind of squishy, almost like a fruit that was going bad, or maybe a sponge. It was so gross under my sneaker that I literally jumped back.
The moment I lifted my foot, my heart started to race because it felt alive. I mean, not moving or anything, but it felt like I stepped on a body part. I ripped out my earbuds and looked down. I was trying to figure out what sort of weird fungus I'd stepped on, or maybe a dead animal. When I looked, I instantly knew it wasn't that. And the dirt, almost perfectly formed, was the shape of a human face. The eyes were closed, the mouth was barely parted, and even a perfect nose, like someone had sculpted a hyper-realistic face in the ground, with the color and texture matching the surrounding dirt. It's funny, but it reminded me of that scene from The Hunger Games, where Peeta paints his face to look like a rock, but in this case it was flat on the ground and colored like the dirt. Even more bizarre was that my footprint was still visible on it, sort of pressed right over the cheek. Except instead of the rest of the dirt where my sneaker print flattened it, it looked like the face bounced back, like it had actual human flesh elasticity to it. I was just standing there with my mouth hanging open. This had to be, I thought, some sort of weird art project. But I walk out here all the time and I've never seen anyone else here. And also, who would sculpt a perfect human face in the dirt? I could see individual contours, minute details and imperfections you would find on a human face. I decided to try to touch it, because apparently I make dumb decisions when I'm scared or confused. I poked the cheek with my finger, expecting it to feel like dirt or crumble like mud. I screamed when it was warm and just felt like skin. It was fleshy like actual skin or maybe a layer of warm clay. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't just regular dirt. And the second I poked it, I swear the eyelids twitched. Maybe I imagined that part, because I was so freaked out at the time, but I'm telling you, it looked like it flinched. I screamed so loud that even with my earbuds half in, it was the loudest thing I'd ever heard come out of my mouth. The hair on my arms stood up, and I just bolted. I was stumbling over branches, leaves, my own feet. My backpack bounced around, and the music in my earbuds was still playing some upbeat pop song, which made the whole situation even creepier. I stopped listening to that song for like a month afterward, because it reminded me of that moment. When I finally got home, I was drenched in sweat. I felt like a total maniac. My mom asked if everything was okay, and I blurted out, "Face in the dirt! Face in the dirt!" That's obviously not the most coherent statement, so it took some explaining before she got the gist of the story. That I thought I found something like a buried person or a weird phenomenon behind the houses. She told me I probably imagined it or that I stepped on an animal carcass and freaked myself out. But I was dead serious, and once she saw how pale I looked, she agreed to come check it out with me the next day. She wanted some more daylight, because she's practical like that. So the next day we head out there, Mom walking right beside me, leading the way with my chest all tight. The woods felt different, like I was being watched. And if there were faces in the dirt, then maybe I was. I kept telling myself it was gonna be there still. Some bizarre imprint, something that I could show her that could prove that I'm not crazy. Except, of course, it was gone. The spot was just normal earth. Maybe a little disturbed, but definitely no face. No warmth either. It was chilly, in fact, like the rest of the dirt around the area. We even dug around a bit with a small gardening trowel we brought, but we found nothing underneath except rocks and roots. No suspicious lumps or anything. My mom kept poking fun at me after that. "Oh, it's okay. Maybe you saw some weird arrangement of leaves or something, you psycho." I rolled my eyes, kind of relieved honestly. If it was still there, it would have solidified that I saw something very, very odd. But now that it was gone, maybe it wasn't real, even though I remember it so vividly. This was only a few weeks ago, actually, as of writing this. I still take my walks around there, but I look at the ground more frequently. Because I swear, if I step on another weird earth face, I'm gonna flip my lid. Stories from a Belgian Hiker. I'm from Belgium. I've been hiking in the woods here since I was a boy. My father would take me through the Ardennes and tell stories of Frankish knights and ancient battles as we walked. These woods have been a constant in my life, except for a few moments. What I'm about to share with you occurred over 3 years of hiking. I've never written about these experiences before. I'm not superstitious by nature. In fact, I work as an engineer in Brussels. But I simply cannot explain what happened on these 3 occasions. My girlfriend, Amelie, was with me for 2 of these incidents. She's even more skeptical than I am, if you can believe it. A research scientist who demands empirical evidence for everything, including when I forget to take out the trash. The fact that she's witnessed these events as well is the only reason I don't think I'm losing my marbles. The first story I'll call the crossing at Bremont. It was 2018. I was hiking alone that day on a trail near Bremont, not far from the French border. Emilie had a conference that weekend, so I'd gone by myself on a day hike I'd done many times before. It's a beautiful area. Dense forests, small meadows, and rocky outcroppings. I started early, around 7, planning to complete the 18-kilometer loop before sunset. The weather was good that day too. By midday, I'd made good progress and stopped in a small clearing to eat some lunch. As I finished my food, the songbirds around me suddenly went silent. In the forest, you can assume that when that happens, a predator is close. A fox, a wildcat, maybe even you. But considering they hadn't gone silent until just then, I assumed it wasn't my doing. I stood up and looked around. Didn't see anything weird. But still the silence was making me uneasy. Forests aren't supposed to be truly quiet. There's always a constant background noise of bugs and birds and leaves. I packed up, deciding to continue onto the trail. 10 minutes later, I came to a stream crossing, a narrow brook with stepping stones that I'd crossed a dozen times before at least. But something felt strange. The air felt charged, like before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. As I approached the crossing, I saw a figure standing on the other side of the stream. Someone that was clearly not a person or a normal person, because they were completely motionless, like not even breathing. They appeared to be wearing old-fashioned clothes, something like a long coat or robe, dark in color. I couldn't make out their face clearly. It seemed to be in shadow despite the midday sun. Just in case it was an awkwardly still person, I raised a hand and called out a greeting. Bonjour! The figure didn't even move, let alone say anything back. A cold feeling settled into my stomach. Something about this figure wasn't right, beyond just the stillness. They were slightly too tall, too thin and lanky. Didn't look like someone who wanted to be out here or belonged out here. I decided to cross anyway. There was no other path unless I wanted to backtrack several kilometers. I stepped onto the first stone, then the second. When I looked up again, the figure was no longer there. Now trust me, they could not have walked away in that time frame, not without me hearing it or seeing it. It was more like they simply ceased to exist. One blink and then the next, just gone. I froze right there. What happened next is difficult to describe. As I completed my crossing after eventually unfreezing myself, the forest around me changed. Not in a dramatic way, but everything looked slightly different. The light had a bluish quality it hadn't had before. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. I continued hiking, now very well creeped out. But nothing else unusual happened until I'd hiked another kilometer or so. Because that's when the bird sound erupted all at once, returning in an instant. And, as if I walked into a wall of warmth, the temperature instantly rose again. I swear to you, it was like I crossed into an invisible boundary. I checked my phone later, and I was upset to see that, despite maintaining my usual pace, I was 2 hours behind on my hike. 2 hours that I cannot account for. I told no one about the experience for a while. I didn't want my friends or family worrying about my mental health. And seriously, I thought I had a brain tumor or something. How does one lose time and see things and hear things that are just wrong? The second story is called The Lights of La Houppe. This happened in 2019 in the fall, in the forests of La Houppe. This time, Emilie was with me. We planned a weekend hiking trip, staying at a small bed and breakfast in a nearby village. The forests in this region are associated with one of Belgium's most famous folk tales, that of Clude. According to legend, Clude is a malevolent shape-shifting spirit that haunts lonely travelers, especially near the water's edge. He appears in various forms: a winged phantom, a black dog, sometimes even a half-human tree creature. The stories say he lures travelers off their paths, leading them into bogs or dangerous terrain. Emilie and I had laughed about these stories over dinner the night before. She joked that the legends probably started because some drunk farmer got lost in the fog and needed an excuse for his wife. Our hike that day took us through dense forest, following a trail that occasionally ran alongside a series of small ponds. It was late October, and the autumn colors were at their peak. We'd been hiking for about 4 hours when dusk began to fall. We had headlamps, but decided to start heading back. We didn't want to navigate the more difficult sections in the dark. As the light was fading, a mist developed from the forest floor. Not unusual for that time of year, but it grew uncommonly thick, reducing our visibility to maybe 10 meters ahead of us. We stayed close to the path, moving much more slowly, talking a bit louder than normal, as if to make ourselves feel more safe. It was then that we saw the first light. It appeared to our right, maybe 30 meters into the forest. A pale blue-green glow hovering about a meter off the ground. Some kind of bioluminescent fungus, I thought. Never seen anything like that in Belgium, at least not that bright. "What is that?" Emilie whispered, and she grabbed my arm. Before I could even answer, another light appeared to our left, and another ahead of us. Within moments, we were surrounded by perhaps a dozen of these glowing orbs, all roughly the same size and color, all hovering at the same height, too. "They look like lanterns," Emilie said. But they weren't lanterns. These things moved independently, with an almost liquid motion, occasionally pulsing brighter or going dimmer again. They seemed to be closing in too, forming a circle around us. Within a minute, we were back to back, watching these lights get closer to us. Neither of us spoke about running. We didn't know where to run to. The path was now obscured by mist, and the forest was full of unseen hazards. Then, from somewhere in the darkness beyond the lights, came a sound I'll never forget. A kind of rattling hiss like chains being dragged across leaves, followed by the distinct splashing of something heavy moving through water. Though the nearest pond was about 100 meters away. One of the lights suddenly darted forward, stopping perhaps 5 meters from us. In its glow, I could now see that the mist around it seemed to form a vague shape, something that looked eerily like a human, but distorted as if viewed through warped glass. "We need to go," I told Emilie. We began to back away, still facing the lights. They followed but maintained their distance, not letting us break their circle, however. The rattling sound came again, closer this time, and a smell came with it, like stagnant water and rotting vegetables. Emilie was the more practical of us, as I said, and she remembered her phone. She clicked on the flashlight, hoping to drive away whatever creatures or insects were causing these phenomena. When she turned it on, she pointed it toward the nearest light, and something extraordinary happened. The beam of her phone light seemed to physically push against the strange glow, and it shrank back as if in pain. The misty shape around it contorted, and that hissing sound rose to an almost painful pitch. We didn't hesitate. We took the moment to run in the direction we'd been heading. Emilie's phone light carved a path through the now retreating lights. Behind us, the hissing, splashing sounds continued, but they grew fainter as we ran. After about 5 minutes of headlong flight, we burst out of the mist onto a clear section of path. The forest was normal again, no lights and no strange sounds, just the peaceful nighttime woods. Even then, we didn't stop running, not until we made it back to our car. Later, researching what we might have seen, we found references to something called faux follets in local folklore, marsh lights that were said to be the souls of the unquiet dead, or sometimes manifestations of Claude himself. The rational explanation would be methane, from decomposing matter, but that wouldn't explain their movement, the shapes in the mist, or that awful sound. Whatever we encountered that night, it wasn't mentioned in any scientific journal Emilie could find. My last story for today is called The Empty Trail. This happened in the summer of 2020, again with Emilie. After our experience the previous autumn, we'd been more cautious about our hikes, staying on popular trails and avoiding going out after dusk. But as time passed without incident, we gained our confidence back, for better or for worse. One hike, we chose a well-traveled route in the Sognan Forest, just outside Brussels. This ancient beech forest is beautiful, but much less remote than our previous hiking locations. On weekends, you'd typically encounter dozens of other hikers or cyclists and families enjoying the woods. It was a Sunday, and as expected, the main paths were busy with people. Seeking a bit more solitude, we took a less-traveled side trail that I knew eventually reconnected with the main loop. This smaller path was still marked and maintained, just less popular due to its steeper sections. We'd been walking for perhaps 20 minutes when I realized I couldn't hear any other hikers anymore. Not unusual for this side path, but there was something else missing too. The distant sounds of the city that normally form a faint background hum in the Sognan Forest. It was just us, the trees, and our footsteps. "Is it just me, or is it way too quiet?" Emilie asked. We continued to walk, and I noticed something weird about the path ahead. Though it was a clear day, the trail seemed to just fade into this hazy distance that shouldn't have been possible in the forest. Sections of the path that should have been visible simply weren't. It was like the trail itself was unspooling before us, existing only a few meters ahead at a time. Then we noticed the trees. The Sognan Forest is famous for its cathedral-like beech trees, with straight trunks and a high canopy. But the trees around us looked different than before. Older, more gnarled, branches lower that created a tunnel-like effect over the path. I didn't recognize these species. That was impossible. I recognized all the native trees in Belgium. "We should probably go back," Emilie said. And I agreed. So we turned around, only to find that the path behind us looked just as unfamiliar as the one ahead. The trees were wrong, the quality of light was wrong, and the path itself seemed narrower than ever. We chose to continue in our original direction, reasoning that we'd eventually hit the main trail again. We walked for the longest 40 minutes of my life, but the forest around us kept looking more and more unfamiliar, like we had stepped into a haunted forest from a Hollywood film. Neither of us said it, but we both knew that this wasn't the Sognan Forest anymore. This wasn't anywhere in Belgium that I recognized. We soon came to a clearing that was perfectly circular, as if deliberately formed. And as the two of us stepped into the clearing, a vibration ran through the ground beneath us, and for an instant, I thought I saw something moving between the trees. My hair stood on end, and I felt such primal fear, and Emilie must have felt it too, because without a word, we both turned around and ran for our lives. no longer caring which direction we went. We ran until our lungs burned, following whichever path we could find. Then, from one step to the next, everything changed. We stumbled onto a wide gravel-covered main trail, nearly tackling some cyclists. We were back in the normal, familiar Sonian forest. Beech trees and normal weekend hikers were all over. This last experience may not be as creepy. You could simply say we ran into a part of the forest that we hadn't been to before, got creeped out because we felt lost, and ran like mad people. Sure. But I think it was something more than that. I've spent my life in the forests of Belgium. I've loved them, respected them, thought I knew them. Now I understand there are layers to these ancient woods that I've only glimpsed. Places where the veil between worlds grows thin, where things that should not exist sometimes come through, and unwary hikers might just slip between one Belgium and another. Don't worry, I still do my hiking, and I've yet to come across something like these stories again. We have a forest friend. From Hep and Bep. The night it happened, my sister and I were walking back from our friend Ellie's house. We lived in one of those neighborhoods where the houses were set far apart, with patches of woods between properties. Ellie's place was only about a mile from ours, a walk we were familiar with and not scared of. Usually our parents insisted on driving us after dark, but they were at a dinner party that night, so we didn't have any other choice. And we had stayed at Ellie's longer than planned, binging our favorite shows and losing track of time. When we realized it was almost 10 p.m., we decided to just walk back, rather than call our parents and interrupt their evening. My sister, I'll call her Kate for this story, was 17, 2 years older than me at the time. It was a new moon night, making the woods between properties very dark. We used the flashlights on our phones, but it barely helped because the lights didn't go very far. The temperature had dropped while we were inside and our breath came out in little clouds. By the time we were halfway home, passing through a stretch of trees between the neighborhoods, Kate stopped suddenly. "I heard something," she said. I hadn't heard anything, so I asked, "What'd you hear?" Not sure why I was keeping my voice as low as hers, but I did it anyway. "It sounded like breathing, heavy breathing." We stopped, and we both listened. Now that the sounds of our footsteps died down, I heard it right away. An inhale that was raspy followed by a wheezing exhale. It was coming from somewhere behind us. Just a dog," I said. But it honestly didn't sound like some dog. We picked up the pace. Not quite running, but walking faster than before. The path got thinner, and we had to go single file with Kate in the lead, and I was terrified to be in the rear. The whole way, the breathing followed us. It didn't get closer, thank God, but it didn't fall behind either. Then we heard footsteps. 2 legs, not the 4-beat rhythm of a dog or a deer, but the distinct cadence of something walking upright. Step, drag, as if one of the legs was being pulled along. I held my breath, then looked behind me, sweeping my flashlight around. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of something behind us. What I saw was a tall and thin silhouette. I'd say it was about 30 yards away. The beam only hit it for a moment, but I saw enough to know this wasn't a person and not a dog. Whatever it was extremely thin, bony even, with a canine-like snout on its face and pointed ears. But I couldn't tell if it had any hair at all. It didn't look like it. "Kate," I hissed, grabbing her jacket. "There is something behind us." She looked back too. But whatever I just saw had stepped away into the darkness between the trees. "I don't see anything. You're freaking me out." "I don't mean to, but it was there. I saw it. We need to run." She didn't argue. We then broke into a sprint together. Our house was maybe a quarter mile away now. Just beyond the next stretch of the woods, the breathing behind us grew louder. The footsteps quickened. Step, 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 step. No more dragging now. Whatever it was had started to run too. We burst out of the trees onto our street, gasping for air. There were no cars anywhere, no neighbors in sight. Only us and this thing. Our house stood at the end of a cul-de-sac. The porch light was on. I remember thinking, scared out of my mind, almost there, almost there. We sprinted up our long driveway. The porch was only a few feet away now. Kate made it to the front door first and yanked on the handle. "It's locked," she cried. "Your keys, you have the keys." I had to remind her that she had her own set of spare keys. I turned around then, and for a moment I thought the thing was gone, or maybe it didn't follow us all the way. But then I saw it. At the edge of our driveway where it met the street, I saw it. Something crouched real low to the ground, trying to hide itself in the shadows cast by our neighbor's hedge. But I could see it. Its outline was much more clear now. It was skeletal thin, with these crooked limbs, and a head that was elongated and had a pointed snout. And I knew it was watching us. Why wouldn't it be if it followed us all the way over here? And even worse than that, I could still hear it breathing. This thing thought it was hiding from us, but I could hear it breathing. "Kate, it's right there," I whispered. All I heard as I watched this thing's figure on the ground was her fumbling for the keys for ages before finally she got the door open. I could have tackled her just to get through first. Once inside, we slammed the door shut. Kate locked the door, and we ran over to the living room window, peering out through a crack in the curtains. But in that brief moment, the figure was no longer there. I was relieved, but also horrified. Our parents got home about an hour later. We told them everything, not even leaving out the weird shape details. Dad didn't believe we saw something weird, but was definitely concerned of our safety. He's the kind of guy that, if you say a monster followed you home, he would assume it's a big dog or a bear, then walk outside anyway with a gun. Mom was more inquisitive, asking us questions about what we'd seen exactly. "Some homeless thug," Dad said, "or teenagers being stupid." "I don't think it was a person, Dad," Kate said. "You didn't see it." "Well, I'm looking out there," he said, looking through the window. "It's gone now. But next time, call for a ride. No more walking after dark, okay? I don't want another incident like this or worse." Later that night, around midnight, Dad had to take the trash out before bed. A nightly ritual he never skipped, because Mom gets really teed off if he forgets to. She hates the smell of a full trash can. Mom was already upstairs, and Kate and I were in the kitchen, too wired to go to sleep. I could have fainted when I heard a sharp cry from outside and a thud against the side of the house. We froze, looking at each other, and then we heard Dad's voice. "Let me in, god dang it, open the door!" We ran to the back door. Dad fell inside practically. His face looked shocked or pained or both. I saw a ragged tear in his pajama pants, and his ankle was bleeding. Mom, who was now running down the stairs, called out, "What happened?" "Something bit me," Dad gasped, leaning against the wall now. "I didn't see it at first. It was real low to the ground, hiding beside the trash cans. It lunged at my leg and bit me. When I yelled, it reared up, stood up on two legs. The thing was a foot taller than me when it stood up." Mom helped him to a chair while Kate got the first aid kit. As Mom cleaned the wound, I could see it clearly. A semicircle of deep punctures, like something with a narrow jaw had clamped down on him hard. "We should call the police," Mom said, grabbing her phone. "And tell them what?" Dad replied. "That an animal bit me and ran away? They wouldn't care. And if I told them what I saw, they would think I'm crazy." He insisted it was probably just a big coyote or a feral dog, despite what he'd said about the thing's height. The bite didn't look like a typical dog bite. Dad did end up getting rabies shots to be safe. He even told the doctors it was a stray dog. The wound healed fine, and my dad is okay. But something in him changed after that night. And no, it's not a werewolf thing. He installed motion sensor lights all around the property, bought a better security system, and he established a new family rule that no one violates. No one takes out the trash after dark. No one walks the dog after sunset. No one goes out at night, period. Whatever followed us home that night, I still think it's out there, lying real low to the ground, waiting for someone to walk along.